Naruto stood right in front of the Kyuubi in a very nonchalant manner. It seems like Naruto was making the commitment to come in contact with the Kyuubi. 2. And for what reason? It doesn't matter. To think you would reach out to me, said the Kyuubi, staring down at Naruto with a scary gaze. Naruto stood there unaffected by that said gaze. Earlier that day, Naruto sat at his table in complete and utter silence. He was playing chess while he formulated the plan from earlier to an even greater extent. He liked playing black. Why? Even though white always went first, he can formulate a plan just from the first move. Though that can't really plan right now since he was playing against himself. Naruto moved up his pawn, his knight just a couple of tiles behind. With his hand, he reaches out and grabbed the white knight and knocked out the pawn. And without hesitation, Naruto got his black knight and knocked out the white knight. He yawned slightly right after making his move. Though the move that Naruto had just made truly only depends on the player itself. Naruto knew that there was most definitely a better move than just simply sacrificing his pawn just so he could kill off the white knight. But in the end of the day pawns were disposable, but knights? Not so much. This is because the knights have their uses, and once they serve their purpose, then they are as disposable as a pawn. Every piece except the king has a single purpose. That is to sacrifice themselves and tactically destroy the people that threaten their king's safety. Some may argue that they also have to protect the queen due to it being the strongest piece on the board, but in the end, the queen is just simply the strongest pawn in the king's arsenal. 11. Their worth is greater than that of every piece, but the fact remains that its purpose is also to protect the king. Of course, Naruto won't hold a grudge if a person has an opinion that differs from him. End. Checkmate, Naruto said, observing how he achieved his win. To put his win in simple and realistic terms, the king cornered himself in a corner. Literally. The king had locked himself in a corner with a rook and two pawns guarding it. Naruto simply just placed a knight diagonal to the rook and right next to one of the pawns. Not only did the king have no legal moves left, but the king was also in check. With that, Naruto knocked all the pieces. He was done for the day. Naruto looked back towards the plans that he had set up for himself. From Monday to Friday, he shall train from 8 AM to just about 4 AM. It'll take an hour to get back to the apartment, so it'll be 5 AM by the time he gets back. 3. Then once he does get back, he'll take a shower and then eat or play chess. It doesn't matter the order in which he does these two activities. Though eating before playing against himself will certainly be much more favorable. Then from Saturday to Sunday, he'll use those days as free time. During the course of the week, his body will certainly be tarnished from the amount of training that he'll be doing. And once the weekend rolls around, he'll be able to recuperate and heal his body with the help of the Kyuubi. The specifics of his training does not have to be said. Naruto continued to write the specifics for the plan before going to bed. It was the next day. And luckily, it was a Sunday. Naruto had one more day to rest before continuing his extremely stressful training on Monday tomorrow. And what's Naruto doing as of right now? Currently kneeling in front of Danzo, the fount of Root. Naruto, I would like to congratulate you on moving up to finals. As expected of one of the members of Root. Naruto stopped kneeling and nodded his head at Danzo. Thank you, Danzo-sama. It seems like their little battle of wits have continued once more. To Naruto, it was quite clear that Danzo didn't completely trust him. And without a doubt, Danzo is aware that Naruto also doesn't trust him completely. But Naruto was winning this game. Even though Naruto knows the full extent of Danzo's trust, Danzo doesn't know the full extent of Naruto's trust. In Danzo's case, he was using his own trust towards Naruto as a base for the amount of trust that Naruto has for him. A/N, if confused, I'll use a more simple explanation. Danzo is using his own trust towards Naruto as a reference for the amount of trust that Naruto has towards him, a guess if you will. But in reality, Naruto never trusted him. And he never will. Between the two of them, their interactions are merely games, even if Danzo doesn't consciously know about it. I expect you to win the finals of the Chunin exams no matter what. Naruto nodded, knowing that he exactly had the intent to win the whole thing without any hesitation ever needed. I've also heard that your opponent is the son of the Kazekage, Gaara. Naruto nodded once more. Danzo was correct on that part of the department. Correct, Danzo-sama. Even though Naruto didn't really want to show much formality, if it's needed then he'll do it without a second thought even needed. I heard he's quite a strong genin. What do you think about Gaara? Naruto stayed silent, thinking of an answer before answering Danzo's question. If I may, Gaara exceeds the power of a genin even Chunin. His sand is very tough to deal with from what I see. But he is very reliant with his sand. His weakness is if he has to engage in physical combat without the use of his sand. Danzo nodded to that answer. Good observation, Naruto. Now, on to my next question. Do you think you can defeat Gaara? He asked Naruto. Now this was a question that was a bit easier to answer. I know I can. I am amused by your confidence. Very well, you are dismissed for today. Though I do exercise caution that you don't let that confidence to grow into arrogance. Danzo spoke in a very wise tone. Naruto nodded before bowing. I'll take your advice, Danzo-sama. And with that, Naruto left the root headquarters. After a while, Naruto sighed, as he slowly took off his mask while walking in a forest. His dull, azure eyes looked beyond him. Confidence to arrogance, hey? Naruto asked himself with a slight whisper. He had his fox mask held tightly to his side as he kept on walking forward. Quite amusing, Danzo. Naruto thought as he swayed through the air due to the wind. Don't let confidence grow into arrogance. Would be true if you were to say it to someone else. And with that, Naruto walked off into near horizon. Naruto sighed slightly as he found himself in quite the predicament. It was nighttime and he currently sleeping on his bed. But that wasn't what his predicament was. Looking at the bigger picture, you could see Naruto was in the very familiar sewer system that was supposed to represent his current mind. And the reason Naruto sighed? Quite simple actually. He thought it was quite too early for him to create the needed contact between him and the Kyuubi. But beggars can't be choosers. Naruto knew he could use this as your advantage. This interaction could pose as an opportunity for Naruto in more ways than just one. He stood right in front of the cage that the Kyuubi was currently residing in. A loud growl made itself known, creating a slight shockwave of power to surge around the entire area. To think you would reach out to me, said the Kyuubi. A powerful gaze was casted upon Naruto as he stood there. Oh, it seems like his presence wasn't very welcomed. Naruto just stayed silent, unaffected by the amount of dangerous intent that the Kyuubi was currently leaking/oozing out of its own body. You know why I'm here, right? You're able to listen to my thoughts, Naruto said without any fear induced inside of his body. Kyuubi wanted to rip Naruto's body to shreds. TCH. What do you think? I've had to listen to some of your thoughts since you were a dang fetus. Was the Kyuubi joking or was he actually serious? I don't know if you're joking or not, but I do not care. You say you have some idea on what I want. Correct. The Kyuubi did not answer the question. It seems like the Kyuubi has a bit of pride. I'll take that as a yes on my part. Anyway, let's cut to the chase so I can get this over with. There seemed to be some dangerous glint that reflected in his eyes. I would like your cooperation. I already know you do. I just don't know why. Does your human brain realize that? Naruto sighed. It seemed like this was going to be more tougher than it already was. Yes, I am aware of that. I just needed to repeat it to you. Did you know that? Probably not. You did say that you aren't able to hear everything that I think, right? Was that a hint of smugness in Naruto's voice? Who knows? Don't play games with me. Be wary of me, Uchiha Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. I'm not someone who you want to mess with. Naruto covered his ears to avoid the amount of noise that vibrated. 3. I am wary of you. It may be very little of it, but it's still there. But there is more to this than just me wanting your cooperation. Naruto held out his hand towards the Kyuubi without any second thought even needed. I not only want your cooperation, but I want your cooperation to kill Uchiha Obito. And why exactly do you need my help for? You're the type of person to do things yourselves. Naruto stayed silent as he looked at the Kyuubi. I don't think the answer is that hard to say. To put it simply, I just need your help, no other motives are attached. Naruto still had hands stuck up towards the Kyuubi. This was so amusing to the Kyuubi that it laughed at Naruto. Very well, I'll accept your offer. Be glad that I was kind enough to accept it. Though I do expect something in return. Naruto nodded, knowing that returning the favor is only natural for him. I'll return the favor if it's within my ability. Naruto had to be careful on what he responded with. Whatever he said as of right now can be turned and manipulated against him by the Kyuubi in the future. In some point in the future, I want you to release me from this cage. This only goes in effect if I gain enough of your trust. Naruto narrowed his eyes for a moment, pondering on what he should do. This was quite the offer that he was being given. An offer that had room for opportunities. Ones that could potentially benefit both the Kyuubi and Naruto. Deal. This was simply the beginning of a partnership. This offer was something that Naruto couldn't just pass up without any second thought. This was an offer that he expected from the Kyuubi. Though the extent of this partnership between the two as of right now has yet to set in stone. Only time will tell. And I also expect you to tell me your name, Naruto said, surprising the Kyuubi just a tiny bit. Though the surprise was kept hidden quite exceptionally. And why is that? It's only fair that I get to know yours. It's quite weird not knowing your name but you knowing mine. You can consider this simply as a way of formality. The Kyuubi was silent throughout Naruto's words. Kurama. My name's Kurama. The overgrown fox that was now known as Kurama was quite hesitant on giving out such personal information to a kid. Though Naruto would eventually extract such information whether if Kurama liked it or not. Kurama, hey. Take a break, Satsuki, Kakashi said, sighing a bit after saying his order. He had learned one thing from the short time that he trained Satsuki. She was stubborn. Geez, how does Naruto handle you? He thought to himself. Though it seemed like Satsuki had taken her mind off of the curse mark that Orochimaru had given her. 5. Though they couldn't just neglect the curse mark just because Satsuki has yet to get engulfed by it. She'll be needed to be monitored at all times. Kakashi disliked it, but it was Hiruzen's orders. And since it was his orders, he and many others just can't defy them. No. I can't. From her current stature alone, it was clear that Satsuki was at her limit. Kakashi closed his eyes at her own stubbornness that she was emitting. I don't have much time. By the time the finals hits, I need to be stronger. Satsuki gritted her teeth. She knew that this was her upper limit and that he can do anything more. Yes, but not taking breaks may threaten your health in the future. And in the worst scenario, you would be unable to participate in the finals. Your training would turn out to be meaningless. I'll be fine, insisted Satsuki. God, she was really killing him right now. Naruto surely did a very good job taming her. Kakashi knew he had to use drastic measures in such a drastic situation. You know, I wonder what Naruto would do when he's at his limit. He'd probably take a break, wouldn't he? I wonder if that's why he's so strong as a genin. Who knows? Though it seemed like the method didn't work at all and instead gave out the opposite effect than what Kakashi had wanted. Ha! You think that trick can fool me? I'll have you know that I know Naruto better than anyone else. He doesn't take breaks. He never does. Kakashi's sweat dropped at his own failure. 2. There really was no way to stop the stubborn Satsuki. And with that, Kakashi decided to try and change the topic. Why exactly are you training so hard? He asked, pulling out his infamous and precious novel from his pouch. He looked up slightly to see the tension build up from within Satsuki. Did I hit a sore spot? Kakashi thought. After a minute, Satsuki finally decided to answer the question that Kakashi had just posed. Is it wrong that I just want to get stronger to kill my brother? Kakashi looked up from his Ika novel and glanced at Satsuki before going back to reading. No, I just think there's more to it than just simply wanting to get stronger to avenge your clan. There were many layers to the person known as Uchiha Satsuki. And even more layers to the person known as Eihaku Naruto. 1. Tch, I have no reason to tell you anything, responded Satsuki, scowling with distaste towards Kakashi. She did not like him trying to fish out information. You say you want to kill Itachi due to his massacre, but it also seems to me that you have another goal that is on par with the former, to get stronger than Naruto, right? Why do you care? Because you're one of my 3 genin. Is that not obvious? Ever since that fateful night, your only social interactions were with Naruto and no one else. Satsuki did not deny such a fact. Tch. It's not that deep. I just want to get stronger than him due to him always being ahead of me since the very beginning. There's nothing more to it than that. An eye smile appeared on Kakashi's face. Are you sure that's all to it? Are you sure that there's nothing more to it than just wanting to be stronger than him? Cause, Satsuki, I don't buy your excuse. Kakashi went back to his Ika novel. I've seen a glimpse of your desire to have Naruto's absolute acknowledgement. You keep it hidden quite well, but I'm quite the Jonin sensei that you have. And that goal was only enforced once you found out about Naruto being an Uchiha as well. Why do you want to know so much? Hey? Why do you care about such a trivial goal on my part? Satsuki asked, her eyes narrowed at Kakashi with anger. Kakashi just shrugged it off with a slight chuckle. Because, Satsuki, believe it or not, you've become absolutely infatuated with Naruto. 34. Naruto yawned. Another week has passed and flown through. God, was the month going quite fast. There was only about 1 or 2 more weeks left until the finals of the Chunin exams. He sighed, rubbing his eyes as he quickly got ready for his day. For the past few days, Naruto has been trying to make this cooperative partnership between Kurama and him work more smoothly. But it seems that was harder than he had originally had thought. Kurama would sometimes just randomly appear and talk within his head. This made it where Naruto would sometimes lose the concentration that he builds up while he trained. This loss of concentration halted Naruto and hindered his growth and training in the long run. In shorter and much simpler words, Kurama was being a nuisance. Nuisance. The only nuisance I see is you. Naruto heard Kurama roar within his mind. Oh, Naruto certainly did forget that Kurama had full access to Naruto's thoughts. Just think of my nuisance as a way to train yourself from losing concentration. Use your human brain. You're smart, but you don't use it at all when it comes to this kind of things. To say Kurama wasn't correct was wrong. The statement that was made was certainly correct. This is because while Naruto is very good in all aspects of being a ninja, he suffers in the aspect of training. Since birth to the age of 6, Naruto had always relied on the scrolls that Madara had given him to guide his own training. This is because Naruto did not know what to train in. And he had only recently changed this and created his own training routine. It failed horribly. This was one of the reasons why Naruto needed Kurama's help. It may seem trivial to some, but to Naruto, it was something that had to be absolutely fixed. I do use my brain. I just severely lack in the aspect of training. Everything else I'm either decent or highly proficient in it. The words that rushed out of Naruto's mouth lacked much pride. Kurama picked up on it very early on. You don't seem to take pride in your talent for the shinobi arts. Naruto stayed silent as he glided through the streets of Konoha. He sighed after a second or two. I value my abilities, but my talent? Not so much. Since birth, I've been fed a golden spoon. My heritage was something that was not very common. Not only was I the fourth Hokage's son, but I was the grandson of Uchiha Madara. A low growl made itself known. Must be from the name, Uchiha Madara. I quickly picked up on this and saw how much of an asset I was. It may seem arrogance of me to say that, but it's true. Kurama could not argue that Naruto's bloodline was certainly something above the word legendary. I then grew detached to it and simply lost satisfaction knowing the only reason that I believe made me so strong was my heritage. I'm guessing that's why you envy that bowl-cut guy's power. Naruto nodded slightly. It may have weirded out some of the people that saw him not randomly in public. He attained all that strength through hard work and not through the genes of the strong. And as long as that's the case, then I consider myself inferior to him. Even if I get stronger than him. Kurama was certainly amused by Naruto. Though the two knew one thing. Hard work can never 100% beat talent. 5. Someone born with the genes of the strong have more capabilities than that of a person who was born as a commoner. It's sad, but it's a fact that shall remain for all eternity. Some people's hard work may pay off and get them stronger than someone with pure talent, but even then, that hard work will soon face a wall. It was the same wall that they had worked so hard to overcome. The talent of even greater people shall stump them and make them lose their morale and confidence. Each time they get over a wall, an even greater one shall surface and make itself known. And slowly but surely, that wall will become impossible to overcome. And Naruto? He was at the top of it. The genes that course through his body have the DNA of that of the strongest shinobi in all of history. 6. Knowing such a thing exists, wouldn't you agree that Naruto was that impossible wall that awaits? Plus. You're weird. And in a blink of an eye, the whole month had passed by like it was practically nothing. All the contestants in the finals poured all their hard work into their training. Except. Maybe a few, to be more exact. One person did take it too seriously. Nara Shikamaru. Though what he did during the whole month break before the finals was a story for another day and another time. There was no use talking about someone that sat and lazed around for now. And Naruto? Well, he was having a hard time getting out of bed. Why? It's due to him messing up his calculations. What were his calculations? The day of the Chunin exams. Can't believe no one bothered to tell me, said Naruto, apathetically looking out of his own window. While today was the day of the Chunin exams, it was originally not supposed to be today. His body ached just a tiny bit as he got himself ready. He was already so late to the finals, but his match was supposed to be last, so that was convenient for him. Though he'll probably get a lecture from the higher UPS due to his tardiness. It was the academy all over again. Naruto thought, pulling the door to the outside world open. Now, let's move back to the former topic at hand. So, today was a Wednesday and it was the day of the finals. Though this was not always the case before. This was because the finals of the Chunin exams was rescheduled to this day. Before, the finals were supposed to be on this week's weekend, Sunday to be more exact. But this changed during yesterday evening. It seems he was training too much to the point he fell asleep on the ground and missed the meeting between all of the contestants. The news only got itself to Naruto this morning via Anbu Black Ops. Now, as you know, Naruto was going to be arriving late. It was only natural that since he was going to be in the last battle, that he should make a cool-looking entrance. Though I think just walking in the arena is more beneficial for me in the long run. Just think about it, trying to make a cool entrance would have to make Naruto use more than the necessary amount of energy than him just walking in late. He's late, Shikamaru said, lazily observing the contestants that were there. Some things never changed, he guessed. First, it was Naruto missing or tardy to class. Now, it was him being missing in an event that was about to shape another part of their lives and future. He did also notice that Naruto was not at the meeting yesterday made by the Hokage to inform of this change. Shikamaru figured Naruto would naturally not know of this change. But he was aware that Hiruzen wouldn't be so ignorant to not notice this and not send a higher-up to inform him. He internally sighed. God, this was so troublesome for him. Not only was Naruto going to be late, but his lateness might cost him the tournament and hold back the tournament itself. And it's quite funny, Naruto being more late than the infamous Kakashi. That's quite an achievement on his part. Well, there was no use for them to think about it as of right now. Such a topic was only important at the very end. Everyone except Naruto was lined up in a singular line. Well, I will be the proctor for the finals of the Chunin exams, Shiranui Genma. There was a man with a toothpick sticking out of his mouth. Everyone saw Genma observe them all. Asai came right after. It seems one contestant is currently not here. Ahiku Naruto, was it? Well, it seems it can't be helped. His battle with Gaara of the Sand will be bumped to the last round. This seemed to be expected. The audience wanted to see the mysterious Ahiku Naruto fight, due to the reason of him being considered even stronger than that of Uchiha Satsuki. And that caught their interest. So, in a sense, Naruto attained a certain amount of privilege through this, but it wasn't as nearly as much as someone like Satsuki, who had a lot of it. But it was privilege, nonetheless. Though, their battle was already intended to be last anyways. Now, let us get the show on the road, shall we? Genma then looked at both Satsuki and Neji. Uchiha Satsuki and Hyuga Neji, please stay in the field for your battle. The others, please go to the spectating area. Everyone nodded, going to their respective places in the arena. 2. The two contestants that were about to fight, Satsuki and Neji. The two faced each other, with Neji calmly glaring at Satsuki with a hint of disdain that was hiding even more disdain from behind. To think I'd have to defeat an Uchiha. It's almost like fate, isn't it? For a Hyuga to defeat an Uchiha. Satsuki narrowed her eyes at Neji for a few moments or two. The way you're talking, it almost seems like you're implying that the Hyuga are better than the Uchiha. More specifically myself. Genma looked at the two for a split moment. And let me tell you, Hyuga Neji, the two readied themselves as Genma was about to start the first match of the day. Fight fair and no cheating. Start. The two simultaneously launched themselves towards one another as the match immediately started. 1. My clan is superior, finished Satsuki, engaging in close combat with Neji. 6. Who do you think will win this battle, Shikamaru-san? Asked Shino as the two of them observed the battle from the spectating area from above. 1. Hat? Who cares? Whoever wins just wins. Shikamaru didn't really care about the outcome of his battle. What he did care about? His battle with Temari. He absolutely did not want to fight anyone. And him being in the finals did not help him even the slightest. He kind of wished Kin won the fight in the preliminary, but things just happened and Shikamaru won. I would just like your opinion on this matter. There are many conflicted opinions among the current crowd, with most being a 50-50th split between Satsuki-san and Neji-san. Shikamaru sighed at that. That was most certainly true to a very large extent, but in Shikamaru's case, he could care less about it. Well, if I'm being honest, it can go either way. On a basic standpoint, people may choose Neji due to his superior amount of experience that he holds, due to him having one more year of knowledge than the rest of us. Shino nodded. On the other hand, that experience can easily be overcome by someone of superior ability. While Neji is considered a prodigy, Satsuki is also considered a prodigy alongside Naruto. Though the Hyuga are quite well known for their lethal close combat prowess. Quite difficult. Shino nodded once more. But, on the other side of the spectrum, experience is very valuable. As you know, it has only been recently since Satsuki Bat unlocked her Sharingan. And with Neji, he has a lot more experience with his jujutsu. So, he has the more likely chance to win. Shikamaru sighed as looked up to the clouds. 3. Though you must not forget that Satsuki associates herself with someone like Naruto. And as far as he is, he's in another league of his own as a genin, probably as strong or even stronger than that Gaara guy. And, of course, his skills and ways can and will rub on Satsuki without a doubt. Their conversation was cut off from the sound of fighting. Satsuki knew that she was at a disadvantage in close combat from the beginning. It was so obvious. Satsuki didn't know much about the Byakugan, but she did know one thing. That the Byakugan relies on close combat encounters with their opponent when it comes to blocking off chakra points and all that shebang. How does she know this? Trade secret. All she has to do was prevent them from creating too much close encounters. But that was going to be harder to do than one would actually think. As the two go closer to one another, Satsuki quickly pulled out a kunai from her holster. She then threw it towards Neji. Once she had done that, she redirected herself by jumping up with the use of her built-up momentum from the amount of meters she had ran. Satsuki then started to form hand seals at a rapid rate. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Satsuki inhaled then exhaled to throw out a large fireball from her mouth. The winds blew as the fireball traveled the lengths toward Neji. He clicked his tongue. Futile, said Neji, readying himself to perform his move. 8 tigrams palm revolving heaven in one slick motion, Neji rapidly spun, chakra emitting from their bodies to create the perfect shield that deflected the fireball without much problem. I told you it's futile. This is fate, a Hyuga defeating an Uchiha. He then noticed something once he looked up at the air. Satsuki was completely gone from his sight. 7. Does she know? The blind spot of the Byakugan? Neji thought as he instinctively shifted himself and jumped away just in time before Satsuki could hit him. His features hardened. Shut up, you talk too much for someone so serious, said Satsuki as she stood up from her current spot. Even though she knew keeping her distance was a good idea, she had to create direct damage to Neji to defeat him. That move, I didn't expect it. Father never told me of that kind of move. Satsuki thought as she built up tension. Though she did notice something odd. I'll keep that thought to myself. She then started to form a rapid amount of hand seals as she jumped up into the air around them. Her eyes looked down on Neji as she inhaled. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. She finished the numerous amount of hand seals and exhaled another large fireball that honed itself right toward Neji himself. Is she trying to use the same method? Does that mean she knows? Neji thought with much skeptic thoughts as he saw her try and do the same method twice in a row. 8 tigrams palm revolving heaven, and once again, Neji rapidly spun around, with chakra emitting from his body as he deflected and disarmed the fireball jutsu. It was the same tactic as before. But this time Neji was prepared this time around. And with perfect precision and prediction, Neji moved to the side, repeating the same action, but just simply faster than before. Once he had done that, Neji saw Satsuki miss completely and decided that this was his moment to defeat her. First he had to disable her arms, then everything else afterwards. 8 tigrams 64 palms. Once he had landed the first hit, his eyes widened from the unexpected. Shards of wood floated in the air as a large log took Satsuki's place instead of herself. 6. Satsuki then appeared right behind Neji and threw a nasty punch from behind. Neji created a nasty expression as he felt pain course through his neck. Without much thought, Neji aimlessly threw his arm back, making Satsuki jump away in a hurry. I see. From the minimal amount of attacks that I had thrown at him, he keeps on going on the defensive when I try to attack the back of his head/neck. That must be a weak point of his or just in general when it comes to the Byakugan. Thought Satsuki, analyzing the past experiences that she had witnessed. She then saw Neji jump right towards her in a singular motion. His eyes were full of disdain and hate. Satsuki activated her Sharingan, 2 tomos spinning rapidly. "There's no way I'd lose to a fate worshipper like you," said Satsuki, jumping towards Neji in high speeds as well. Her heart had thumped fast, knowing that she only had one shot to get another good direct hit off. "You're playing right into my hands. You've lost." Neji readied himself, preparing for multiple possible outcomes in their fight. And to his anger, what could have been a direct close encounter, turned into an anticlimactic twist. "Such cheap tricks," said Neji, landing on the ground as he felt the graze wound of the kunai that Satsuki had threw right at him. "What? Did you actually think I was dumb enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat?" "A Hyuga nonetheless." Without more hesitation, Satsuki rushed right towards Neji. She then pivoted her direction and started to run numerous amount of circles all around Neji. What she was planning to do at this current moment? To go with the flow. Perfect defense? But can you block hundreds kunai after one another? Satsuki thought, knowing she was going to have to go with a chain attack that would deal a severely amount of damage to Neji in just a small moment in time. 1. Her speed started to increase at a tremendous rate. "I'll have my overwhelming victory in short time," said Satsuki, her voice moving from one end to another. She was now becoming a blur, too fast for Neji to even begin to comprehend. And in the next second, 2 kunai were shown, speeding right toward him in accelerated speed. Without too much problems, Neji stepped back a few inches to let the kunai from opposite sides to pass through one another. Abruptly stopping, another batch of kunai came straight at him in both sides. This tactic was quite risky for Satsuki. She knew that she couldn't sustain this amount of speed for so long. 1. And even less now. Neji ducked down and dodged the weaponry as a bead of sweat slipped down from his forehead. The difficulty of this match was getting increasingly more difficult every second. Every moment. Then even more kunai came his way and the speed of Satsuki started to increase even more, but her ability to sustain such amounts of speed was slowly slipping away from her own grasp. "Come on! Come on! Come on!" Satsuki thought, seeing Neji dodge another set of kunai from numerous amounts of directions. Neji huffed as he dodged another after another. Where are all these kunais coming from? Neji thought, observing his surroundings. His eyes soon widened while he was dodging the kunai once again. She was reusing the kunai that she had thrown. Each kunai that fell on the ground, she had picked up and thrown them back not even a second later. "This speed, it's unreal," mused Neji, gritting his teeth with much anger to his own name. If push comes to shove, Neji is going to have to use it once more. Time after time, Satsuki kept keeping her distance at the maximum and only engaged in close encounters at necessary times. This kept him from blocking off her chakra points. After each batch of kunai thrown and each batch of kunai dodged, the two enemies rapidly became tired to a very high extent. He clenched his teeth down as he saw the next batch of kunai arrive at quick pace. Neji decided that he had enough of this loop. He quickly stopped himself. 8 tigrams palm revolving heaven. And once again, Neji spun rapidly in a circular formation, letting chakra emit from his body and deflected the numerous amount of kunais that came his way. Satsuki threw another batch of kunai as Neji started to quickly slow down from the rotation that he just undergone. And like Neji, she also started to slow her pace down. The fatigue washed over her as the ever-so-quick kunai pierced Neji's flesh very roughly. It seemed Neji was desperate and wanted this endless loop of kunai and dodging to stop once and for all. And he got it. But his victory was his cost. Neji widened his eyes as pain and fatigue fell right on top of him all at once in a singular and forsaken moment of his life. But this did not stop him at all. "And no!" yelled Neji, stumbling just a bit back and pulled out the numerous kunai that had been inflicted upon his body. Once he had pulled them out, blood started to escape from the flesh wounds that Satsuki had delivered to him. By this point in time, they were at least 10 meters away from each other. Even though Satsuki had stopped using her maximum speed and was panting at a tremendous rate, Neji was in an even worse state than that of Satsuki. Her ragged panting started to slow down and she began to refocus once more on her current enemy in the Chunin exams. She then started form a rapid amount of hand seals quickly. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Chidori. With a terrifying gaze, a high concentrated amount of lightning formed on her hand. The audience widened their eyes at this magnificent development. Satsuki then jumped way back from Neji and readied herself for her final attack. Satsuki fastened herself and ran towards Neji at such fast speeds. By no means was she aiming to kill Neji at all. What she wanted to do was build up and maximize the destructive power of the Chidori that she was currently using. How, you're asking? Kinetic energy and its wonders. A pained Neji jumped back, expecting her to attack him with it with direct contact. Oh, how wrong he really was. In reality, Satsuki did the very unexpected and stopped abruptly and aimed the Chidori downwards and pierced the grounded with such power. The lightning traveled through the soft ground that the two stood on. She saw the tension that was building up within Neji. The fear was invoking his mind, his mentality. Checkmate, said Satsuki. The lightning that traveled through the ground officially reconnected once more and created a daring high explosion of power that was just big enough to knock Neji back with such sheer power and force. 3. Pillars of smoke loomed through the air. As the smoke cleared, Satsuki saw an absolutely battered and bruised Neji laying on the ground in utter pieces. Satsuki wiped the sweat off her panting face. Jerk, said Satsuki. Genma looked at Neji and saw that he was unable to move at all. Winner, Uchiha Satsuki. The crowd roared in cheers. 6. The crowd cheered as they saw such a driving moment in the final phase of the battle. With Satsuki's victory, the crowd was completely overjoyed from such a spectacular fight. Satsuki looked around her body and saw that she had been given a minimal amount of damage from Neji. She was quite surprised herself, if she was being totally honest. The Hyuga were very lethal when it came to close combat. There were many times in the battle that she could have jeopardized her own safety and be trapped in Neji's trap. Satsuki sighed quietly before glancing at the downed Neji for a brief amount of time. Fate worshipper, said Satsuki quietly as she walked away from Neji and inside of the black abyss that was also known as a tunnel. The medics came in running to tend to Neji in a quick manner. She then calmly went up the stairs and entered the spectating area for the contestants of the finals. He's still not here? Satsuki asked Shikamaru as he just shook his head lazily. She by no means was friends with the lazy person known as Shikamaru, but she does know that Naruto and him were close acquaintances. And that's really the only reason she was talking to him. Well, I'm half surprised. Naruto is always tardy and skipping things, but doesn't usually be this late when it comes to these kinds of things. Satsuki thought to herself and she looked down towards the battlefield closely. She looked over the ledge and waited for the next to start up. Can I have Kankuro and a bear Meishino for their battle? It was not a request, it was an order that one could say was absolute. Satsuki looked over at the two contestants that were called over. There seemed to be a lot of conflict apparent on Kankuro's face. Satsuki questioned this. There should really be no actual reason to be so conflicted since all he had to do was simply go down there and fight. Her analytical eye then warped right towards Shino and saw him ready him to go down to the arena right below them. As Shino was about to move, Kankuro spoke out towards Genma. I forfeit Proctor. This caught many by surprise. And this decision was most definitely not liked by the public figure/audience that were surrounding them. BOOO. Lots of the crowd yelled out loud with utter disappointment at Kankuro's forfeit. Well, now it was one step closer to Naruto's fight. Satsuki looked at Kankuro with narrowed eyes. Weird. Your decision is quite odd, thought Satsuki before moving her eyes back to the fight that was about to start in a few minutes. 1. Can I have Nara, Shikamaru and Temari for their fight? Announced Genma. This announcement brought a smirk of arrogance on Temari's face. And this brought out a sigh of laziness from Shikamaru. With much boredom, Shikamaru walked right down his way to the field. He entered the dark and narrow tunnel and appeared from the other side and walked out in the blazing heat from the field around him. Temari appeared soon after. Her hand was holding the large fan that she always held between her fingertips. Shikamaru yawned loudly with little to no motivation involved at all. He looked up towards the blazing sun and sighed internally once more. Today was just not his day. Well, it usually isn't his day. But today is just being the worst to him than any other day that he had ever experienced. In a split second, he felt the air around him start to vigorously tear apart. Before he knew it, a blondie jumped at him with her large fan creating its own power. Her figure was blocking his view of the sun. Then in another second, the giant folding fan came striking down with very serious power right behind it. The ground shook lightly as the dusty smoke that was created from the impact of the dirt. As she lifted the fan off of the ground, she noticed that there was no one that got crushed from the fan itself. "What a troublesome opponent," said Shikamaru with some marks that he got from dodging the fan. A small, but slight smirk appeared on his face. "But I don't plan on losing to a hothead." A blast of wind was directed right towards him courtesy of Temari. Shikamaru narrowly sighed as he barely dodged the blast of wind that came from the giant folding fan that was thrown at him by Temari. Taking this time to his own advantageous position, Shikamaru ran away and jumped up to endless leaves of a tree on the opposite side of the arena. With the dust of smoke slowly cleared away, the ever so serious Temari quickly made her guard back up and tried looking around for Shikamaru in a fast manner. Gritting her teeth, her eyes pierced through the area with her giant folding fan showing 3 purple dots that indicated the power output that she could use. "He's a person who uses shadows," thought Temari, analyzing her current situation. Even though Shikamaru was lazy and unmotivated, he is still quite the force to be reckoned with. Narrowing her eyes, she slightly readied herself to begin her next attack. Unfortunately for her, Shikamaru seemed to have already exacted his next move in the battle. Starting out quite simple, Shikamaru tried using his shadow possession jutsu on Temari. Though while this could be seen as lazy attempt to defeat Temari like expected, he was just testing the waters, you could actually say. Reacting quickly, Temari used her giant folding fan and backed away from ever getting caught by ever so dangerous shadows that were being controlled by a lazy smartass. A bead of sweat followed and slipped right down her face as she glided her giant folding fan and created a small but thin line at the very edge of the limit of the shadows. Glaring at the boy that was hiding within the shadows, she was slightly gritting her as her eyes looked at him. He knew that she couldn't cross that line. And that was the worst part. Hopefully, with Temari unable to cross that line and enter the territory of Shikamaru and his shadows, the whole battle that they were currently having was full of stagnancy. This was just simply a battle of tactical prowess. With the amount of time she'd been thinking, Shikamaru had been doing his very cool and special hand sign thingy shebang and formed his very good plan. And immediately after, he casted a shadow that was honed straight towards her. This shook her out of her thinking and made her tense up immensely. "It's fine. As long as I stand right behind this very line, I'll be completely fine." Her thinking was once again cut off as she immediately saw the shadow possession jutsu suddenly cross the line. With her eyes widened, she backed away with her fan purely out of her own instincts. Her heart was quickly beating as she saw the shadow once again reach its limit and stop completely. She let out a sigh of relief as she saw this change of events. Now the real question, what was the cause of this? Looking around quickly, she saw the shadows that Shikamaru that he was still currently in, to have been extended in its own length. This stagnancy that was in the midst was for sure beneficial for the lazy king himself. She slightly looked up and saw the slight smirk on Shikamaru's face. He was keeping her on her toes very often. On the downside for her, she will be burning more of her stamina than Shikamaru. This battle was much harder than it may actually seem. Shikamaru noticed her face or realization. "You caught on," said Shikamaru, seemingly trying to lengthen the shadows that he was currently in. Temari knew she was in quite the crap-y predicament. As she breathed in and out, a small circular shadow started to appear right at the tip of the jutsu. Not even giving her a second of breathing, the shadow Poseizion jutsu was back up and running. With it extending its reach, Temari had to extend her guard once again. God, Shikamaru was a pain in the butt when he actually wants to be. As she maneuvered her way around the jutsu that was being wielded by Nara Shikamaru, her eyes held a fierce glare that was directed towards Shikamaru. It was clear that this technique was very useful for someone like Shikamaru. His eyes stopped following her as she stopped moving once the shadow reached its limit. She didn't like this. She was quickly being backed into a corner that has no way out. Sooner or later, she will lose a horrible battle. It was either she keep dodging the endless tactics that Shikamaru throws and eventually gets caught by the shadows that loom over them from the walls. Or she loses too much stamina and eventually falls to the tricks of a lazy boy and his lazy but smart attitude. She was entering a cycle that will be her own undoing. Should she forfeit? Or should she fight for the win? It wasn't wrong for her to want to win, but at the same time, she didn't really need to win at all. What was truly important was not this battle, but the impending doom that was about to fall on Konoha. To become Chunin, all she needed to do was display the needed requirements to become a full-fledged Chunin that was recognized by their own village. Nevertheless, winning was a bonus objective that she could work for. But actually achieving that goal was quite the whole different story than one could say. The person right in front of her was a slippery person with a very intelligent mind that was highly dangerous. Even though she was losing the battle, she wondered what the person known as Nara Shikamaru was thinking throughout this battle. I'll go a bit longer, then I'll just forfeit, thought Shikamaru as he saw Temari hide right behind her giant folding fan. From the very few battles that he somewhat saw, the fan that she wields can fluctuate in power depending the amount of dots shown. He saw that she was once again lost in deep thought. Wow, she does love thinking on what she should do all the time. With her in a very deep thought, Shikamaru thought this would be a good time to initiate his next part of his plan. Over with Temari, her mind once began running on its very own. She needed to know what she needed to do to potentially win this uphill battle against Shikamaru. What should I do? A bead of sweat slowly dripped down from her forehead. Her eyes and body was very tense and stressed from the tactical and strategic battle that the two of them were currently in. Maybe a clone jutsu? She was considering many options that could give her a route to her potential win. This was going to be her last, desperate attempt for the absolute win. She then started to form the 3 hand seals that was required to create a simple clone. Ram Snake Tiger. But just before the deciding moment, she suddenly froze, unable to even move from her singular spot. Her ability to control her own body was out of her own reach. Her arms started to move on her own accord. Finally, took some time, but I finally managed to do it. Shadow Possession Jutsu complete. Temari heard a voice just from meters behind her. From behind? Thought Temari as her process of thinking started to quickly come back to her just from the pure amazement. 8. How about a quick look? Asked Shikamaru as he moved to the right slightly. She widened her eyes from the surprise as he saw a regular clone just slouching there with no actual meaning. To think that last part would actually work. To be honest, I got too lazy by the end of the plan and just resorted to something simple. I just took advantage of your deep thinking. Shikamaru then made her look to the back, showing her where he truly was. It was quite the gamble. The shadows from behind weren't nearly as sufficient as the one in the front. But it was enough, since she was close enough to the wall from the back. To put it simply, he half-assed the plan, but it managed to work out perfectly fine. Temari was not too happy about actually winning the battle that was way too one-sided in Shikamaru's favor. I forfeit, said Shikamaru, shocking the people that surrounded them. He then released the shadow possession and yawned immediately after. He knew that this was probably a good time to stop this one-sided battle by forfeiting and losing the match due to this surprising forfeit by him. Plus, this battle was probably good enough for him to pass on to become a full-fledged Chunin. Though he didn't really care about becoming a Chunin or anything. I know my own limits, and well, this is my limit. I guess. Genma slightly sighed at this as he looked over at the frozen Temari. He nodded before announcing the winner of the match. Winner, Temari. The crowd had a mixture of displeasure and cheers from all around the stadium. Displeased with the fact that Shikamaru gave up at the end so easily. And cheers due to the spectacular of a fight between the two of them. You're running late, Naruto, said Jiraiya as he looked at him. He nodded, knowing what Jiraiya had previously said was the utmost truthful thing he had heard today. I know, I am horribly late to the exams. That's fine. I think. Jiraiya sighed at Naruto's answer and his very nonchalant way of answering the said question. He was closing in on the stadium. And? What's your excuse? He asked Naruto. Though Naruto just shrugged at him as a response. I was just misinformed of the date, that's all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been late to the finals of the Chunin exams at all. Jiraiya then held a puzzled look on his face as he inspected Naruto. Then why are you walking instead of just doing something more efficient? He asked Naruto. If he was being honest, he just didn't really want to see the fights and just wanted to relax. Though while the Satsuki vs Neji fight would have been interesting, the other two battles would just lack the energy if you want to put it in that kind of sense. I don't know, I guess the road of life that Kakashi-sensei speaks of is real. 1. Hokage Dano, what will you do? Asked the Kage Kaze. Hiruzen stayed silent for another moment or two. He had not been expecting Naruto to take this long to arrive. 1. It would seem we will have to disqualify him, said Hiruzen. He didn't really want him to get disqualified, since he wanted to see how much power Naruto held at his age. Oh? Why is that? The Kazekage asked Hiruzen another question right after the former was answered. Hiruzen just slightly sighed as he looked down at the stadium below. Ah, well, I do know that the people in the crowds are wanting to see the two genin duel it out for the win, but it would seem Naruto is yet to be present, and for me to let him to not be disqualified would be a sign of his level of privileges. Well, wouldn't that be another good sign for you to give him some more time before he is fully disqualified? Think about it, the people that are here right now are wanting to see these two fight even more than Uchiha Satsuki and Hyuga Neji. That shows. He did pose quite a good point there. Some people may not know it, but Naruto was quite the important figure in Konoha. He was said to be a nobody but was a prodigy that was something people aspire to be. Oh, how wrong they were aspiring. Though even if that aspiration of theirs was everything but the truth, it was still an aspiration that inspired all. Hokage Dano, let me propose you something, said the Kazekage. This caused Hiruzen to look up towards the fourth Kazekage with much interest. And what will that proposal be? Hiruzen asked him. Well, you don't seem to want to lengthen the time before the boy comes by anyone else here from your village. So, I was wondering if you were willing to lengthen the time of his arrival if it was requested by someone like me. Hiruzen sighed at that. Well, if it was coming from anybody else below your power, then I would refused. But since you requested it, I have no reason to refuse a request from a fellow Kage. Hiruzen nodded before he relayed this information to Genma. Genma was surprised, but at the same time, not surprised. Quite a self-explanatory thing if you get the gist of it. He's taking forever. Satsuki thought as she looked down at the arena with much boredom. While she did expect him to take long, she did not expect this long. Satsuki thought it was going to be some cool but cliché entrance brought to you by the infamous Naruto of the Hidden Leaf. But no, he might actually get disqualified. I don't know why you're so worked up by this. He's going to show up, said Shikamaru as he laid on the concrete floor of the spectating arena. She glared at him. You don't know him like I do. He likes being weird by taking his time doing things if he considers them not a hassle. And well, I guess he considers this not a hassle. Shikamaru yawned, not caring about this conversation at all. I guess he and I are quite similar. Though I do know that I play shogi with him every once in a while. Though it seems he is always busy now. Ah, well. Saves me the amount of times I have to think. He's a tricky one. Satsuki ignored the few bits and just continued to look down and wait for his arrival. I want to fight him. She thought to herself. 30 seconds left, Genma said to himself as he played around with the small toothpick that was sticking right out of his very mouth. He heard about rumors about Naruto. Said that he was very proficient at the shinobi arts. A prodigy of his own right, and was said to be a very intelligent person in the same league as the fourth and Itachi. And the bad rumors about him? They are all quite very minor ones, but it is said that Naruto just didn't take things seriously towards the later years in the academy. Though his skills did let him pass without needing to have good grades. His unmotivated persona was restricting him from his full capabilities. If he actually tried constant training and honed every skill in his arsenal, he could have been as powerful or even more powerful than the infamous prodigy of the Uchihas. 2. Uchiha Itachi. Though that may seem like quite the stretch. 10 seconds left. There was a very slim chance that Naruto would actually arrive within that 10 seconds of time before his true disqualification. Gaara was madly waiting at the arena for his prey that he wanted to scream in pure fear and pain. 5 seconds left. He thought. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Genma's thoughts were then interrupted by a voice that came from the dark tunnels that was located to the side of the fighting arena. He looked over that location. I'm here. I'm here. Sorry, I'm late, said a familiar voice. And with that, Naruto appeared from the dark tunnel in all his glory. With a single yawn, the crowd cheered at his arrival. 4. To think he would come in at the last second was surprising. Literally. Genma slightly sighed as he nodded at Naruto, then looked up towards the cage stands and nodded at them. Naruto stopped just a few meters away from Gaara. He readied himself and pulled out a kunai. Sorry for the wait, and because of that, your defeat was postponed, said Naruto as he brought the kunai upwards and pointed it at Gaara. With this current battle that is about to flock and fly off, the crowd was waiting for their fight with pure anticipation from what was about to begin. The two contestants that stood at the very center of the arena stared at each other without any wavering thoughts or intentions. The only real difference was their own facial expressions that was currently being displayed to their faces. While Naruto had a very calm look on his face, Gaara had a very murderous and devilish look on his face as he stared at Naruto. Your blood will be more than sufficient for mother, Gaara said very ominously with such a crazed look on his face. Naruto stayed calm and nonchalant through the very serious and threatening words/comment that Gaara had spat out of his mouth. I don't plan on losing to you or your mother, Naruto said calmly, readying himself rather quickly as he waited for their match to start. Genma looked at the two before he breathed in and out. This was going to be quite the battle between these two. How should I approach this? Naruto thought as he stretched his fingers. They were just itching for the two of them to engage in a battle. Genma went between the two. Start! Yelled Genma, jumping back as the battle had finally started from that one word alone that came out of his mouth. Expecting one of them to approach on another with a simple run, their expectations betrayed them through their actions. Naruto backed away as sand from the ground suddenly rose up to attack Naruto in an instant because of Gaara's orders. For me to be able to dodge the sand at a constant rate, I needed to conserve my stamina during and before this fight began. This was also another reason why he took his time. Naruto breathed in and out as he saw sand get shot right towards him as he jumped to the side to avoid the sand once again. He then looked back, seeing the sand follow him at a quick rate. TCH. What an annoyance, said Naruto with a voice that was full of apathy. He looked right towards the side and saw the concrete wall that was just a few meters away. Moving slightly to the left, Naruto jumped right towards the wall as the sand continued to follow him. With very nimble movement, Naruto readied his kunai and aimed himself downwards as he jumped off of the concrete wall. The sand kept on following, but Naruto had his kunai and as he landed on the ground, he threw it right towards Gaara. As the kunai flew right towards Gaara, his intersected and protected him before he could get hurt by the kunai. All I have to do is move faster than the sand itself, Naruto thought, forming a multitude of hand seals. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Naruto then inhaled and then exhaled out a large fireball that honed itself right towards Gaara at a rapid rate. Without flinching, the sand once again protected him from any serious damages. Naruto observed this as he kept on running, his speed increasing each second that passed. It seemed like if he wanted to turn his sand into glass, he'll need to pour in more chakra into the fireball next time. The crazed look still remained on Gaara's face as he kept on sending out sand towards Naruto. Breathing in and out, Naruto managed to dodge it with his constant speed. I need to get closer, Naruto thought, redirecting his direction very suddenly. This caused him to lose a bit of speed and it honestly cost him quite the amount of speed. The sand caught up to him, as Gaara controlled it by trying to sweep down and catch Naruto by the foot. With quick reaction, Naruto managed to create a shadow clone right above him. It then threw himself via the clone. Looking down, Naruto saw the sand rise up from the ground and follow him once more. As his hair swayed through the air, Naruto created another clone that appeared right to his side. The clone then threw him right towards Gaara. "You're dead!" yelled Gaara, his crazy attitude once again erupting from his mouth. The sand that was following him was now in the air. Better yet, there was now another batch of sand that was coming his way. Just before the two batches of sand came crushing him and his organs, Naruto managed to switch himself out with a log that took his place and sacrificed itself for Naruto. The sand then crashed into one another, thus distracting Gaara for a split second. Shaking himself out of this shock, Gaara began to look around for Naruto's current location. "You!" exclaimed Gaara, seeing another fireball go straight at him. Using his sand once again, Gaara blocked the fireball with his sand for the protection that he needed to survive the flaming hot fire. To his surprise, the sand that he wielded to protect himself suddenly became shattered glass, one that was beyond broken by a single fireball that came from Naruto. 6. Widening his eyes, the fireball broke though and launched him away. So where was Naruto? Well, if you were talking about a few seconds ago, he would be standing right on the wall. Now? It would be him trying to gain enough speed to shatter Gaara into millions of tiny pieces. And, well, he was getting quite the amount of speed that will surely surpass the speed of Gaara's sand. Gaara started to get lifted up from the ground by his own sand, with him slightly gritting his teeth out of anger. To think he got hit by something that was not someone purely just outspeeding him. Well, that was until now. As Naruto felt the fresh breeze brush past him, Naruto started to slowly generate power within his fist. All everyone saw was a speeding bullet, a blur that was speeding through. 3. And as Naruto closed in on Gaara, he was now up and standing on the ground with a fierce glare on his face that was being directed at the one and only Naruto himself. The ground below started to rise up and transform into a sharp spike that was aimed at the speeding Naruto that was just simply a blur of nothing. Grinding his teeth, Gaara was hoping to hit Naruto while he was running straight at him. "I'll take your blood!" yelled Gaara, having the need to kill Naruto and spill his blood on the ground. But, unexpectedly, Naruto disappeared from everyone's sight. The sand that was supposed to hit Naruto, hit nothing but air. Naruto appeared right above Gaara, blocking his view from the glistering sun that was above them. "Inferior," said Naruto. "Monster," he finished saying as he disappeared once again as more sand came his way. Naruto appeared right behind, crouching down before sending Gaara flying away before sand could protect him. I'll break him, shatter him in a million pieces and truly prove whose mindset is inferior," thought Naruto. He was a boy that only worked with efficiency. This battle will be his entryway. And once he efficiently breaks him down, he'll have one less person to worry about in the future. Naruto, though slower than before, got back up on his feet and ran right towards Gaara. "Plus, I want to win," Naruto thought as Gaara got back up quickly due to his sand. With sand arousing from the ground, Naruto dodged and weaved the sand in a quick manner. "Inferior? I'll show you inferior. Ha 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 ha." Gaara laughed at the end as he kept on shooting his sand at Naruto with the plan to critically injure him beyond understanding. Maybe even kill him. "I need to gain the speed back," Naruto thought, brushing right past the sand, and appeared to the side, dodging the sand with very little effort. He then created a clone that appeared just above him and pulled him up to his level. "To think I'm holding myself back so much," Naruto thought, just narrowly dodging the sand with the use of his clones. His growth as a shinobi was faltering. And it was all because of him. Throughout the month, Naruto had been able to go over a lot of things. One was the similarities between him and Gaara. He had asked Kurama about Gaara and his sneaking suspicion on him being a Jinchuriki. And Kurama confirmed his suspicions to the T. Naruto saw it so clearly that he could have been Gaara. He was a Jinchuriki like him, but he was just treated like crap, an outcast by his people. His mental abilities was broken by his own people. But that's how they were different. Gaara's mentality was broken, Naruto's was not. And it's that very same mentality that let him get so strong alongside his very good genes that coursed through his body. 1. If his genes was the food, then his mentality was the plate that support and protect it. And it's also the same mentality that makes him weak. And like his genes, there's something that supports his mentality. Himself. And just like that, there's already 3 layers to the boy named Uchiha Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. He was raised by 2 monsters that existed in the world. One hidden by false kindness. One open to the world to see. And to become stronger, I will embrace it, my own weakness that I created from my mentality. Naruto thought, quickly approaching Gaara as he dodged even more of the sand. His weakness was part of his mentality, not weaknesses like flawed stances, or slow hand seals. It was just his mind, his memories. They were being a liability to him in every way possible. And the only logical way to use this weakness and fully get rid of it is to use it for himself. To become the greatest, every means necessary is needed to be used without any hesitation. Naruto could almost laugh at himself for being so pathetic. Anyway, as Naruto dodged and weaved, Gaara's behavior became more erratic. He was starting to get irritated by Naruto's constant pressure on his mentality. He noticed, but he doesn't do anything about it. "Die! Die!" yelled Gaara with such anger and crazed for blood laced inside of his voice. Naruto jumped into the air and managed to dodge the numerous spikes that rose up from the ground to potentially kill him without any mercy given to him. Naruto managed to pass through the layer of a fence and decided to go straight for the kill. With a quick plan come into mind, Naruto had a plan full of pure prediction. As he closed in Gaara, another layer of offense and a layer of defense was about to be created. Naruto knew this from the fight that he had witnessed from before with Gaara and Lee. He knew that Gaara was equally strong on both the offensive and defensive capabilities. But when someone of equal power and speed that can plow right through, Naruto saw that Gaara simultaneously brings out his defensive and offensive abilities to push them back. But as long as someone has something to go around it, his plan of pushing them away will be useless. Naruto ducked slightly down as he created a clone to take the fall. This distracted Gaara for just a tiny second. That will be more than enough, Naruto thought, passing through the large sand spikes that took down the clone. As he passed through the spikes, the defensive abilities were about to activate. Naruto then threw a multitude of kunai straight at Gaara to activate it. Once it was activated, Naruto then threw a punch right at Gaara. Unfortunately for Naruto, his hand was caught by the defensive sand from Gaara. Gaara then strengthened his sand to crush Naruto's arm. He gritted his teeth in slight pain as he looked at the bloodthirsty look on Gaara's face. "You're dead," yelled Gaara, getting more sand to get thrown straight at him. After feeling the slight pain, Naruto sighed with the apathy laced within. "Sacrifices are needed," said Naruto. Suddenly, a clone appeared from behind Naruto and jumped up into the air and kicked Gaara's face away. This clone was the clone that was supposedly destroyed by the sand spikes that was summoned by Gaara himself. But in reality, the clone had transformed itself into a twig that was very unnoticeable. Naruto then sacrificed his arm to get an opening that was good enough for the real Naruto to capitalize on. Naruto then pulled back his broken arm. Naruto grabbed the shirt of Gaara just before he was about to be blown away and punched him away. But Naruto was yet to be done with him. Without faltering, Naruto bursted right towards Gaara and grabbed his shirt once again. Throwing him without any hesitation, Gaara hit the wall with full impact. With the concrete wall smashed, Naruto threw a kunai at the vulnerable Gaara. The kunai managed to get through the sand shield before it could move to defend Gaara. The kunai pierced Gaara's cheek and got lodged into the concrete wall that he had landed onto. Naruto threw even more kunai that were thrown in a lower trajectory. With his sand shielding him from the other kunai, Gaara had finally noticed something. Blood? Questioned Gaara, his eyes widening as he saw the crimson liquid drip down from his cheek. He placed his hand right over the blood on his cheek and tainted his finger with his blood. "My blood. 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 My blood." As his blood dripped down, the plan started to diverge, and everything that was surrounding the two contestants was about to go in light in endless flames of chaos. This was only the beginning of the big event. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked up right towards the air, seeing many feathers quickly falling down from the sky above. He knew what exactly this was. Genjutsu. Naruto thought, before releasing the genjutsu that was about to trap him in a sleep. Looking down once more, Naruto saw Gaara get surrounded by his siblings. Then his sensei, Baki, soon followed after them and stood right in front of them. Baki soon looked over at Naruto with a fierce look on his face. It seemed like Baki had the very intention of protecting Gaara from Naruto. "Gaara needs to recover. He is an asset for the whole plan," said Baki, gesturing them to get away from the area to give Gaara some time to recuperate somewhere else. Naruto started to walk right towards them with a careful manner. This got Baki to bring his guard up. He may be a genin, but Naruto was dangerous and it could prove to be dangerous for Baki. A betrayal of sorts, I see, said Naruto, whispering to himself as he prepared to go after Gaara. He didn't need to fight Baki, it was just simply not needed. "You're in my way," Naruto said to Baki, readying himself for a way to get through this layer of defense right in front of him. Turning on his Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto started to look around the arena. 6. They'll go to the tunnel. No, they'll go the simple route and run up the wall and run away while Baki holds me up. TCH. Useless. Naruto thought, preparing for a plan to intersect and stop them from getting the help Gaara needed to recuperate. Naruto then launched himself right towards them once Gaara had been moved to go away from the center point of the whole mess. Without any hesitation, Baki jumped right towards Naruto as well. "I can't let get to him," said Baki, throwing a multitude of kunai right towards Naruto. Without flinching or stopping, Naruto dodged the kunais with fluid movement, with him rotating his body through the narrow pathways in between the kunais. Baki then threw a punch right at Naruto as his back was facing him. "Sorry," said Naruto, also dodging that punch by moving his body just slightly to the side, having the punch just brush past his shirt. This made Baki widen his eyes. Naruto then appeared right behind Baki, letting Genma to take over the fight. "But you don't have a choice," Naruto finished, jumping away from the fight to let Genma to take the fight with Baki instead of himself. Baki looked back with his eyes widened. That distorted movement, it's like he knew I was going to punch his back. Or did he prepare for that just in case? Baki thought, gritting his teeth as he now has to fight Genma himself. That hurt. Naruto thought, putting a hand on his eye for a second or two before lifted it off and away and continued his way to the direction of the Sand siblings. He wiped his cheek and fastened his pace and kept following their lead. He had no way of tracking them, so he had been resorting to a much more dangerous method within his arsenal. And it was currently costing him quite the bit. Naruto soon caught up to the Sand siblings in a quick manner. They looked behind and saw his face. They immediately started to grit on their teeth. "I'll hold him off. Go!" yelled Kankuro, stopping just a tree away from Naruto to instigate a battle with him. Temari nodded and continued her way with Gaara to help him recuperate. "You'll be battling me!" Kankuro yelled, bringing out a puppet for him to control. This puppet that he was currently wielding is named Karasu. Attaching chakra threads on the puppet, he was now ready to battle Naruto. With quick movement, Kankuro made Karasu move right towards Naruto. As the puppet made its way towards Naruto, Kankuro made it stretch its hand and let a sharp needle come out with dripping purple liquid oozing all throughout the needle. Poison? Naruto thought, moving to side to dodge the puppet and the needle that was truly aimed at him to potentially poison him without any hesitation. For the kill, huh? Naruto thought, jumping in the air to dodge the needle once again. Without much thought, Naruto predetermined what was about to happen and weaved himself through the air. And as expected, the needle missed him once again and he managed to land back on the tree without any serious repercussions on his body. "I need to end this more quickly," Naruto thought, looking to the side of, he saw Kankuro meticulously controlling the puppet. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet. He then maneuvered his way and ducked down around the large tree branch. Naruto then jumped to the main part of the tree trunk. He then started to run up the tree trunk. Naruto then slowly pulled out a kunai. Without any faltering or hesitation laced in his actions, Naruto threw it right towards the wielder, Kankuro. This caused him to have to let go of the chakra threads and back away. The puppet was now out of reach. Naruto saw this and made his way right towards Kankuro with a simple jump once he landed on the large tree branch that was sticking on the side of the trunk. "On, no you don't!" yelled Kankuro, jumping to the next tree in an instant and quickly reforming the lost chakra threads that used to connect the two of them. "You became careless." The head of Karasu then popped off and came straight towards Naruto at a very fast pace. A mechanism then started and revealed a needle that was hidden within Karasu's mouth. The same purple substance was dripping down the needle. "I win." Sweat dripped down his head as he could practically see the win in his eyes. All he needed to do was not make a single mistake with these few seconds of actions. "Careless?" Naruto questioned, not even flinching at the sight of the needle that could exact his death. "Sorry, Kankuro, but," said Naruto, hardening his features just a bit before unleashing an incomplete skeletal Susanoo with a large skeletal hand that took the head of Karasu. 1. Naruto launched the head of Karasu right at Kankuro, though avoiding hitting him with the needle. Naruto did not have any intention of killing Kankuro at all. Naruto capitalized on his current advantageous position and jumped off of the tree branch once more and threw Kankuro at the trunk of the tree with the large hand of his Susanoo. "I'm always hundreds of steps ahead of everyone," said Naruto, voice devoid of pity, but the only thing that existed was the tone and voice of apathy. He turned off his Susanoo and briefly glanced at the downed Kankuro before jumping away from him and continuing his way behind Gaara and Temari. His plan to take me out was flawed from the very beginning, Naruto thought, jumping off of another tree, constantly following them as they gained a large margin of distance from Naruto. Naruto was slowly but surely reaching them once again. The final attack that was done by Kankuro would have worked on a lot of other people. But unfortunately for him, Naruto was not part of that margin of people. In fact, Naruto already had numerous plans that would give him a win in that single moment of time. Though it may seem exaggerated, Naruto did have a few plans that he had created on a whim in such pressure. Even though he didn't feel much pressure at that moment either. He could have summoned a shadow clone as a sacrifice and halt the speed of the head of Karasu, allowing Naruto to crush it without much effort needed. Or use a clone to propel him forward, allowing for Naruto to take the kill. Though, in the end, Naruto opted to using his Susanoo even though he knew it would surely cost him just a bit of his sight as the cost of using it. "Wow, you look like crap," said Satsuki, looking down at Kankuro. He saw blood dripping from his mouth and his body aching from unwavering pain that Naruto gave him. He would have died if Naruto didn't show him mercy. "Your friend. He's freaking insane," said Kankuro, coughing up some blood on the tree branch that he had fell on after he had been thrown to the tree. We knew that already." "So troublesome," said Shikamaru as Sakura slowly picked Kankuro up from the ground that he had been originally laid on just a few seconds ago. "I'll turn him in," said Sakura, receiving a few nods from Shikamaru and Satsuki. And on that note, they split ways, with Satsuki and Shikamaru moving forward after Naruto. And Sakura going back to turn Kankuro in. "How far do you think has he gone?" Satsuki asked Shikamaru. As a response, Shikamaru yawned then sighed just after. This irritated Satsuki as she wanted a straight answer. "I don't know. The injuries on that Kankuro guy seemed fairly new, probably just 10 minutes or so. Who knows?" Satsuki nodded, seeing that as a solid answer from someone like Shikamaru. Who doesn't like giving out solid answers or any at all? "Crap," said Temari, catching sight of Naruto, who was close behind their tails. She gritted her teeth, wondering how Naruto was able to catch up to them so easily. Well, that question was a very easy question that could be answered. Naruto just did a classic shadow clone and propelled himself forward with numerous clones to catch up to them easily. And Naruto was still doing that. Thus, stretching the duration of the time before Satsuki and Shikamaru would finally reach him. First, split them apart. Naruto thought, finally reaching the two. Appeared right above the two, Naruto threw a punch right towards Temari, making her having to split away from Gaara. TCH. Temari was grinding her teeth against each other, completely annoyed with Naruto and the amount of persistence that he was giving to defeat the three of them. "Your brother Kankuro, he's down for the count. I crushed him. He is currently in a critical condition, worst, he could die." Naruto was certainly exaggerating on the last few parts. Naruto saw Temari grow even more tense. He saw pure hesitation. Naruto had thrown her off of her focus. He had been intentionally aiming for that to happen. Implant something in her mind, thus lowering her morale and focus in a single instant. Naruto thought, summoning a few clones right beside him to fight off Temari. As long as the words that Naruto said to Temari sat in her mind, she'll fight at a lower level than she originally would. Her loss was already predetermined from the very beginning. The real Naruto then looked at Gaara, who was quickly losing his mind. "You. Eihaku Naruto." Temari had originally thrown Gaara to the next tree to create distance between him and Naruto. Though that wouldn't help much now that the two of them were about to battle it out against each other. Gaara had his hand on his head, he was feeling unwavering pain. "You. Who has unwavering power?" His facial features were starting to twitch due to the excruciating pain that he was feeling from within. It was soon becoming way too uncontrollable. "You. Who is a nobody?" He fell down on his knees, feeling pain ever so increase from his head. "You. Who is like me, a monster?" 1. A crack was starting to form on his face, and his eyes widening a very good extent. Temari widened her eyes at this development. The operation was going out of hand way too fast for their own good. 1. Sooner or later, the situation will be out of their own control, one that was going to be beyond their understanding. No. Temari thought. Not only did Naruto plant such extreme amount of mental pressure on her, but now she has to worry not to let Gaara go out of control. Which was quickly proving to be impossible. "Gaara. The operation. You can't break it," she yelled, feeling the increasing pressure of Naruto's clones as she was kicked away from one clone, then punched right towards a tree from another clone. Blood spilled from her mouth. "Naruto! You don't know what the heck you're doing!" Temari yelled at him, just barely dodging the attacks from the numerous Naruto clones that he had summoned. Naruto didn't listen to her. What the heck? He's going berserk. He's going to be way too freaking strong. Naruto still didn't continue to listen to her, opting to getting ready to battle Gaara instead. "No. It's better this way," said Naruto, glancing over at Temari the moment she was crashed into a tree from clone that the clones had summoned. What? She questioned in utter disbelief. What was Naruto saying? His actions was putting everyone in grave danger. But he doesn't seem to care. Temari gained a second to breathe and caught sight of Naruto and his current expression. It was devoid of care or emotion, only apathy remained from him. He didn't care about the amount of humans that could be killed from this development. Sad. Isn't it? Naruto asked, directing his question towards Temari as his back faced her. She was then punched away once more with the abundance of clones surrounding her. "This operation of yours is failing, hasn't it?" Temari widened her eyes at that following question. How? Did he know? Was their way of acting too conspicuous and not too inconspicuous? Truly said that they were being manipulated by Orochimaru. Naruto thought. With very little help from the lazy fox, Naruto had quickly connected the pieces together and found out about the investigation just through basic abilities of thinking. Orochimaru was a very key component for him to lead to this conclusion. Without him revealing himself, Naruto would have never saw through their plans. Well, he didn't know the exact details due to him quitting after finding out of the operation, but he does know one thing. He messed their operation up. One single action from him caused them to pivot to another direction. You don't need to know how I found out. No one ratted you out, I simply found out myself. That's all you need to know, Naruto said, batting an eye at Temari before turning back to Gaara. By defeating you, my existence, it will be proven. Gaara then screamed, feeling the pain course through his body. Instead of resisting the pain from within, he embraced it. In a quick second, Gaara had semi-transformed. Half of his body had transformed into something that resembled the Ichibai. Slowly but surely, he was going to fully turn into the Ichibai. 4. It was only a matter of time before that happens. But, as usual, Naruto kept on wearing his poker face and didn't even flinch at this sight of this. Is this what you wanted? Everything is turning into crap. It truly has everything from the failed operation, to Gaara slowly transforming into the Ichibai. And it was all according to plan, said Naruto, making Temari freeze in that very second. What did he mean by that? All according to his plan? What was the meaning of this? 7. First person, Naruto. 1. You might be wondering what I mean by that, I said, directing these words to both Temari and Gaara. I looked down at Gaara with a bored look on my face. Though I was certainly not bored at all. From the very beginning, my lateness, the battle with Gaara, and almost everything from that moment was meticulously planned and dictated by me. A jaw-dropping claim and statement that I had said. The lateness part may have been an accident, but I made it my advantage. I had many reasons for not arriving quickly and choosing to arrive later than expected. I wanted to pass the time, was too lazy, but most of all, scout the area for anything that will hinder my plans. Like I said, it was not originally planned this way, but I added it due to it being an option for me. I wanted to scout the area for anything like any route and be on standby. If my clones that I had scout found any of them around, my plans would certainly be greatly hindered to a very large extent. They would most certainly follow me if anything like this happened. That alone would weaken me due to me having to hold back on using my Mangekyo Sharingan. 1. There is no doubt Danzo know about the wonder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I have an inkling feeling that he does. He has large involvement in the affairs of the village, there is no doubt he knows the secrets of our clan. Though while I did not know much about your operation of sorts, I did know that Gaara was most certainly a large part of your plan. His purpose may be shrouded in mystery, but still a large part of the plan. It didn't matter if they planned to unleash the Ichibai in full course in the village, what mattered was that I had driven him off from the village before he could transform. Why do you think your operation is going so poorly? It's because of my doings. I created plan the moment I found some details about your unique operation. That plan was to break Gaara of the sand. Temari now realized what was going on. So, that means you wanted this to happen? She yelled in disbelief. Without hiding anything, Naruto nodded at her, confirming her suspicion with just one gesture. Correct. From my battle with him earlier, I planted seeds within his mind that slowly broke him down in his mental state more than it already was. I was slowly creating a situation that was being carefully weaved by me. 12. I did this by just simply calling him inferior and calling myself the better monster, which is most certainly true on the most part of the spectrum. 4. I then expected him to be retreated due to my sneaking suspicion of his high value to Suna. Of course, I got past your sensei and followed you all to this forest. Of course, I didn't plan for us to fight in this forest, we just coincidentally did fight here. The last part was true. Then brought the two people protecting him, you and Kankuro, I said, dodging Gaara as he broke the branch that I was originally standing on. I then hid behind a tree. But it didn't really need to be that way, you two just coincidentally just happened to want to protect him and have him recuperate his strength. I ran up against the side of the tree and jumped away to get closer to Temari. Of course, I didn't have to do much else, since Gaara's mental state was already quickly deteriorating at a constant rate because of my existence alone. And just like that, everything was carefully planned by me and me alone. I stood here now, letting everything around me to be dictated by me and my actions. Where I alone stand now, it was what I wanted as I looked down on Gaara from above as I moved my way through the trees that Gaara was quickly breaking. Why I did all of this just for this one moment? I did it for one reason and one reason alone. To fix him by breaking him into pieces. Doing this will ensure that he will no longer be a threat to my future goals in the future. He's strong and his strength can prove an obstacle and a hindrance to me in the future. One step closer to breaking him. One step closer to my absolute victory. 1. Naruto soared through the air as he dodged another attack from Gaara. A grunt escaped his lips as he ran up the trunk of the tree, and launched himself away to another tree. 3. Ha ha ha. Are you scared now? Yelled Gaara, his face wearing a large, but devilish grin. Though Naruto did waver with his poker face as he kept on dodging. Fear is simply a state of mind. When feeling fear, all you have to do is overcome it, Naruto said, swiftly landing on another branch before launching himself towards Gaara with no fear imprinted in his mind. Die. Gaara then shot his hand right towards Naruto at quick speed. Without much thought, Naruto replaced himself with a log and disappeared from his sight. Bits of shards of the log then attached themselves onto Gaara. Naruto then appeared right behind Gaara in an instant. Ducking down, Naruto unleashed his Susanoo with a large ribcage with a large arm attached it. With very little hesitation, Naruto then guided his Susanoo to grab Gaara. Tightening the hold that Naruto had on Gaara, a deafening scream of pain unleashed from within. "Ak!" screamed Gaara, feeling the pain. Naruto threw Gaara into a tree that made him feel even more pain coursing through his fragile body. Losing is unacceptable, winning is the only true necessity, stated Naruto, pushing a bit of his bangs to give him a more clear sight/vision of Gaara. Your existence. I hate it. Yelled Gaara, jumped towards Naruto with intent to kill him. Stretching his sand arm out towards Naruto, his face ever so crazy for the potential blood that could spill. Naruto did not block the hit. but he did use his Susanoo to cancel his attack out. Die. 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 Gaara kept on yelling the same word over and over again. He hated Naruto and his complexion. The way Naruto thought of him nothing but a petty existence angered him. And thus by killing Naruto, the person who thought of him nothing but a bug will truly make him feel alive. Naruto stayed silent through this whole ordeal and kept moving forward. Naruto moved to the side slightly to the side to dodge the potential blow that came his way from Gaara himself. Everyone around them knew that this battle between the two strong and elite tier shinobi was purely just a one-sided battle. One that was on Naruto's side. And his alone. "Sorry, Gaara," said Naruto. "But I outclass you in every way possible." He then powered up and ordered his Susanoo to counter. Gaara widened his eyes in pain. Blood appeared and sputtered out of his mouth. His body PNCE again met the bark of the trunk of the tree. Once a person falls, they finally know how truly imperfect they are. Naruto thought to himself, bringing his guard up as he had his piercing gaze on Gaara. "But that's good. Why is that? 'Cause only imperfect people can form a truly perfect world. Perfection does not know how it feels to fall down and regain their balance. They know nothing. 2. And because of that they have no true understanding of what is needed to attain the impossible challenge. The impossible challenge of a perfect world. One that a person could only dream of. One that an imperfect person can only attain. Change was needed in this messed up and cruel world that everyone lived in. But the only way you create the change you want is to become the driving force of it. And Gaara? He was just an example that Naruto shall serve to the world. That if no one else is willing to attain such a goal, then he will do it himself. Because if no one else, then only he can accomplish it. He must not waver and his conviction must never be lost once more throughout his conquest of peace. I won't falter. I won't hold and pull back. I must. Naruto thought of a few more words to finish with as he looked at Gaara screaming in pain. Press forward. Like a king. Naruto jumped right towards Gaara in their one-sided battle. He turned off his Susanoo so his eyes could rest just a bit more. His Mangekyo Sharingan morphed back into its original 3-Tomo Sharingan. Naruto created a clone right in front of him as Gaara shot his hand that was made of sand. Die. Naruto heard Gaara yell in utter pain. He jumped on his clone's back to dodge the attack. His eyes once again locked on Gaara to get in on his attack. Focus. Naruto thought to himself. He saw the sand arm get aimed right towards him. Naruto then meticulously moved his body through his body and managed to slip through the fingers of the hand in a swift motion. His feet attached itself on the sand arm and made his way right towards Gaara. Naruto could practically feel the arm of sand chase right after him. 1. With slick movement, Naruto passed through Gaara and quickly maneuvered and used his feet to kick the back of Gaara's head to disrupt his balance. Gaara widened his eyes as he felt Naruto's kick and his own sand splattering all over his face. Naruto then pulled out a kunai from his holster and gave Gaara's back a quick slash. With enough power, Naruto jumped away in just the nick of time before Gaara retaliated against him. His eyes were full of crazed anger and the thirst for blood. Naruto saw Gaara place his hand right over his face, trembling as he did. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" said Gaara, repeating the word over and over again. Naruto only looked at Gaara with pure indifference showing from his eyes. Naruto kept his guard up as Gaara spasmed out from reality. From this moment, Naruto knew that it was going to be much harder than before. His eyes focused on Gaara with such intensity. Forward. Naruto thought as he saw Gaara get fully encased in sand. A manic and devilish grin still on his face as he swung right towards Naruto. He clicked his tongue as Gaara glided towards him. "My eyes. I'll be blind before I turn 14. Naruto thought to himself as his 3-Tomo Sharingan that was hiding behind his contacts morphed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. 8. He knew the risks from doing this. But risks are needed to change this world. A grey skeletal ribcage and a large arm that was attached to the ribcage. Naruto slightly grit his teeth as he placed his hand cover an eye. He felt the pain that coursed through his body and eyes. "Losing your touch!" yelled Gaara, arriving right in front of Naruto with his arm out stretching right towards Naruto to attempt to crush the Susanoo. "Hardly," said Naruto, replying to Gaara as he deflected the said move with strong grip with his Susanoo. "Stronger! Stronger!" Naruto thought to himself as he gazed at Gaara with his burning eyes and body. Naruto could feel it. The differences in power was slowly closing. Naruto kept on gazing at the Jinchuriki right in front of him. "You're strong, I'll give you that much. But that only means you're an obstacle that I must simply overcome." Naruto did not want to fail. It didn't matter how much his sight declines because of this. What truly mattered to him was a victory. One that he would get from defeating a fellow Jinchuriki. Must become strong to accomplish his goals and reach the top of the world. He knew it from deep within. "I'm truly a twisted individual," Naruto thought to himself, jumping right towards Gaara in fast speeds. Gaara managed to react to this with a jump of his own. The two clashed. Naruto bought his foot and swung it right towards Gaara's sand body. Gaara managed to catch it with his free hand. With intent to kill, Gaara threw Naruto right at the furthest tree possible to gain maximum speed. Hardening his features, Naruto managed to stop the momentum of the throw. Redirecting himself, Naruto stood on top of the bark of the tree. Summoning multiple clones right behind him, Naruto threw them all towards Gaara in unfathomed speeds. Naruto then threw a pair of kunai right after the clones. Gaara brought one arm and swung it at the clones while extending the arm of sand to increase the output of power. The numerous kunai that followed the clones entered the veil of cloudy smoke. Naruto then followed up by running on the very branch of the tree that he was on and jumped right towards Gaara as the clouds of smoke was just beginning to disappear. Once it fully disappeared, Naruto appeared right in front of Gaara as he blocked the kunai with the arm full of sand. With full intent of taking advantage of his current situation. "Only one?" Naruto thought to himself as he released a small huff from his mouth as he appeared from below the branch that Gaara was standing on. Looking above, Naruto used his Susanoo to crush the branch above him. The countless splintering wood appeared as he saw Gaara fall from the said branch. Maneuvering his body, Naruto managed to narrowly dodge a hit from Gaara. Naruto brought the arm of his Susanoo on Gaara's shoulder and flung himself away to gather some distance between the two of them. He hid by a tree and turned off his Susanoo for a moment or two. Naruto wanted to avoid using his Mangekyou as little as possible, but it seems like it was going to be unavoidable. But then again, to change such a twisted world, one must take the risks needed to do so. No matter how twisted it can be. Naruto then felt the wood behind him burst into splinters. Scoffing, Naruto felt the sand-veiled arm attach to him and throw him away to the nearest tree. Crashing into the tree, Naruto managed to cushion his hit on the tree with a few shadow clones. Naruto knew that if he didn't react now, he would be soon entering a cycle of hits by Gaara himself. Naruto internally sighed to himself as he got back up to his feet and kept his guard back up. He activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and jumped in the air just before Gaara managed to get hold of him once again. Naruto had his gaze glued right on Gaara without wavering whatsoever. He then summoned multiple shadow clones once again and broke a large margin of the branch and threw them right towards Gaara at a constant rate. With his eyes reading each movement that Gaara made, Naruto was fully focused on defeating Gaara without any hesitation. Dodging the 2 arms of sand, Naruto got closer to Gaara. Naruto had many clones follow his steps. Soon enough, Naruto had hid himself well within the veils of the shadow clones that surrounded them all. "Gaara," said the real Naruto, revealing his current location while hiding within the armies of clones that protected him, their king, their emperor. "To defeat me, you'll need to try harder." Naruto then appeared right in front of Gaara with his usual deadly eyes. With much force, Naruto punched Gaara, and his clones were quickly appearing right behind Gaara in an instant. Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto continued to watch Gaara's movements as their fight was ongoing. Charging once again, Naruto saw the arms of Gaara spasm out of control. The arms then started to spin around, trying to clobber Naruto as he got closer once again. With unnatural prediction, Naruto managed to maneuver his body mid-air to dodge one arm. "Crap," he said before getting slammed by the other arm. Hitting a tree, Naruto gritted his teeth. "More. I'll kill you." Gaara yelled at Naruto with such murderous venom that could make people freeze. As Naruto started to get up, Naruto felt his right eye flare in utter pain. "Freak," Naruto thought, knowing that he was quite in a dire situation. To think that him, Naruto, would be resorting to so much of his reserves in this fight. 5 seconds. Naruto added to his thoughts as the pain his eyes increased by a few folds. He felt the blood from his right eye drip down and seep out of the palm that was covering his right eye. "Hey, you look like crap." Naruto heard a feminine voice appear right beside him and disappear with him just before an arm of sand could strangle him to death. Naruto looked to his side with his uncovered eye. It was Satsuki. She was quite surprised by Naruto in his current state. She had never seen him so vulnerable before. All this time, Naruto had a barrier that no one could breach due to his own control. She could hear his ragged breathing. Her eyes moved up and saw the eyes that Naruto held. Those eyes. Satsuki thought to herself. It was different, but he could feel the unwavering power of them that were similar to attack his own. To think he had them. The tenseness of the air around them was killer. Naruto, his uncovered eyeball, looked at Satsuki. "Don't worry, I'll save you." Naruto slightly widened his eyes as he heard those words as Satsuki jumped in the battle. This left Naruto to his own thoughts. Saved? I don't need saving. I don't want to be saved because I can save myself. Naruto thought to himself. All of this, it was his fault because he was too incompetent. I'm failing. Because of my own underlying arrogance. And now I'm being saved due to it. Naruto clenched his opposite hand into a fist. His situation wasn't the greatest at the moment. Naruto looked what was happening right in front of him. It was Satsuki fighting Gaara, an opponent that he was slowly failing to defeat. And it seemed like she was also having a hard time dealing with Gaara also. "We're too weak, I'm too weak. Freak." Naruto cursed at himself. "I don't want to fail. I 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 don't want to fail." Naruto repeating in his mind. 3. Why have such overwhelming talent when you can't even use it? Why go and try so hard to create peace for people you don't even know in this unfair and wrong world with just as cruel people in it? Because I want prove the impossible. That Madara's way of peace is inferior to my own. That is a future that I want. No matter how twisted it is, I'll do whatever it take to achieve it. Naruto uncovered his right eyes that had blood dripping down. He slowly go up from his pathetic state. With his eyes no longer being covered by his contacts, Naruto followed their movements with such precision and accuracy. Satsuki was already as hurt as he was as of right now. He saw bits of blood dripping from her mouth. "Die, die, die, die!" yelled Gaara over and over again as he wanted to kill everyone in his sight with his unstable and deteriorating mind, destroying his own self. Satsuki was trapped and was about to get seriously hurt as Gaara sent an arm of sand right towards her at quick speeds. She was grinding her teeth out of pure frustration. All of a sudden, she felt someone push her out of the way. Looking to her side, she saw that Naruto was the one that pushed her away. Her eyes tracked his movements as he twisted and turned his body to dodge the speedy arms. Once Gaara was done, Naruto had his ragged breathing and had his deadly eyes over at Gaara. People in this world miss the past, enjoy the present, but me. Naruto felt pain course through his body as blood slightly dripped down from his right eye once again. Plus, I seek the future. 7. I seek the future, Naruto said, jumping right towards Gaara in quick speed. Eyeing Satsuki for just a quick second, she quickly got the memo and followed his lead. Mother. Gaara's voice quickly lowered as he dragged that word with pure insanity oozing from his body. Predicting that Gaara would jump again, Naruto barely titled his body to dodge one of Gaara's attack. Naruto then kicked Gaara away, aiming him right towards Satsuki in quick speed. Knowing what to do, Satsuki copied what Naruto had just done and kicked Gaara away to the nearest tree. Without much decision-making, Naruto and Satsuki jumped from tree to tree. Each step that they made got them closer to Gaara. Grunting from pain, they now had another opening for an attack. Spasming out, Gaara shot sand from all sides of his body. With the intention to dodge the attack from Gaara, Naruto swooped down and twirled around a tree to dodge the numerous amounts of sand that was quickly covering the area around them. Once Naruto had fully twirled all around the branch of the tree, he launched himself right toward Gaara in quick speed. Satsuki was staying back just a bit for a potential follow-up attack. Naruto was enduring much of the overwhelming and stacking pain all over his body. He then pulled out multiple numerous amounts of kunai out of his holster and threw it at Gaara at insane speeds. This made Gaara prioritize his defense over his priority over offensive techniques. Giving out a small signal that was aimed at Satsuki to ready up quickly for a back-to-back combo. Naruto did not want to give any room for Gaara to retaliate and counter their attacks. Continuing his rush towards Gaara as quickly as possible, Naruto took one final jump toward Gaara. Reaching out, Naruto managed to get hold of one of the kunai knives that was embedded in the arm sand shield that Gaara used to protect himself. Propelling himself into the air, Naruto dived down soon after. Appearing right behind Gaara upside down, Naruto slickly and smoothly created a large gash that spread from one side of Gaara's back to the other. Yelling out in pain, Gaara reacted with a spasm punch that was made by turning back and throwing a punch. Though Naruto quickly dodged it without much trouble. Satsuki, now. It didn't matter what Satsuki did, all that mattered was that she deals damage to Gaara, the current obstacle that was in their way. A large fireball made its way toward Gaara at high speeds. Covering a bit of his sight, Naruto saw a bright flash that was due to the fireball and Gaara colliding with one another. As Naruto quickly descended down on a tree branch, Naruto noticed a bit of blood that was on his cheek. An amused look appeared on Naruto's face as he wiped the blood off of his face. Final stage, maybe? Naruto questioned himself, seeing the smoke clear at a quick pace. He readied himself, entering a stance that had his guard fully up. You. Gaara yelled out, letting out a malicious laugh as a large amount of smoke appeared and covered all the areas around them. As the smoke cleared, Naruto looked up with a hint of amazement. From above, Gaara had transformed into a tailed beast. Although indeed the weakest out of the 9, it still is a formidable foe. Naruto could just barely see a Gaara right on top of the tailed beast. 1. Naruto whispered to himself as he breathed in and out. An amused but small smirk then plastered on his face as he looked up towards Gaara once more. Naruto then looked over at Satsuki, whom was gaping her mouth open, fully surprised with the sight that was right in front of her eyes at this exact moment. Naruto then appeared right next to Satsuki to formulate a quick plan to defeat such a frightening foe. What the heck are we going to do? Questioned Satsuki, slightly gritting her teeth due to her feeling the intimidation from just staring at the current boss. It's simple, said Naruto, making Satsuki stare at him with much interest on their current plan of action. We keep moving forward and make him crumble. 3. Naruto then activated his Susanoo in quick succession and launched Satsuki toward the side of Gaara. He then launched himself by jumping from a tree trunk. Landing right next to Satsuki, she sent him a slight glare. You're crazy, she told him, only responding to her statement with a simple nod before moving ahead of her. 1. Just as they were moving, the whole beast that they were running on jumped in the air. I'm free. A yell from above appeared before them. Naruto knew exactly what was currently happening. 5. He's now on the loose. Naruto thought to himself. He had been informed of this from Kurama and just tad bit of information about the Ichibai. Once the Ichibai had landed back on the ground, Naruto and Satsuki both felt the after effects of the jump in a very thorough manner. Careful. Naruto moved up even further. Satsuki quickly following Naruto behind. A dangerous glint was appearing right behind the shadows of his eyes. Tisk, Naruto said in a monotone voice. His eyes perceived an incoming attack by the Ichibai. Looking right behind him, Satsuki nodded, knowing that she will also have to dodge the attack. A tail came swinging by, readying to crush the two young shinobi in absolute pieces. Though, that was everything but reality. It was only truly a tasteful fantasy developed by a strong being. Launching themselves in the air, Naruto twirled his body in the air to dodge the first initial attack by the Ichibai. Tucking his hand deep into the holster of a long strand of wire strings within his grasp. Testing his luck with the wire strings, Naruto threw it and wrapped it around the tail of the Ichibai's. As he swung back toward the body of the Ichibai, Satsuki managed to latch on the wire string by a thread alongside Naruto. Get ready! And with that, Naruto and Satsuki were then thrown up into the air above. Reaching the limits of the sky, their hearts were beating quickly. Especially Satsuki's. As they were soaring through the air, Naruto created dozens of shadow clones that glided through the sky alongside the two. Interesting. 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 The Ichibai yelled out with much amusement. Naruto reactivated his Susanoo and launched Satsuki at Gaara once more. As she closed in, Satsuki started to form a rapid amount of hand seals. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Chidori, the power of lightning, started to surge course through the very palm of her hand. The sound of 1,000 birds rang throughout the air. She extended her hand out towards the sleeping Gaara. But just as the Chidori was about to reach the very arm of Gaara, a veil of sand appeared and caught her arm, protecting his life from the very danger of the Chidori. Grinding her teeth intensely, Satsuki slowly let the power of the Chidori drain before tucking her arm just a tiny bit to gain momentum. With the very little amount of power that the Chidori on her hand had, she managed to create a large gash on his chest by changing the direction of her Chidori just slightly to the side to create the necessary contact. The sand then retaliated by throwing Satsuki off the top of the Ichibai. Seeing this, Naruto sent a few of his clones to catch her before she took any more damage. Though it seemed that they were only able to reduce just a tiny bit of damage. Naruto turned his focus back to Gaara as some of his clones were tending Satsuki. Him and many of his clones then landed on the top and began to quickly surround the boy who was slowly stirring awake. Though it seems the Ichibai wasn't going down without a fight. You'll have to try even more. Naruto then saw the large amounts of sand stirring and craving for Naruto's blood. Try more. His clones dispersed into a cloud of smoke while he slowly walked towards the catalyst of this all. His eyes darkened and showed a glint of superiority. Sorry, Naruto's Susanoo then evolved into the next stage with two large skeletal arms on both sides, and the skeletal body was complete. But the moment you challenged the grandson of a god, you lost. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly as he bursted towards Gaara. His eyes saw the sand come from both sides hone right at him. In a blink of an eye, Naruto disappeared and appeared even closer to Gaara. Gaara, Naruto called, disappearing once more. Wake up, Naruto finished, commanding his Susanoo to punch Gaara one last time, making him stir awake. 5. And with that, the Ichibai dispersed and disappeared from the face of the planet. Goodbye, Shikaku. Naruto thought to himself as the two were falling down from the sky above. Without a doubt very injured, Naruto and Gaara crashed right on two large tree branches. The very tips of the branch of the tree were connected. Breathing very heavily, Naruto was feeling the effects of overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Pain surged through his body as he felt the consequences. Looking at the side Gaara was on, he didn't like any better than him. It wasn't over just yet. Die. Gaara was trying to preserve as much chakra as possible. As blood dripped down from his face down to the tree branch, his sand followed his command. Seeing the sand go his way, Naruto managed just barely dodge by rolling away and attaching himself right on the bottom of the tree branch. He took another deep breath. Naruto was barely keeping himself awake. He then resurfaced and jumped toward Gaara once more with clear intention of ending this quickly. Gaara kept sending out its of sand to deter Naruto. But Naruto kept pushing with injuries getting created each moment each second. Pulling his arm back, Naruto punched Gaara off of the branch that the two stood on. Though Gaara managed to get his sand to wrap around Naruto's leg and drag him down alongside him. A tired look crossed Naruto's face. "I win," Naruto said, declaring his victory once more as he kicked him to the ground below as the two were falling down. With Gaara's impact creating a small crater, Naruto moved slightly to the side to avoid crushing Gaara with his own weight. He created a small crater of his very own. The two were breathing heavily as they laid on the ground, only barely keeping themselves from passing out on themselves. Why? 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 Why go so far? Gaara questioned Naruto in a weak manner. Naruto stayed silent for a few seconds before answering. Because I may not like to admit it, but this village has grown on me, even if it's only slightly. Naruto breathed in. I was alone. Maybe you can say I was saved from the loneliness that is. Just maybe. Naruto continued to look up to the sky. I have talent that could be considered unnatural. I may not like it, but I won't hesitate to use it. That's why some cherish their friends and family, because they can lose those close to them any second in their lives. Am I sane? Who knows? But forward is the only option. Gaara stayed quiet as Naruto continued. I've learned from my time here how truly flawed I am. I'm a selfish human being that is full of contradictory. I am imperfect. Everyone is. 3. Naruto looked over at Gaara. Do me a favor. Don't tell anyone about these eyes of mine. A request from a friend, that is. Gaara widened his eyes at those words. Naruto turned his eyes back to the sky, thoughts swarming his mind. Saddening, that my time here won't last forever. Everything has an end to it. Mine is nearing its end. Just a few more years. As his eyes grew heavy, he was slowly succumbing to sleep. Just before he passed out, Naruto saw a feminine figure shadow over him in an injured form. Good night, Satsuki, said Naruto, gazing at a blurry figure just before succumbing to his tiredness and pass out completely. Naruto saw the reflection of his face as he stood on the rippling water that was below him. There was a sad look on him. Is this how it feels like to be human? Naruto thought to himself. Though he quickly shook that thought back down the drain. Naruto turned around and saw Kurama staring at him with an observing gaze. I've noticed from my time watching you from an early age. You have a wall around you. Metaphorically, of course. Naruto gazed back at him. He frowned. And Naruto narrowed his eyes even though he knew where the direction of the conversation was going. He knew it too. You surround yourself with a wall similar to that of that Uchiha girl. Though hers is already on the brink of completely shattering. Naruto continued to look at Kurama with an observing gaze. Yours on the other hand, it was being reinforced by your twisted, but strong mentality. You may be holding this mentality, but it's slowly slipping away from the said wall and it's just becoming an independent variable. Naruto clenched his jaw slightly. He could almost laugh at being pathetic. I've noticed this, you don't need to remind me. There was somewhat of an angered tone behind his usual monotone voice. I know most of your plans for the future. But at this rate, you'll be sucked in by this village and lose sight of your goal. Kurama was certainly hitting sore spots. He knows. He knows. He knows. I know. I know. I know. I know. Naruto may have unwavering talent beyond the norm, but in the end of the day, he was a shattered human being. One that was already beyond broken and repair the moment he was born into this world. Kurama stayed silent as it seemed like Naruto was breaking down internally. I just have to complete one more thing before I initiate my plans. Naruto had his face look down on the water below him, his gaze looking deep into his azure eyes. Naruto quickly exited out of his own mindscape. Kurama scoffed once Naruto left the area. Certainly an ambitious person, Kurama said, going back into his own slumber, glad that his container didn't get beat up by the weakest of the tails. Shikaku. I'm in the hospital. Naruto thought to himself as he saw the white ceiling from above. His body ached from all sides. It must have been from the overuse of the Susanoo. I need to be more careful when using the Susanoo. One mistake could cost me the loss of even more eyesight than I would need to sacrifice. Naruto mused to himself as he continued to look at the white ceiling that was above him. You're awake, Naruto heard some say from the door. Unable to see the person due to his aching body, he resorted to just simply waiting for the person to arrive next to him. Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto in bit of a weak manner. Though he couldn't see him, Naruto could feel that Kakashi was doing his signature eye smile. You've been out for 2 days or so. It was funny, Satsuki kept sleeping here for a day before I had to have her leave you so she could rest properly. She's stubborn. Please tame her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. 2 days? That's a long time. Though I find it strange, there's barely any noise coming from the outside the village. Did something happen other than the invasion? Naruto questioned Kakashi. Oh. That. Well, you see. Hokage-sama was killed by the hands of Orochimaru, said Kakashi in a sad and sorrowful tone. Naruto internally winced. Maybe? His funeral will be held. A day or 2 from now. We've been busy fixing up the village while simultaneously preparing. Naruto barely nodded to that. What happened to Orochimaru? Did he die? Kakashi shook his head as a response even though Naruto couldn't even turn his head towards him. No, though it seems as though Hokage-sama managed to incapacitate Orochimaru from wielding any jutsus. Naruto just simply nodded with pain behind it all. He didn't bother to ask any deeper due to this already sensitive topic. Anyway, you should be out by the end of tomorrow. If you're lucky, you might be out by the morning of tomorrow. Naruto sighed at that information. Kurama. Would you mind helping me? Naruto swore he could practically hear a scoff get thrown at him by the tailed beast. Dang brat, Kurama responded to his request with much irritation, but he did help him heal anyway. It was already quite a sorrowful day. Anyway, I've been helping around the village and I still have to help around. See ya. Naruto nodded at those words. He heard Kakashi slide the door open and leave the room that he was inhabiting in as of his current state of body. Naruto sighed. All I need is an hour, Naruto told himself as he continued to look up at the ceiling with much boredom embedded within his mind. And so Naruto waited. And waited. And waited. And waited. And waited. And as he waited, he recovered the ability to move once again. Naruto thanked Kurama before getting off the hospital bed and started to stretch his limbs. As he stretched, he saw a mirror right in front of him. Taking a good look at himself, Naruto saw that he was wearing something that just screamed that he was in the hospital. But that was fine. He was going to be back at the hospital to stop any suspicion raising by the time he ends his needed errand. Opening the window, Naruto jumped out to the streets of Konoha. A/N, I'll be honest, I do not know where Minato and Kushina were buried. So I decided to make this crap up. Naruto arrived at the place that he was heading at. Looking at the site right in front of him, Naruto saw two graves that were side by side. 6. Hello, father, mother. Naruto had spent much time trying to look for these graves over the last few years. This is my first time being here. And, if being honest, I don't know what to say. Naruto sighed to himself as he lifted his gaze to look at the horizon in front of him. The sun was setting. I never got to meet you too, but it seems that this is the closest that I'll ever meet you. Hey. Naruto gulped down the lump on his throat. His eyes had a dead look to them. If I was raised by you too, I don't think I would have ended like this. An empty shell of who I could have been if things were different from the start. Naruto sighed as he looked for more words to say. But even then, I'm glad this happened. It's an experience that I was willing to endure to the fullest end. His time here was quickly ending. I'm 13 now and I'm closing in on that 14. In a few years or so, I'll be leaving this village for good. And it'll be because of two reasons. His hands were in the pockets of the pants provided by the hospital. Because of my own free will. The second reason is because to do something that Hiruzen should have done from the beginning. To slaughter Root and the person who created the unseen ones who support the great tree of Konoha. His monotone eyes gazed at the colorful horizon. Plus. Shimura Danzo. Naruto sighed as he finished talking to his dead parents. This was most certainly quite an eventful few days. But as of right now, he should stay wary more in the upcoming future. 1. Since the current state of the village is in disarray, there will be chances or people to invade and attack Konoha when they were at its weakest point in utter ages. Or even ever. And with that, Naruto turned around from the graves of his parents and jumped towards the endless and the abundance of trees that surround him. But truly, if things were different from the beginning, maybe Naruto wouldn't have become this way. Maybe he wouldn't have become such an empty shell of a person. Lifeless and devoid. Naruto slurped up his ramen that he had made with the trusty microwave in his apartments. As he used his chopsticks to feed himself, he thought about something. 1. My eyes. I've been overusing them greatly ever since I got them during the Battle of Bridge. Naruto mused to himself, recalling to the time when he fought against Haku. Placing the empty cup of ramen right next to him, he sighed deeply. I'm still lacking the power. Even when I improve continuously, I still somehow come to the conclusion of using the Mangekyou. Naruto's eyes roamed his apartment, gazing at many things that he had within it. Naruto knew it. I've become reliant on the Mangekyou Sharingan in too many situations, Naruto told himself, disappointed in himself with this development. When in a troubling situation, he always resorted to using the Mangekyou even when the cost of using it was right in front him. Getting off the counter, Naruto walked over to his bed that was positioned right next his window. Sitting on the soft bed, began to think once more. If I become too reliant on the Mangekyou Sharingan, I'll without a doubt hurt my growth due to the blindness. Naruto continued to think about more possibilities for the future of his life. Looking toward the window, he could see his own reflection with his azure eyes. Those azure eyes then morphed into his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Then the Mangekyou. Maybe this is what I get for using Shinsekai. Naruto got up from his bed and got ready to go back to the hospital to act like nothing ever happened. 11. What do you think? Naruto looked at the stem of those voices. His eyes locked on a black long-sleeves button-up shirt, with shorts that would reveal his frail-looking legs. They don't match at all, said Naruto. It was a fact, even though they matched in color, the shorts with a button-up shirt did not at even the slightest. Jiraiya sighed as he looked at the teenage boy. You'll be fine. People won't even be paying attention to you and your frail legs, he told the boy. They were getting for the funeral that was about to take place in about. Naruto got up from the hospital bed and snatched the clothes off of Jiraiya's hand. Get out the room. Jiraiya nodded to that command and walked out of Naruto's room. Closing the curtains, Naruto was able to change clothes in peace. Naruto sighed as he looked at his body while in the middle of changing. Even though he was without a doubt powerful for his age, his frail-looking body irritated him. Don't get him wrong, most of the people around his age look a tad bit like him, but he was one of the most frail-looking kids in his graduating class. Though his level of power made the whole difference. Sighing, Naruto opened the door to the sight Jiraiya waiting across the hall. He gave Naruto a grin and a thumbs up following it. See? It wasn't that bad. Girls will be swooning when they see you. Ignoring those words, Naruto walked toward the entrance of the hospital with Jiraiya tailing after him. Walking beside Naruto, Jiraiya looked at him as Naruto signed out of the hospital. 3. You didn't take off those bandages. Naruto shrugged. The medics told me to keep these on just until my injuries are recovered fully, lied Naruto. Truth be told, he actually forgot to take off the bandages and just made this whole story from the ground up. You seemed recovered enough. Naruto ignored Jiraiya once again and continued toward the funeral site. As they walked by, Naruto noticed the many people also walking to the funeral. It was at the top of the Hokage Tower. While walking, Naruto and Jiraiya soon split paths to go to their groups, with Naruto going where the people that were around his age were located. Naruto caught sight of Satsuki and Sakura standing right beside each other. Silently, Naruto stopped right next to Satsuki. Her eyes catching the sudden movement to her side, her onyx eyes traveled toward the person and saw the raven blonde next to her. Satsuki took a glimpse at his clothes. Those clothes are terrible, her voice was silent and smooth. Naruto turned his head toward her direction and nodded with much dissatisfaction evident from all this. Internally sighing, Naruto felt someone drop right on top of his head. Looking up with a flower within the palms of his hand, Naruto saw the reason. Rain. Naruto thought, moving down the line as he was soon to be placing his white flower on the casket that was holding the body of the former third Hokage. Seeing Kaiba let go of his flower, it was now his turn to place the flower that he had on top of the casket. All the noise that he could perceive at the moment was the downpour of rain. Placing the flower on the casket, Naruto turned around and went back to his designated spot. Everyone standing in a formal array with them being cladded in a black outfit. Taking a small look around, Naruto's eyes saw many people cry silently or even people feeling the emotions like sorrow, grief, and sadness reign over them in their core. His eyes was on the casket that had a frame of the third Hokage once again. As he gazed at the portrait and the casket, Naruto felt confused with himself. He wasn't experiencing what the other people around him were experiencing. 1. The sadness, the sorrow, and grieving he wasn't feeling it. He didn't have the slightest tear wearing down on him. Was it because of his lack of interaction or connection with the third? No, that couldn't be it. Satsuki was someone who had even less interactions with Hiruzen than me, and even she is feeling the tinge of sadness. Naruto then thought back to Madara's lessons. Could it be that? No, even Madara had emotions for someone's death. He is someone who understood death itself. That's one of the reasons he wanted to complete the infinite Tsukuyomi, no? You're simply indifferent. That's all it is. Your nature and attitude influenced this outcome. Naruto heard the loud voice of Kurama echoing inside his own head. My own nature, huh? That makes sense. Naruto thought to himself. He thought back to when he was still living with Madara and Yukari in that hidden location, then the time when he went to Konoha. And as time went on, Naruto had thought he changed. His actions had pinpointed to that exact conclusion in mind. But Naruto was wrong. Nothing has changed. That's good. Naruto thought to himself as the funeral slowly ended. He knew that if he was indeed changing, he himself would be a liability to his own self, his own goal. Walking out of the Hokage Tower, Naruto noticed his clothes soaked wet from the rain that was pouring down on them. His azure eyes spotted the numerous black cloths that surrounded his field of vision. As people split away, Naruto went to his own direction and crossed the village into his apartment complex. Going inside his section of the apartment, Naruto slicked his hair back to rid of the water piling up in his hair. Changing clothes, Naruto left the clothes that he used for the funeral hanging in his bathroom. Falling back on his bed, Naruto started to gaze at the pearl-white ceiling. His eyes becoming heavy, he hoped to not catch a cold from the rain that poured over Konoha. Knock. 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 Naruto's eyes snapped opened, being alerted to the sound of his door being knocked on. Shifting his body, his eyes slightly widened at the smoldering pain his head was going through. Naruto lightly cursed under his breath, realizing that the rain got to him and that he was now experiencing a light symptom of a fever. Bringing his hand up, he caressed his head. Going to his door, Naruto opened his door to find Jiraiya leaning against the wall. "You took your sweet time opening the door, you. Doing something in there? Oh, how you have grown." Naruto was not the slightest amused by this, and shut the door. "Whoa, whoa. Open the door back." Naruto heard the muffled voices of Jiraiya on the other side of the door. Ignoring the unrelenting headache that he was experiencing, he reopened the door. "What?" Naruto asked, giving him a sharp gaze toward Jiraiya. "Relax. I have come for important talk." Naruto sighed, moving to the side to give entry to Jiraiya. He obliged and walked in. Jiraiya took a seat at the table nearby and eyed the living space. Naruto followed and also took a seat at the opposite side of the table. "As you know, since the third Hokage is dead, we are left with an open spot that needs to be filled immediately." Naruto nodded, knowing that Jiraiya was right about that. "The council had requested for me to fill in the spot to become Hokage, but I declined because I had a better idea." Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious on what this proposal to the council was. "I thought of passing the offer of to the last member of the legendary Sunin Tsunade." Naruto remained silent, wondering how he was going to do that. "And, as you know, she's deserted the village." The council was obviously very reluctant on the idea because the success rate of it is low. Naruto nodded, understanding the current situation on hand. Jiraiya continued. "So, I'm here to offer you to come along with me. Think of it as a road trip. I promise that it won't be too long. Who knows, maybe I might even teach you a thing or two on the way." Jiraiya winked at Naruto. He gave Jiraiya a puzzled gaze. "I'm underaged, I just can't hook up with women like that," said Naruto in a serious tone. Jiraiya laughed at the stern expression that Naruto was giving off. "Geez, kid, I was kidding. I get it, your heart can't be swayed by such people. It solely belongs to Uchiha Satsuki." Naruto's stern expression stayed the same, unamused by the words Jiraiya was spitting. Jiraiya noticed this entire de-escalating the situation. "Whoa, relax. I feel like you're going to kill me in my sleep." Jiraiya got up from the chair and walked toward the door. Looking back, he waved goodbye to Naruto. 5. "So, do you accept it?" asked Jiraiya, glancing at Naruto for a moment to see what his answer was. Naruto returned the glance and nodded his head to signal Jiraiya his answer. "Good, be ready by tomorrow afternoon." Naruto nodded once more, twisting his head toward the window, letting the rays of the sun to hit his face. He sighed, ignoring the sharp headache that he was getting. "I'm only mildly sick as of right now. I'll be fine by tomorrow." Naruto stretched his limb out, getting ready to prepare for the trip to find Tsunade. After a few moments, Naruto went towards the door and opened it. Walking down to the streets of Konoha, Naruto planned to prepare for the up-and-coming trip to find Tsunade by gathering equipment to aid him in this mission. "I need to find a weapon shop," Naruto thought to himself, glancing at the things around him to find a shop that could potentially sell him a weapon of his own choice. "There," muttered Naruto, finding a shop that looked promising. Weapon shop that could benefit him. He saw the weapons on display. It was obvious that these weapons were just here for display and were not for sale. "You interested in something?" Naruto heard a voice to the side. Looking at the direction, Naruto saw a familiar face giving him a curious look. "Ah, Tenten. And yes, I am looking for something," said Naruto, turning his gaze back to the shop. It would seem that he would need to look deeper into the store to obtain the ideal weapon for him. A/N, yes, I got too lazy and did an overused trope in the Naruto fanfiction community. 1. My father owned this shop, this is where I get my equipment all the time. Naruto nodded at that, seeing as that is true for the most part. Though it wouldn't hurt to try something. Naruto continued his journey of obtaining a weapon of his ideal standard. He walked past the display equipment and went into the actual shop itself. And to his eyes, an array of weapons were in view. Ranging from swords to daggers. "See anything you like?" asked Tenten. Naruto stayed silent for a few moments before shaking his head. "Not at the moment. What I'm looking for is something simple but reliable and durable. I don't need it to be fancy or grandeur." His needs were specific and most of the weapons arranged were made to cater to most people. Lots of people like cool and fancy thing, most certainly cool and fancy weapons. I prefer a sword or blade of some kind. Swords are usually too large and heavy for a kid my age. It'll only hinder me in the long run if I choose a sword. Maybe a dagger-like weapon? Naruto had many options that he could pick and choose from. 1. But he had to be careful and conserve money as well. I'm not the richest person in town as well. I'm on a tight budget and can't go overboard on the items that I'm looking for. Mused Naruto, touching his chin slightly with the tips of his fingers. I'll settle with a dagger or a small-sized blade. Maybe I can get both? Though it does have to be within the range of the budget. Naruto continued to walk around, trying to find two of his ideal weapons. And after a while, Naruto saw the two weapons that he needed. And they were conveniently on the opposite aisles from one another. He looked back, seeing Tenten lingering around. There, I'll be needing these two, this full tang hook blade sword and that small blade. Tenten nodded, seeing as Naruto finally made up his mind. His eyes gazed at both of the weapons. 3. The Hu blade sword wasn't truly a sword and it resembled that of a dagger more than an actual sword. It had sharp edges that could without a doubt cut through the flesh of humans. The blade that he had found resembled that of a katana, though it was of course not a katana. It wasn't slightly curved or had a seppa that separated the sharp blade from the hilt. 3. Thank you for buying our valuable goods. Have a great day. Naruto nodded, walking away from the shop. He sighed, looking at the amount of money that he had left after buying the two weapons. 1. Seems like I've overdone it. I'll have to buy the rest of the equipment on some other time. But what I have right now is more than sufficient for me. Naruto walked back to the apartment, examining the weapons once more. He sighed, arriving at the apartments and settled down. Naruto still had more things to prepare before his departure tomorrow. This was beneficial for Naruto in the long run. He hasn't explored much outside of Konoha, and this was an opportunity for him to assess and learn more about his surroundings. Sitting down at his table, Naruto decided to continue his day by playing chess with a shadow clone. Share. Naruto looked at his luggage. The blade that he had bought from the shop had been sealed into a scroll due to the fact that carrying it would hinder his movement. He sat in a crisscross as he examined his necessities that he was going to bring on the trip to find Tsunade. Thoughts crossed Naruto's mind, thinking of what item he should put in which area of his backpack. The reason he was doing this is because he needed to be efficient in his movement. And if makes one mistake, he could risk his life. The blade is a problem, Naruto told himself, glancing at the scroll that was laying right beside him. A scroll was useful to store weapons, but there is also a very fatal flaw about them. It takes too long for a person to unseal the object from the scroll. There are also too many steps to do so, it's simply too risky. Naruto was at a loss. The scrolls were, without a doubt, a very convenient tool for him. But at the same time, it carried a risk that was conflicting with the convenience. Why not just make a dang seal on your dominant arm? TCH. You're overthinking this, it's clouding your actual way of thinking. Naruto took note of Kurama's comment. Naruto thought of that possibility, though there was a hint of doubt embedded in Naruto's mind. Am I even good enough in Fuinjutsu to even do that? If Naruto was being honest, he was a complete beginner at the concept of Fuinjutsu. He had just been relying on scrolls that were pre-made by actual Fuinjutsu users. But that doesn't mean he knows nothing about Fuinjutsu. And to be honest, Naruto was not much of a creative thinker. Agreed. You lack a creative mentality. Naruto sighed, knowing he'd at least attempt to do this even if it could go horribly wrong. It was a risk Naruto was willing to take. 1. Let's get this over with. Two individuals stood right next to each other as they looked down on the village named Konoha. Both were cladded in black cloaks with patches of red cloud all over the cloaks. Straw hats covered their faces with a red thread with a small bell attached onto it. Not too long ago, this village stood at its glory, said a person with a monotone tone. The person right next to him nodded in full agreement. It barely survived the invasion. The person who had said this was just a few inches taller than the previous person. That being said, the previous person lifted his straw hat just a tiny bit. A3 Tomo Sharingan sprang to life. We must not lose sight of our objective to retrieve the suspect. The two disappeared in the midst of the day. Naruto examined the seal he had created on his arm. It took him a while to create, but he got it done. The success rate of this actually working is rather low due to Naruto's inexperience in Fuinjutsu. Testing this out, Naruto clasped the blade and tried sealing the weapon into the seal. To his surprise, it managed to work out like intended. But immediately after, Naruto tried sealing in another item. It's not working. Naruto knew there was something wrong with the seal. Trying to figure out the issue, Naruto unsealed the blade and then resealed the blade once more. I can only seal one item at the moment, Naruto thought. This piece of information was minor and was relatively irrelevant as of right now. Standing up, Naruto gathered his things and went out the door of his apartment. Now all he had to do was find Jiraiya and they will be off to their short journey. Walking around the streets, Naruto decided to stop by for a quick snack. Of course, he would go to Ichiraku, but he was already close to a place where they sell dango and tea. Arriving at his destination, Naruto took a seat and placed an order for dango. Looking to the side, Naruto decided to see who else was ordering dango. Crap. Naruto and Kurama thought at the same time. Out of all the places he could have chosen, he had chosen a place where two shady figures were at. Deciding he can't simply out himself out, Naruto pretended to not notice. Who are they? Could they be affiliated with Obito? Naruto thought to himself. Naruto remained his calm demeanor, catching sight of Kakashi a few minutes after. Getting up, Naruto walked by the two unknown individuals. Naruto, you usually prefer eating ramen. He nodded quietly, taking a glance at the two before averting his attention back to Kakashi. This place was closer. Naruto shifted himself and stood right next to Kakashi. Soon after, two other Jonin senseis arrived at the dango shop. They caught sight of him. Kakashi and Naruto, nice to see you both. Kurane and Asuma approached the two. Naruto nodded back while Kakashi engaged in a conversation with the two. You two seem to be getting along. Naruto saw Kurane's face get a slight tinge of pink. It was obvious to Naruto that she held affection for Asuma. It was as clear as day. He blankly stared at them. That's nice. But will that affection affect how you operate? Will it cloud your judgment and act on emotion when he's in trouble? That'll make you a liability in battle. Naruto thought to himself, continually observing his surroundings. 3. I'm actually waiting for Satsuki. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts. He glanced at the two individuals for just a second and saw one of them change their demeanor in an instant once Satsuki's name was said. Naruto then realized who that person was. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto thought to himself, now left wondering who the other person. All Naruto had to do is confirm if they're affiliated with Obito. He sighed, turning away. I'll be going, I need to find someone. Kakashi nodded, letting Naruto walk off, though reluctant due to Itachi lingering around. Naruto continued forward. Looking back, Naruto noticed the three Jonin disappear. Kurane and Asuma appeared right in front of Itachi and the mysterious individual right next to him. The four stood there silently, deciding for each other to make a move. It's been a while, Asuma, Kurane. They narrowed their eyes, wondering who this person was that seemed to know them. Their guards were raised. The two raised their straw hats, the belling shimmering from just the slightest of movement. Kurane and Asuma widened their eyes, staring deeply at the pair of Sharingans gazing into their own. Uchiha Itachi, said Asuma, frozen from surprise. To think you'd show your face after many years. He remained calm, feeling the nervousness course through his veins. I'd rather not fight you, you two won't leave unscathed, said Itachi, his hand sticking out at the center of his cloak. Kurane glanced at the person next to Itachi. Let me introduce myself, I am. Kurane cut the guy off almost immediately. Hoshigaki Kisame, we know who you are. A highly dangerous S-rank ninja that used to hail from Kirigakure. The two Konohanins didn't want to admit it or show weakness, but it was clear to them. They were at a huge disadvantage. What are you after? Asuma asked, looking for an answer. They didn't respond whatsoever. Kisame then suddenly swung a blade that was wrapped in bandages. Purposely missing, Kisame struck the ground to warn them. This guy is getting on his nerves. Can I kill him? Asuma and Kurane tensed up, readying themselves for the inevitable fight that was about to occur between four shinobi. It seems we aren't getting out of here without a fight. Just don't overdo it. Kisame nodded to attack his words, a slight manic grin appearing on his face. Moving his way to Asuma, Kisame swung his blade once again. Asuma dodged the attack by sidestepping to the side. His cigarette falling off of his mouth, Asuma made his attack by disappearing and reappearing right behind Kisame and using his rigid chakra blades. But Kisame turned in the blink of an eye and blocked the attack with his blade. They were now at a stalemate, continuously trying to overpower one another with pure strength. His strength. It's unreal. Asuma commented within his mind, struggling to defend himself. Soon enough, Kisame managed to crush Asuma in strength and the blade was nearing Asuma's arm. Ready? Kisame asked, violently reeling back the blade. The entire top of the bandaged blade was tarnished, revealing extremely sharp spikes of some sort that spilled blood. Crap, muttered Asuma under his breath. His eyes were slightly wide, not expecting that to happen. Meet Samahata. It won't just destroy you, but it will also cut you in absolute ribbons, yelled Kisame. Itachi stepped back slightly, now fighting the Genjutsu mistress. Kurane. Genjutsu. Itachi thought. Bindings of wood rose from the ground and wrapped itself right around Itachi. Unfazed, he looked up to see Kurane appearing out of the tree. 7. You're done. Kurane thought, lowering herself down as she tried striking Itachi with a kunai. Even then, Itachi was unfazed by her actions. All of a sudden, Kurane found herself trapped and wrapped around her own Genjutsu. Genjutsu of that level won't ever work on me, Itachi said, his stoic face and his monotone tone standing right in front of Kurane without even a scratch on him. 11. A Genjutsu reversal? Itachi undid the Genjutsu, a kunai appearing from the tip of his sleeve. Kurane widened her eyes as she ducked down to dodge Itachi's attack with his kunai. A few strands of her hair were cut off. Without a second of thought, Itachi lifted his leg and shifted it toward Kurane's face. Reacting quickly, she placed the back of her hands in front of her face to reduce damage that was about to be dealt to her. Launching her off her own feet, she was kicked away over the railing and into the water. Regaining her feet, she looked into the water and saw her own reflection. You live up to your expectation. However, Itachi appeared right behind her, his reflection appearing in the waters. He created a slight pause, the wind behind shifting ever so slightly. However, it's the end of the line. For you anyway. Kakashi was a few meters behind, a kunai being held tightly between the palm of his hands. Itachi stood still, creating no movement at all. Kakashi stayed focused, never letting his guard down for a second, with an eye that was dyed with the shade of scarlet red. But, even then, Kakashi blinked once and a large sum shuriken were launched at his face. Widening his eyes, Kakashi dodged to the left, amazed at Itachi's speed. He had capitalized Kakashi blinking and used that to his advantage. Dangerous, Kakashi thought, feeling dread slowly flowing through his body. Feeling the wind rush behind him, a shadow clone of Itachi appeared from below the shadowing depths of the water. A kunai in the clone's right hand, Kakashi and Itachi clashed kunai, the metallic sound echoing through the battlefield. Backing away, Kakashi saw the real Itachi appear right in front of him in an instant. Moving his body midair, Kakashi just barely managed to dodge Itachi and his clone's attack. Careful there, Kakashi, he told himself, creating distance by backing away from both clones. One attack was already hard enough. 2. But a shadow clone of himself? One that equals in intelligence was simply frightening to the greatest degree. Kurenai appeared from the side, attempting to disperse the clone. Though that quickly failed due to the overwhelming power of the two attackers. Channeling chakra to the legs, Kakashi launched himself to Itachi. The real attacker looking his way, the clone followed his lead. Both approaching the Kakashi that was quickly closing in on them, another kunai appeared at the tip of their cloth. Kakashi had multiple thoughts coursing through his brain. His Sharingan analyzed the movements of the Uchiha prodigy. Kakashi shifted his torso to the side, dodging one kunai that was about to slice his eye. He then ducked down, sweeping the clone's legs to disrupt his balance. Itachi appeared from behind, stabbing Kakashi from behind. Kakashi turned into a cloud of smoke, leaving a log behind to replace him. Kakashi appeared from above the clone, dispersing the clone into a cloud of smoldering smoke. The smoke covered his field of vision, giving Itachi enough time for a counterattack. Kakashi felt pain rouse from his body as Itachi kicked Kakashi away to the metal railings. Clashing with the railings, Kakashi slid down and landed on the water with his buttocks. Itachi made his efforts to continue his constant attacks. Though that soon failed due to Kurenai interfering with a kick of her own being sent his way. Lifting his arm up to the air, he blocked the kick from the Genjutsu mistress and prepared a punch by pulling his arm back. Sorry, can't let you do that. Kakashi appeared, locking his arm down. Itachi remained calm, glancing at the two shinobi with both of his scarlet red eyes. Their efforts failed to lock him down due to him jumping in the air, giving himself room to counter with a full-fledged kick that brought down Kurenai, though not Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi make a move, Itachi ducked down, sweeping Kakashi down. Using a kunai, Itachi used it and aimed it at Kakashi's head. He managed to roll to the side, barely dodging the speeding kunai. Kakashi created distance between them. You're without a doubt strong, Kakashi. Your ability to utilize the Sharingan is exceptional. Itachi stared down Kakashi, his Sharingan spinning wildly. But can you keep up with my eyes? Kakashi widened his eyes, looking down as Asuma appeared right next to Kakashi and Kurenai. Whatever you do, don't look into his eyes. Beads of sweat slithered down Kakashi's head as the two others followed the order. 3. Naruto finally managed to find Jiraiya after searching for quite some time. Though he only truly found him due to him always expectingly lingering around the hot springs. Well, it seems you have already packed your things. Naruto nodded, showing his backpack filled with items. Jiraiya grinned. Then, let us venture off to the unknowns, yelled Jiraiya, leading Naruto to the lands for across the regions. Not too long after, they crossed the gate. What's our first stop? Naruto asked Jiraiya, hands lazily in his pockets. Our first stop is Otofuku town. We'll be taking a rest there if it's needed. Naruto nodded, understanding that this was going to take some time to accomplish. After quite some time, Jiraiya decided to ask a question. So, Naruto, you ever been interested in, in summoning? Naruto looked up to Jiraiya with his usual stoic face. He raised an eyebrow. No, I have yet to find any interest in summoning. Jiraiya grinned, now sliding his offer to Naruto in quick succession. So, would you like a toad summoning contract? Naruto immediately cut him off. No, I do not want a summoning. Jiraiya hollowed out, failing to get Naruto to accept the summoning contract. Why not? Jiraiya asked. Reasons that you do not need to know at all. In his case, the reason Naruto did not want a summoning contract involves with his own future and when he inevitably becomes a rogue nin. 3. I can't risk the possibility of the pervy sage or anyone to have the ability to reverse summon me to a certain place. Naruto thought to himself, walking alongside Jiraiya. He thought it was funny that in a few years, everything that Naruto had built will crumble beneath him. There are times when one might think about bonds that they might sever. But how can you sever bonds when you never had bonds to begin with? Naruto thought to himself. He rarely interacted with the rest of the Konoha 12. He only interacted with Satsuki and Sakura. Even then, he only really interacted with Satsuki. His closest thing to real interactions with them would be the chess matches with him and Shikamaru. After a while of walking, they had finally managed to reach their destination for today. Otofuku town. Kakashi widened his eyes, now trapped in a distorted world, his body attached in a wooden cross. Itachi stood in front of him with a katana clasped around his hand. How much can you take? His voice was hollow and devoid of emotion as he struck Kakashi with the katana. Kakashi widened his eyes, feeling the unbearable pain. Another Itachi appeared right next to the original one. In the Tsukuyomi, time and space and even physical mass are within my absolute control. The two stabbed him in different times. For the next 72 hours, this will be the only thing that will happen and it will be engraved into your mind. Kakashi closed his eyes once. When he reopened them, he saw another of himself also being struck by multiple attacks. Keep calm. What I'm experiencing is only genjutsu. Kakashi thought, trying to reassure himself in his current predicament. Is it really? Telling yourself that it's an illusion can only do yourself so much. Is it any less painful thinking that it's not real? Surely it doesn't. They stabbed Kakashi once more. Each time, the amount of Kakashis getting struck multiplied. And the amount of attacks that struck increased dramatically. Kakashi huffed, the severe pain coursing through his body. Only 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds to go. Kakashi widened his eyes, wondering how only a second had passed. But his ability to think was disrupted by the showering pain being engraved by the numerous katanas stabbing him. And once it was all over, Kakashi snapped back to reality. He huffed, feeling the pain from the genjutsu transfer to the real world. Barely any time passed during the 3 days in that genjutsu world. Kakashi thought as Kisame appeared right next to Itachi. He's barely keeping it together. Although you are overusing your eyes, Itachi, said Kisame, amused written all over his face and tone. Who are you? After? Satsuki? Asked Kakashi, analyzing Itachi and Kisame under his extreme pain. No. Itachi's voice was flat and straightforward. We are after a suspect that will benefit our cause. Silence washed over them, the splintering wind moving their hair. His answer was vague. Anyone could be the suspect. I know your group, the ones after the power of the Baijiu. But the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It's just not possible. Itachi stared at him for a moment. Is it? Or do you just want to deny the possibility of the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi to be living right under your nose? In Konoha. This left Asuma and Kurane with questions. A group? After the Baijiu? What the heck is happening? Their minds were racing with overwhelming dread shadowing over their conscience. Our goals are beyond your understanding, said Itachi, his tone as monotone as ever. 4. But all you need to know is that we are called. The sense of dread was there, fear laced within their minds. Plus the Akatsuki. The word echoed through their brain, the word Akatsuki. In a split second, Itachi and Kisame disappeared, searching for their destined suspect. After a few moments, Asuma and Kurane helped Kakashi get back on his feet. They knew the reason why they appeared now and not earlier. The village is currently at its weakest. It was only truly hanging on one leg, the rest were destroyed and needed to be reconstructed by the hands of man. The Akatsuki took advantage of this and chose to strike the village now than earlier. We need to stay on alert, said Kurane, getting a nod from Asuma and from Kakashi. They were now entering an era of change that will change the shinobi world as they know it. And this was only the beginning of the evolution. We need to get Kakashi to the hospital, even adequate rest will do it. Asuma carried Kakashi on his back as they launched themselves to safety. Over with Itachi and Kisame, they were back on their objective of finding their needed suspect at hand. Itachi regulated a steady breathing pattern. Where's our next stop? Asked Kisame, wanting to find and establish contact with the suspect that they were ordered to bring back to the base. We just have to look around for his chakra signature. Earlier ago, he was at the same dango shop that we were eating at, correct? Kisame nodded even though Itachi didn't need him to answer it. He already knew he was correct. And he was aware of our presence as well. The only question that we have is, does he know we are after him? If so, then he must have something up his sleeve to fend for himself. Kisame nodded once again, laughing at Itachi's demeanor. He's a kid, we shouldn't be so wary of him. Itachi shook his head. If we were to underestimate him, it could create a setback for us and the Akatsuki. That should not happen. Kisame was amused at Itachi's need for efficiency. Naruto and Jiraiya had finally reached their destination. The first thing Jiraiya did once arriving was attempting to find a hot spring. Naruto. You do you for a little bit. Or you can reserve a room at a motel. Yelled Jiraiya as he wandered off to his needed research. Naruto sighed, looking at the amount of cash he had. And surprisingly, he just had enough to get something and also reserve a room in a motel. Though that'll only be determined after he buys the item that he needs. Cloaks are usually useful to hide the weapons I have and to create surprise attack in point-blank situations. Plus, they can look cool on certain individuals. 2. Naruto walked around in this unfamiliar town that was just ways out of the vicinity of Konoha. His eyes searching for a clothing shop that was selling a cloak that fit his size. It didn't need to be swallowing his body whole. It just needed to be adequate for Naruto's size. After quite some time, Naruto finally managed to find the ideal store that was selling a cloak with varied sizes. It didn't take too long for Naruto to find the ideal size. It was a pitch black cloak with think yellow no a golden color that ran along the very edges of the cloak. Thread intersected with one another to connect the two sides slightly to permanently cover just tiny bit of his upper half of his torso. There was a reason why he chose this one. The reason was quite simple. It was just simply the most cheap one on sale. Putting his head through the hole of the cloak, it shadowed over his shoulders and the threads connecting it all to increase the stability of the cloak landed at the very center of his chest. Looking into the mirror, Naruto saw himself. The only thing visible when he stretched his arm out was the lower part of his torso. He immediately saw the benefits of using the cloak. The cloak hides away anything suspicious from the target's view. This will be useful in future cases. Naruto thought to himself. The dagger does not fit the holster or the pouch from my back. I'll have to resort to creating another seal on my arm. Naruto thought to himself. Looking at himself once again, he thought about the fact that he'll be having to get new cloak in a few years to accommodate his ever-so-changing body and height. But that was fine. Walking outside once he bought the cloak, he continued to wear it, letting it just stretch and end to his waist. Asking around, he tried asking people for directions of the cheapest motel in the area. Naruto was once again in a very tight budget. Once finding the motel, Naruto reserved a room for both him and Jiraiya. The duration of their stay at the motel was still unknown. Now, to create another seal on my arm. He wished he didn't mess up his previous seal, but complications were inevitable due to his inexperience in the art of Fuinjutsu. With his mind laser focus on his making this seal as good as possible, Naruto started to create the seal on the inside of his forearm. His fingertips created an intricate array of seals that were quite small. Once finishing, Naruto decided to test if he managed to create it to where he could seal more than 2 items. No improvement, Naruto said, sighing with disappointment laced within it. Fuinjutsu was most definitely something that he should improve on in the future. Once finishing, he decided to sharpen up his abilities in Kenjutsu. After practicing for a while, Naruto realized how much he was lacking in skill as of right now. He had been so caught up in refining and improving his skills in the basic 3 techniques, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Naruto never really thought of the subcategories right up until now. The only way Naruto was able to actually do Kenjutsu was him using taijutsu movement with the combination of a dagger or blade. He had no real stance or fluid movement that someone who is proficient in Kenjutsu would actually have. Naruto sighed, knowing he still has a long way to go. Knock. Knock. Naruto turned his head to the door. He immediately tensed up. This was odd, there was no way that the person behind the door was Jiraiya. There is no way that old man would be able to stay silent for even 5 seconds. Naruto told himself, narrowing his eyes. He silently walked up to the door, readying himself for anything. There's no doubt it's Itachi and the other guy. Naruto mused, getting ready to unseal his dagger or blade ready for a battle. He opened the door and immediately jumped to attack the intruder. His abdomen was met with a kick. Naruto then disappeared in a cloud of smoke. He appeared from the ceiling in the hallway. Launching himself off the ceiling, Naruto went between Itachi and Kisame. He couldn't leave any room for error. Unsealing his blade, he used it as a conductor due to the metal of the blade having the ability to conduct one of his 3 nature affinities. Lightning. Tendrils of crackling lightning appeared from the blade, extending the output of his affinity. Naruto jumped and stuck himself to the walls and then launched himself once again. His azure eyes landed on Kisame. The blade that he had, Naruto recognized it. Madara had taught him lots of things during his early years, and the 7 swordsmen of the mist were one of them. Samahata, muttered Naruto, knowing the potential power of the Samahata in the hands of a very experienced swordsman. His heart was beating at a rapid rate. Feeling the air behind waver, Naruto knew Itachi was behind him. Gritting his teeth, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and just barely managed to dodge the incoming attack from Itachi using Shinsekai. 5 seconds of the future is all I need. I just barely managed to dodge the attack. I would have been hurt badly if I got hit. Naruto thought, increasing the output of the lightning chakra even more to make Itachi back away. 3. You're a feisty one, said Kisame, swinging the Samahata at Naruto. Hiding his Mangekyo Sharingan away from the view of Kisame and Itachi, Naruto landed on the ground then continued to move forward. He was barely even able to keep up with them. The tendrils of lightning unwavering, Naruto lessened his output to the minimum. Likewise, said Naruto, appearing just a few meters away from them. His deep scarlet eyes facing their ways. Itachi was slightly taken aback at this development. A Mangekyo Sharingan. He's an Uchiha. Itachi thought at this sight. Naruto walked toward the two, his hand gripping his blade tightly and his cloak following from behind. Naruto was at a major disadvantage. Leaping in the air, he made his way toward them. Increasing the output once more, lightning filled a large area around Naruto. "Why are you after me?" said Naruto, appearing right in front of Itachi, shoving the blade clasped around his hand at Itachi's eye. But, even then, Itachi dodged the attack with ease. Sensing Kisame, Naruto saw the bandaged blade of his swipe down at Naruto. Reacting fast, Naruto placed his hand on the ground as a way to make himself stable before using the same hand to boost himself up and kick the blade away from him. Madara had taught him the dangers of facing this blade and that even touching it can jeopardize his life. "I just need to be quick enough before those bandages gets shredded apart by the skin of a deadly shark," Naruto thought, stepping back a couple of steps, his heart beating fast. Not bad, Naruto held his guard up, waiting for any attack to come his way. To think another one of Itachi's clansmen were still alive after so many years. Kisame finished his words. "I kept my heritage a secret, Kisame." He grinned at the mention of his name. "So, you've heard of me?" Naruto nodded before noticing Kisame approach him in frightening speeds. Utilizing his Mangekyo, Naruto countered by dodging to the left. "I can't take advantage of the heaviness of the blade. Kisame's monstrous strength makes up for it." Naruto mused, channeling chakra to his feet and letting himself stick to the wall once again. "Let me ask you guys again," Naruto disappeared. "Why are you guys after me?" He finished, appearing right behind Itachi, the large tendrils of lightning making their appearance once again. Kisame appeared right in front of him, letting Samahata siphon the lightning chakra from Naruto's blade. Cursing under his breath, Itachi appeared right beside Naruto and kicked him to the nearest wall. Ignoring his injuries, Naruto rolled to the side, dodging the incoming attack from Kisame. "You are a suspect of being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki," Itachi told Naruto, confirming his theory of him being linked with the likes of Obito. This was troubling for Naruto. "I'm not the Kyuubi Jinchuriki," lied Naruto. Kisame ignored these claims and continued swinging his blade at Naruto. He was having quite the hard time dodging the Samahata at a constant rate. "Well, we won't know that for sure, won't we? You could lying to our faces." Naruto backed away, ducking down below to dodge an damaging blow from Kisame. Naruto knew they weren't taking him seriously at all, but he just had to keep trying. "Itachi." Naruto widened his eyes at the sound of the voice. Looking at the owner of said voice, his eyes landed on Satsuki as she stared deadly at Itachi. "Crap!" Naruto thought to himself as lightning built up from Satsuki's hand. The sounds of 1,000 birds filled the entire hallway. This was going to end badly. "I've fostered hatred for this moment," Satsuki yelled, her fierce red eyes were filled with burning hatred for Itachi. She launched herself forward, generating speed to kill Itachi. Naruto tried standing up, but Kisame interfered by striking the ground to block his way. "Screw this!" Naruto took a leap as Satsuki closed in on Itachi. His Sharingan spun wildly. The future was ever so shifting at great lengths at the hands of man. An explosion occurred, destroying a part of the whole motel. Smoke clouded the area around them. After a while, the wisps of smoke tore apart and revealed Naruto carrying Satsuki. "Susanoo?" Itachi questioned as Naruto ran away with Satsuki in his hands. "Let me go!" Satsuki yelled, wanting Naruto to let her go so she could finish what she started. Naruto refused, not letting her go for a second as the two Akatsuki members trailed behind them. "Face it, we're both not strong enough to even remotely hurt them." Naruto made a turn, quickening his speed as Itachi and Kisame were closing in on Naruto and Satsuki. Satsuki gritted her teeth, frustrated on how right Naruto was. If Naruto was admitting he couldn't fight someone of Itachi's caliber, then what chance does she have? Making another turn, they were facing a dead end. Naruto, without stopping, decided use his Susanoo and smash open the wall, creating a way for them to break free from the motel. Landing on top of the motel, Naruto let go of Satsuki. Find Jiraiya of the Sunin. Guy with white hair that's extremely long, loves women and is a pervert. Find him. Although reluctant, Satsuki nodded and jumped away to seek out Jiraiya. Now facing Kisame and Itachi, Naruto decided it was time to go without restraining himself. Even if he wasn't powerful enough to defeat them, he could at least hold them down until Jiraiya got there. Unsealing his blade once again, Naruto dashed toward them. His heart was at a blaze, feeling the nervousness shadow over him. He deactivated his Susanoo, not wanting to burn through his eyesight. 6. Tendrils of lightning appeared from the blades. Jumping in the air, Naruto threw the lightning chakra power blade at the 2S rank rogue nin. 1. The blade ripped and shredded through the air. Naruto created a shadow clone and made him throw the real Naruto back to retrieve the blade. Kisame blocked the blade, letting Samahata to siphon the lightning chakra once again. Don't hesitate, keep moving forward. Naruto felt the rush of adrenaline coexist with his nervousness to fight these two dangerous shinboi in front of him. 2. Grabbing the blade while in midair, Naruto jumped off of the Samahata just before Kisame could cut through the soles of Naruto's feet. Throwing the blade at Kisame once more, Naruto inhaled and exhaled as he shined to the floors of the rooftop. He unsealed his dagger, channeling the power of wind chakra through the metal. Leaping, Naruto had Kisame preoccupied with the blade. Looking up, Naruto saw Itachi catch blade without any problem. Closing in on Kisame, Naruto threw the dagger with aggression, powering his throw. Naruto could feel it, the same feeling that he first had with Zabuza. What he had wasn't nervousness, it was fear. He was in a battle that he couldn't win. The feeling of fear that he felt facing Zabuza was multiplied by many folds when facing Itachi and Kisame. Panting, Naruto knew it was only a matter of time before he lost. Seeing the blade of his fly towards him, Naruto dodged to the side, feeling fatigue wash over him. God, he would have been able to do so much more if he hadn't recklessly overexert himself by attempting unnecessary things. Itachi landed right next the blade and picked it back up. Without much effort, Itachi threw the blade once more at Naruto. Reacting quickly, Naruto ducked down, dodging his own blade. Immediately after, Itachi appeared right in front of him, sending a kick at Naruto. Though he just barely managed to reduce the damage of the kick by blocking with his forearm. Getting blown back, Naruto twisted his body and regained his balance. He tried reaching out for his blade, but failed once Kisame appeared right in front of him and gave him a large gash that stretched out from one end of the leg to the other. Naruto fell down, his balance broken by the sheer pain of the Samahata. Kisame snatched the blade from the tiles of the roof and struck Naruto's left arm, further incapacitating Naruto. Widening his eyes, Naruto let out a scream of pain. Huffing, Naruto was yet to give up on this battle. Creating a shadow clone, it jumped at Kisame. This gave enough time for Naruto to tear the blade out of his arm. That's enough, said Itachi, appearing right behind Naruto, and kicked his leg so Naruto would be unable to stand. This battle is over. Just as Itachi was about to render Naruto fully incapacitated, a cloud of smoke appeared, revealing Jiraiya behind the veil of smoke. Though Naruto couldn't see the end of it, he had lost. He found himself in the hospital once again. This meant that he managed to not get taken by Itachi and Kisame. Sitting straight up, Naruto had thought course through his mind. Those two. They could be reporting the fact that their suspect is an Uchiha. That's fine. Naruto clenched his fists. He was still too weak. If he can't improve quickly in the next few years, then his plans will fail. How long has it been? Asked Naruto, sensing someone right beside the door. Around a week. You were severely injured, answered Shikamaru, lazily walking to Naruto's side and sat down in a chair next to the injured Naruto. While you were out we managed to get a new Hokage Tsunade-sama. Naruto nodded, figuring that Jiraiya managed to succeed in the mission without his help. 1. You really shouldn't be so focused on the loss. It's troublesome. It was hard for Naruto, that his current strength wasn't good enough and that he needed to continuously get better. I heard you fought 2 S-rank rogue nins. Your clothes were quite battered up, only the cloak managed to survive. Naruto nodded once more, knowing what he said was true. 3. Did they ever say how long I'll be staying? He asked, needing this information. Shikamaru yawned, nodding his head. Yeah, the nurses said that you were able to get out immediately after waking up from your nap. Naruto could tell Shikamaru was jealous due to Naruto was able to sleep for a whole week. Letting Naruto get accustomed himself with the environment and letting Naruto to change back to some decent clothes, Shikamaru left Naruto to do his thing. Once Naruto was done, he escorted himself out alongside Shikamaru. Hokage-sama wanted you in her office. You probably already know what the Hokage wants. Naruto nodded, seeing as it was time for Naruto to become a Chunin. Waving Shikamaru goodbye, Naruto sprinted towards the direction of the Hokage Tower. He passed by multiple people that were a blend of both shinobi and civilian. Once arriving at the tall tower, Naruto went inside her office. He knocked on the door. Come in. Naruto heard the voice of Tsunade behind the door. Having the permission to enter the room, Naruto opened the door. Her eyes locked on Naruto. Ah, I've been expecting you to be here for quite some time, Eihaku Naruto. He nodded, seeing Tsunade smile as he stopped at the front of her desk. 4. Well, the reason I needed you here was for your promotion because of your performance in the Chunin exams and your contribution to the invasion that had happened. Naruto was stayed silent, seeing this coming from a long way. Congratulations, Naruto, you have been promoted to Takubitsu Jonin. Naruto widened his eyes, only expecting himself to be promoted to Chunin. A/N, for those who do not know, a Takubitsu Jonin are people like Ebisu who only excel in a specific area. Just a step below the actual cool Jonin rank. 3. From your expression, you're probably thinking how you skipped a rank. No. Naruto nodded, telling her that she was correct. Well, the council and I not only took account your excelling performance in the Chunin exams, but also you defeating Gaara of the Sand. Naruto was confused with her. I don't necessarily excel in a specific area, but I'm very proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. By that standard, I should be Chunin or Jonin, no in between. Naruto thought to himself. You seem confused still, what are you thinking? Well, from what I studied, the reason people are Takubitsu Jonin is because they only excel in a specific area. But, on my case, I'm the exact opposite of that, no. Naruto explained his confusion in this. Ah, that. The reason for you becoming a Takubitsu Jonin is for an entire different reason than that. You have the skills to become a full-fledged Jonin, but you just lack in areas like experience. Naruto nodded, getting what she was telling him. Tsunade stood up from her chair, handing him a Jonin flak jacket. Naruto took one simple look at the flak jacket. No, it's fine. I'd rather not wear that. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. How so? Asked Tsunade, wondering the reason why he was declining the flak jacket that she was handing to him. Well, I just thought that I won't be staying a simple Jonin for long. Naruto let out a smirk, insinuating that he will be aiming for Enbu. That was a lie, of course. Naruto knew that soon enough, he was going to be regularly going on missions. Not as a Takubitsu Jonin, but as a person who is affiliated to Root. 3. What a troublesome blonde, said Shikamaru, eyeing at the newly promoted Takubitsu Jonin. The new went around quick. Who started? That remains unknown. But it was clear to Naruto that the majority reason why he got promoted to a Takubitsu Jonin was because of Danzo vouching for him. And now Naruto was sitting in the middle of a group of people. He got invited to celebrate for everyone's promotion. Naruto sat with Satsuki, both preferring to be left alone and were not the biggest fans of crowds of people. "How was it like?" asked Satsuki, getting a raised eyebrow from Naruto as he ate the meat that they were cooking. "Be more specific." "What I meant was, how did it feel when you fought my brother and his partner?" Naruto saw the saddened look on Satsuki's face. Naruto stayed silent for a moment, thinking of a way to describe the fight. It was like looking in a mirror. Now it was Satsuki's turn to raise their eyebrows. She was confused what he meant by that. "When I fought Itachi, it was like fighting myself but with power greater than my own. I then felt fear when I fought them both. They both outclassed me." Naruto unconsciously clenched the chopsticks. Maybe it was the thought of inferior that made him do this. Or maybe was it because he was just simply mad that he was still too weak to carry out his plans. Naruto took a glance at Satsuki. It seemed like she wanted to say something. "I hate it," she said bluntly. Naruto knew what she meant. "I hate the fact that I'm still too weak to kill him. The amount of time I've poured into training equaled to nothing in front of his unstoppable power." He understood what she was saying. After all, he was also feeling this way for years. "I get what you mean." Naruto took another bite of the barbecue that they were cooking themselves. "You know, you and I are more alike than I've realized," Naruto told her, making the sides of her mouth go upwards to form a smile. For a moment, it was only the two of them, alone as they ate pieces of barbecue. Naruto knew Satsuki was envious of his skill. Some would say it's a bad thing, but Naruto would consider it a good thing. As long as she has motivation to improve on her abilities, she will have constant growth in no time. "Satsuki," called out Naruto. She turned her head at Naruto, wondering what he was going to say to her. "Did Orochimaru come in contact with you while I was in the hospital?" Satsuki froze at that question being brought up to her. 1. "Why are you asking?" "It's because of the way you're talking. You usually don't say things like this because you like keeping it under control and tamed within you. So, tell me, did he come in contact with you?" he asked again. Naruto became amused at Satsuki as she glared at him, sharpening her gaze at Naruto while tensing up right next to him. "What is it to you?" Naruto ate another piece of barbecue. "I'll be honest, you will fail if you're not prepared." Naruto saw Satsuki clench her fist as she stared at him. "His henchmen, they're going to protect me while escaping." Naruto raised an eyebrow before shrugging his shoulders. "How strong are they?" Satsuki shrugged back, not sure how strong they exactly were. "People like Rock Lee are overwhelmingly strong to the point where I too will surely struggle to fight against them." "Will you be able to survive against him?" "There's 4 people that will be helping, Naruto." Her voice was getting aggressive due to Naruto's continuous pressure. "I can list 4 strong people in the Konoha 12 that are powerful or intelligent." Satsuki finally had it and stabbed Naruto with her chopsticks. "Look," her voice aggressive with a hiss. "You can't stop me from turning rogue." Her face looking straight at Naruto. "I don't mind, Satsuki. Albeit, people will undoubtedly want to bring you back. Don't forget that you're an Uchiha and are important to the village." "Well, you do you." Maybe it was bad for Naruto to simply not care. After all, Satsuki's was Naruto's closest friend all the way up to now. "Funny, I'd thought you would try and play hero." Naruto raised an eyebrow, clearly confused why she would think he'd play hero. "There's no heroes in this world, Satsuki. There's only people who are trying to survive every day." Satsuki stayed silent through those words. "People view the 4th Hokage as a hero because he saved the village from the Kyuubi attack. But is it really heroism when he's doing his duty? To protect the village he calls home." Naruto took a sip of water. "Though people would define that as a hero. I do not, because in the end of the day, he still spilled blood over the course of his life. To protect his home, of course. People have different ideas of being a hero, but a common definition would be describing someone as a courageous person who risks life for others. In the end, being a hero is impossible. Naruto thought to himself, wanting the day to be over already. It was already crowding enough. Why? Why are you even okay with me deserting the village? Asked Satsuki, taking a small glance at Naruto. No reason. People want different things and want to do different things in life. There's no reason for me to force someone to do something when they are consciously authorizing themselves to do what they want. Satsuki looked down. That's why I'll offer you my assistance in your escape. She widened her eyes, amazed that Naruto offered her his assistance in her escape. Before Satsuki could protest, Naruto cut her off. There will be times where your plan could fail unexpectedly. I'll be there to pull the strings so the plan doesn't fail whatsoever. He had his mind resolved to help Satsuki. When's your departure? Naruto asked her. In 2 days. At midnight. Naruto looked at his equipment. He had everything he needed when Satsuki planned her escape. It didn't take too long for her to give up and let Naruto help with her escape. Although she was reluctant, she did saw the many benefits having him beside her. And it was quite evident to Naruto that she favored him more than anyone else in her life. Touching, said Naruto, slightly amused at that. Immediately after, Naruto sighed, remembering that he was now a Takebutsu Jonin. That means Team 7 as a whole will disband due to my rise in ranks and to Satsuki's soon-to-be escape from Konoha. And it was only the beginning to the crumbling. Soon enough, the Hokage will send me on mission on teams of equal ranks or just me by myself. Naruto let himself fall down on his mattress bed, his eyes becoming heavier by the second. What a long day, Naruto muttered before sleeping and appearing in his mind once again. You do have a plan, right? Naruto nodded his head at Kurama. He knew that Kurama didn't fully trust him, but it was quite a start. Yes. My plans probably deviates from their own plan. But I wouldn't be too wary of our plans clashing because I won't be fighting until the very end. Naruto knew he still had to relay his part of the plan to Satsuki. This plan was created only because I need a way to over freely while being undetected as an accomplice. Kurama continued to listen to the words that Naruto was spitting. So you're planning to work behind the scenes and have yourself not go on the mission that will happen when your girlfriend escapes. Naruto ignored the comment on Satsuki being his girlfriend. But until the day she escapes, I'll be training on refining my skills, most notably my Kenjutsu and my Fuinjutsu. Naruto sighed, seeing as there will be a lot of work for him in the next couple of days. He couldn't just simply overdo himself while training because that'll hinder him while helping Satsuki. And the last thing he wanted was to become a burden. With that, Naruto continued to plan his tactics, take himself out of the scenario of being involved in the mission. Naruto knew what he needed to do. I must render myself unfit to fight to the eyes of Konoha. Naruto lowered his body, dodging a kick from his own clone. Staying silent, Naruto unsealed his blade and thrusted it upwards to disperse the clone. He had a full day before he had to initiate a plan. The clone shifted body back, dodging the blade that Naruto had thrusted. Naruto maneuvered to the side, analyzing the movement of his clone. Taking a deep breath, Naruto leaped and swung his left leg towards the head of the clone. Their eyes were sharp and dangerous. The clone reacted with a kick of his own. The kicks clashing, a loud thunk was created from their contact. 1. It still wasn't enough for Naruto to disperse the clone completely. All of a sudden, a kunai was thrown at him in a separate direction that was not from the clone. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto caught the kunai effortlessly. His hair swayed through the air as a person with 6 arms jumped out of the tree and towards Naruto. A large grin was plastered on his face. Letting his clone disperse, Naruto decided to handle this guy all on his own. His hand clasped around the sharp blade, Naruto disappeared from his sight. Stop, said Naruto, appearing right above the person with 6 arms. tendrils of lightning appearing all over the blade. It's over. Naruto struck his blade, electrocuting him without any hesitation laced within his mind. The dirt from the ground rose to the air, creating a cloud of dust inhabiting the area. 3 other individuals appeared from the trees, landing right outside the perimeter, holding their guards up as they saw 2 individuals emerge from the clouds. Orochimaru's henchmen. Naruto appeared, standing right on the back of the 6-armed guy that Naruto had defeated in mere seconds. "Good to see you," said Naruto, his hair swaying from the fresh breeze around him. It was evident to them that he was not messing around. "We were informed by the Uchiha that you will be assisting us on her escape." Naruto nodded, walking off of the back of his opponent. He took a single step to them, his blade and cloak following behind. "That is correct. From here on out, I'll be helping you help her escape. Hope we can get along." Naruto sealed his blade in his seal. "What's your motive?" Naruto turned to the voice of a sharp-sounding girl, who looked to around his age. Her hair was long and red, or was it pink? It didn't matter. "My motive." Naruto mirrored her sharp tongue, copying the sound of her voice. Almost as if he mocking her. "We want to know why you're doing this? A way for you to get favor." Maybe there was hidden strings that Naruto himself attached, but a favor is far from the reason why he was doing this. "I don't need a favor. Shouldn't it make you feel safe knowing that I have no ulterior motives behind my actions?" Naruto walked closer, adding an ominous pressure to them. Naruto knew that they didn't trust him. But that was fine with him. "Stop spouting bull crap." Naruto turned to the same girl from earlier, her mouth spouting foul words at Naruto. "I don't need you to trust me because this cooperation of ours will only be a one-time deal." Naruto continued talking afterwards. "And once this deal is over, I won't hesitate to kill you all the next time I see you in battle." Everyone became silent, feeling the pressure of Naruto's words cling onto them. "Fine by us. We are the Sound 4. I'm Jirobo, the red-haired one is Teiwa, the one on the ground behind you is named Kidomaru. The last one is Sakan and Yukon. We serve Orochimaru." Naruto took a small glance at them all for a brief moment. "Greetings, I'm sure Satsuki has already informed you of my existence. This closes our introductions." Naruto could tell from their language. They were very wary of him. And they should. This was only a temporary truce that they will be holding until the end. Once it was over, they were back to being enemies. And when the time comes, Naruto will be the one to finish them off from the face of the earth. Soon enough, the Sound 4's visit came to a close. He then went back to fighting a clone. Naruto sighed, trying to find any potential holes in his plan as he was fighting his own clone. And one of the holes within his plan was the use of shadow clones. "No matter what, I can't let my replacement clone to be dispersed by anyone while I'm out there fighting," Naruto thought to himself, jumping in the air. "And if my clone does get dispersed, then it could jeopardize everything." Naruto caught a kunai that his clone had thrown at him. "I let that happen." Naruto landed on the ground, seeing his clone rush towards him. Pushing himself off the ground, Naruto shifted his body to the right, dodging a blow. "I can't fail." Unsealing his dagger, Naruto swiftly threw the dagger at staggering speeds. His clone moved to the side, somewhat copying what Naruto did a few seconds ago. "I'll do whatever's necessary." Letting the dagger pass him, the real Naruto appeared behind him, taking the dagger that had missed and completely redirecting it at his clone. Silently, but deadly, Naruto thrusted the dagger through his clone's head, making the clone disperse in a cloud of smoke. 1. Whatever it takes. 4. Whatever it takes. It was the next day. Naruto stood in front of Satsuki, informing her of his plan. He could tell that she was eager to leave the village for the power that Orochimaru would give her. "So you want me to break your arm?" she asked him, making Naruto nod his head in confirmation to her question. "Yes, I need an excuse for me to be left out during the mission, letting me leave a shadow clone in the hospital while I'm out and about roaming around with you all. Naruto did not have much time to form an actual plan, but this will work well enough. Naruto saw the hesitation plastered on her face. You seem to be reluctant on the idea of hurting me. We've fought before and you've hurt me quite a few times. What's stopping you now? His voice was low, almost a whisper. Even then, she was reluctant. I haven't hurt you this badly before, you know. Something could go wrong. The mission to get me out of Konoha could go wrong without you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering the change of heart about him being on the mission. Quite flattered, but are you really reluctant hurting because of the possibility of jeopardizing the mission? Naruto questioned, seemingly questioning her words. Or are you reluctant due to me being your best and only friend? Naruto suddenly felt a large and sharp pain explode on his left hand. Wincing, he noticed that Satsuki had finally took the courage to personally break his arm. Mind not influencing my healing? Wait until an hour before the escape. Naruto spoke to Kurama within his mind. TCH. I'm already on it. Kurama spoke, sleeping once again. If Kurama was being honest, he was quite intrigued with Naruto's plan. He'd usually try and make a very intricate plan that will give him what he wanted, but this was different. This was a plan being made last minute. It wasn't anything special, but the events after the plan will correspond to the success of his plan. A/N, the better the following events and outcome will decide how good his plan was. And to think he'd go out of his to help Satsuki to escape Konoha and become a rogue nin was something Kurama found amusing. Kurama revealed his fangs. But, then again, what is a king without his queen? Kurama kept these words silent, not letting Naruto hear a pint of the words that were being spoken out loud. Kurama knew it. That deep inside Naruto was a person who wanted a peaceful life. Why else would he be trying to attain peace aside from just proving Madara wrong? Kurama was certainly amused by Naruto and how he was currently entwined by the strings of aging. Or just the strings of puberty. Naruto winced once again, feeling the pain from the hit that Satsuki had just served. Getting hit by Satsuki every 10 minutes or 2 to further the injury that he was going to sustain. He wondered if this would actually heal in the end. After finally arriving to the hospital, Naruto's whole arm was swollen to the bone. Naruto fared Satsuki goodbye, getting escorted by the nurses to his room. It did look pretty bad on their part. This will take some time to heal, said the nurse. Naruto nodded, understanding what she had just said. Luckily, people like Tsunade couldn't go and heal him because she had priorities as the Hokage. Naruto was thankful for that. And soon enough, people came to check on him, most notably. Everyone? Satsuki's not here, Sakura spoke out, making the fact known. Everyone heard this and wondered why she wasn't here. Though Naruto already had a solution on that topic. She was the one that escorted me here and she was the first to visit me. This satisfied the curiosities from within their mind. Naruto noticed the look on Kakashi's face. It seems he was worried about the state that Satsuki was in. That'll be dangerous. Certain people of the Konoha 12 will be the probable people that will be sent to retrieve Satsuki. They'd probably think she would be more willing to come back with someone she was familiar with. Now that Naruto thought about it, he would be very invaluable in this mission. His friendship with Satsuki would be something people would resort to when thinking of retrieving Satsuki. But the people that I would choose to go on this mission would be Shikamaru, Koji, Neji, Kaiba, and Shino. Naruto mused, considering their strengths. Neji, Kaiba, and Shino were both fit for tracking Satsuki and were offensively powerful, especially Neji. Koji was someone who could overwhelm someone in offensive power. And Shikamaru was quite obvious. He would be the strategist of the group with intellect that could only be followed up by Neji. It was a pretty good team that covers essential coverings for a team. Naruto sighed, seeing the sun almost withering away for the day. Everyone from before soon left to home or to continue their night. Naruto had a scroll in his holster that was holding his clothing for this secret mission that he was going to be an accomplice on. Looking at the clock, Naruto saw that it was just about to hit 10 p.m. Nodding his head, Naruto began to mentally communicate with Kurama. Start the healing. Naruto thought, telling Kurama to start healing. He just had 2 hours left before his assistance was needed for the mission. Naruto sighed, letting his head lay back. Satsuki packed up her things. She was getting ready for the inevitable. It was just about a few minutes before 11 p.m. Was she going to miss the times she had experienced at Konoha? Maybe or maybe not. Although she does know that this was an opportunity for her to become stronger. So she could kill Itachi. Putting the backpack behind her back, Satsuki walked out of the doors of her house. Placing her hands into her pockets, Satsuki made her way to the spot that she was told to meet at. Her thoughts moved to Naruto, wondering how he was going to prevent himself from getting caught being an accomplice with them. He'll find a way. I know he will. A slight smile appeared on her face, continuing her walk towards the spot. On her way, she heard some footstep earlier. Satsuki. A voice from behind called out to her. Looking back, she saw the slender figure of Sakura standing just a few meters away from her. What are you doing? Sakura questioned her. I'm going for a walk, responded Satsuki, trying to make up an excuse as she stared at Sakura with much silent. 3. A walk with your backpack. Sakura pressed further. Satsuki stayed silent, no longer trying to deny the fact that she was deserting the village. You're lying, aren't you? You're planning on leaving the village. Satsuki stayed silent just for a few seconds before she responded. Yes. Her voice was considerably flat and blunt. Why? Why are you doing this? She asked a following question. Satsuki looked away slightly from her face like what Sakura was doing. I have a goal and this village is only hindering me in my growth, stated Satsuki, looking back at Sakura's face as tears formed in Sakura's eyes. She walked towards Satsuki just a few inches before stopping once again. I'll scream if you go. Satsuki was not affected by those words, only seemingly amused by those. Sorry, said Satsuki, appearing right behind Sakura. But this is the end. Knocking Sakura out and positioning her on the stone bench that was right next to them. After a walk that took almost an hour, she appeared walking on a landscape that was on the borderline of the village. Satsuki caught sight of the 4 of them standing, waiting for her to arrive. Where's the accomplice? Asked Kidomaru, seeing as Satsuki appeared alone without anyone walking along her. I'm here. They heard the monotonous tone right behind them. Turning around, they all saw Naruto walking towards them. He had his cloak and the anew and blank mask with absolutely no features covering his face. One side of the mask was black and the other was white. The only thing visible was his bright azure eyes. 5. Let's go. Soon enough, they made a stop. We need to do it now before it's too late, said Sakon and Yukon, getting nods from all of the other Sound 4. They all turned towards Satsuki. As of right now, your curse mark is only at the first stage. Satsuki raised her eyebrow at them with this newfound information. And for you to evolve to the next stage you must die once. Satsuki sharpened her eyes, waiting the next thing to happen. And these are the key to that, Sakon told Satsuki, taking a small bottle out, showing an abundance of small, tiny pills inside of it. Those are mind-awakening pills. Those pills will forcefully stimulate and make the curse mark go to the second stage, Teiwaya told her, not using her usual sharp-tongued mouth to spout out some nonsense and foulness. However, if things are left unchecked, you will have a permanent death. In order for you to control the second stage, your body will have to be accustomed to it. Once doing this, you won't be able to last for even a minute before your inevitable death. Naruto was quite intrigued in their ways to prevent death as he gazed down at them from a tree above. And what will happen after? Satsuki questioned. Her features were sharp as she gave Sakan a thin gaze. You don't need to worry, that is why we are here. Sakan walked towards Satsuki and handed her the bottle of pills. Looking at the pills, her mind raced with many thoughts. I could die and that would be the end of it. But if I live, it would be another large step for me to gain more power to defeat Itachi. Satsuki mused, taking the risk and downing one of the pills within her system. She felt the immediate effects of the mind-awakening pills all throughout her body. Clenching her stomach, she kneeled down with the overwhelming pain covering all throughout her body. Now! Do not fail! Kimimaro yelled as everyone got into position. Sakan had a large scroll behind his back where his twin brother Yukon was located. A large barrel appeared right beside Satsuki that was full of seals. Jirobo picked up Satsuki and placed her inside of the barrel. Jumping back, everyone in the Sound 4 performed exactly one different hand seal. Bringing their arms up into the air, a dark mist illuminated from their hands and gathered at the top to form a large cloud full of darkness. Slamming their hands down, the black mist all gathered into the barrel to seal it off. 4 black mist formation. Sakan held 4 sealing paper in the grasp of his hand and threw it at the barrel that had Satsuki inhabiting it. Black seal. All of the seals had sealed all of the sides of the barrel, letting Satsuki to rest and get accustomed to the body instead of instantly dying. She was in a false death state. We're done for now. Let's go. Everyone nodded, bringing Satsuki along with them. As they walked to their destination, a few jonin of Konoha appeared right in front of them. Their guards were up, recognizing that the 4 of them are shinobi from Otagakure. You 4, it seems you all were coming the direction of Konoha. They didn't notice the presence of their 5th person Naruto. 1. They all stayed silent, not saying a single word to the Konohanin. What's in that barrel? They stayed silent once more. Although Kimimaro had a grin forming on his face. He was excited to face the jonin. And they all had the intention to fight them. Their bodies were soon being covered by the familiar markings that Satsuki had, but the design of them were drastically different. Naruto was hinged into himself but with just jet black hair. He didn't need to drastically change his appearance. Although this cloak he had will surely needed to be changed due to him using the same cloak on this mission as well. Naruto leaped from tree to tree, he examined the area and the possible people snooping around. Naruto grit his teeth, knowing he will have to stay away from the area so his scent doesn't get through the nose of an Inuzuka. How Naruto knows this is because it's quite obvious. There would be a way Konoha doesn't bring out someone who has the capabilities to track their targets. As Naruto came back, the Konohanins were retreating. Wow, thanks for the freaking help, Teiwa angrily yelled at Naruto, whom was just amused at those words. Naruto, after a few seconds, looked towards Teiwa. I'm currently in a situation where helping you all in fighting will jeopardize my identity to the Konohanins. Although once the trackers are taken care of, I can make my move to ensure the full success of this escort mission. Teiwa scoffed at that, choosing to ignore Naruto's words and instead focus on ahead. Let's just go, said Gerbero, disarming the situation so they all could continue forward without any unnecessary hindrance creating a setback. Man, if only Naruto was here. He could easily just charm Satsuki into going back to the village, stated Kaiba, jumping from tree to tree alongside his other comrades. Shikamaru sighed at those words. It doesn't matter. He was hurt before the mission even began. Pushing himself to save her might cost him more than just an arm. Kaiba nodded, understanding what he meant by that. I guess. Their squad consisted of exactly what Naruto had previously imagined. Shikamaru as the leading strategist, with Koji being an offensive powerhouse, and Neji, Kaiba, and Shino being the trackers of the team. Although they were all very efficient when it came to close combat capabilities. Get ready, we're nearing them. Even though the team was formed very late during sunrise, they were able to catch up due to the amount of things getting in the Sound Force and Naruto's way. Stopping at a branch, they all caught sight of the Sound 4 walking with a barrel on Jirobo's back. "Where's Satsuki?" Koji questioned, analyzing the situation as they head within the abundance of trees around them. "In the barrel," assessed Shikamaru, pulling out a kunai from the pouch near the rear of his buttocks. Looking at the rest, they nodded their heads and threw their own kunais at the Sound 4. Reacting to their attacks, they all stepped to the side. Their positions were now revealed. "Move," ordered Shikamaru, jumping off of the tree and sliding down the tree trunk. Following his lead, they did the same and decided to split up to surround the area. Throwing kunais from many directions, they switched positions every time to avoid from being caught. Although that was only the case because the Sound 4 were only dodging. "Get them!" They all disappeared. A few moments after, the bodies of the retrieval team flow out of many directions. Landing on their feet, they backed away to create distance. They were now face to face with the Sound 4. Their eyes locked, eyeing each other with such intensity piercing through. "Leave, I'll hold them off so you all can go," said Jirobo to them. Although some wanted to fight, they ultimately decided to leave him behind so he could fend them off from their backs. "After them!" yelled Shikamaru, jumping to try and follow the remaining 3 Sound Nins. Unfortunately, Jirobo appeared and blocked them out. "I can't let you pass through," stated Jirobo, tightening his fists for the incoming battle that was about to occur right in front of their eyes. Gritting their teeth, they knew they couldn't waste any more time. Shino jumped away, dodging the fist that came hurling towards him. They were now in a situation where they will either have to go forward with Jirobo tailing behind them, defeat him as a unit, or the third and last option, leave someone behind so they could fend off Jirobo off their backs. And as of right now, the third option was looking quite tempting. Very tempting. "Guys! You guys go while I fight him!" yelled out Koji, taking out 3 different colored pills. He swallowed each pill down his throat. "We can't just leave you." Kaiba and everyone else was reluctant with this idea even though it was coursing through their mind already over a dozens of times. "Just go. I'll deal with him." Once again, although they were reluctant, they listened to his word and jumped back to the trees. "Oh, no you don't." Jirobo leaped into air and homed himself towards the others. But that was abruptly stopped by the staggering power of Koji. Throwing Jirobo down back at the ground, a cloud of dust rose from the ground. Landing on the ground safely, he saw Jirobo recover from the injury and regained his footing. A grin covered Jirobo's chubby face. "You whoever you are nothing but a dispensable piece." The two rushed at each other, soon colliding with both of their hands interlocking with one another. "Shut up!" Koji wouldn't let Jirobo get to his head. He wasn't dispensable, but he was a valuable shinobi of Konoha, and will become invaluable in the future. Their physical strength was overwhelming, but it seems that both were struggling to overpower each other in raw strength. "Gah!" screamed Koji, managing to lift Jirobo off the ground. He lost his grip and was now being controlled by Koji. Twirling around, Jirobo was launched away by Koji. 1. Hitting a tree, he created a large dent on the tree. Koji gritted his teeth, feeling the effects of the 3 colored pills that he had swallowed earlier. It was something that was able to give someone a large boost of power to the individual, but each pill damaged the body with the use of poison. It was a risky item. But this? It was worth the risk for him. Koji dashed, closing the gap between him and Jiraiya. Hurling a punch at his opponent, Jiraiya managed to catch it. "This all you got?" asked Jiraiya, black markings covering his body. Widening his eyes, Koji felt the increase in power that Jiraiya had just received. One that was greater than his own. Getting thrown back, Koji got back on his feet, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. "Must not give up," thought Koji, enlarging himself to a surprising size. His destructive power had been boosted by the expansion. "Get ready!" Koji roared, rolling himself towards Jiraiya. Whipping his hand at the ground, Jiraiya made the ground right in front of him arise. Earth style, Earth Shore Return Koji clashed with the jutsu that Jiraiya was wielding that he was using to defend himself from impact. This is not enough. Koji's voice did not waver whatsoever. His power ever so increasing, he broke through the wall made of earth. Jiraiya widened his eyes, feeling pain explode from every ounce of his body. He was launched once again, hitting the same tree that he had collided before. Rage filled Koji's body. His stampede knocked over many trees, unable to withstand the power of Akimichi Koji. Jiraiya couldn't create an opening to counter due to the pain that was washing over his entire body. Blood dripped from his head, mouth, his entire body. Ending his stampede, Koji did one final hit before releasing his expansion and kneeling on the ground. Huffing and panting in an uncontrollable rate, his vision began blurring. Crap! Thought Koji, unable to override his fatigue and tiredness, he began to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he hoped that Jiraiya was also passed out. I lived! Yelled Jiraiya, coughing blood out from his mouth. He shakily lifted himself up from the ground, blood dripping down, soaking the ground with the familiar crimson red. I lived. His voice was hoarse and rough as he repeated those two words once again. He steadily walked towards the unconscious Koji, pulling out a kunai from his pouch. No, Jiraiya widened his eyes, looking down, he saw the tip of a sharp blade piercing through his body. You've lost. Naruto stood behind Jiraiya, clipping his featureless mask to reveal his features. He slid the blade out of his body. What? Jiraiya was in disbelief at this. Naruto was supposed to be helping them, not killing them with no remorse. I thought you were helping us. Naruto looked over at Jiraiya, his face full of indifference and apathy. He reigned over him with an aura of authority that could make people crawl in fear. I am helping you all in my own terms, of course, responded Naruto, swinging his blade once to rid of the Jiraiya's blood covering the blade. Then, what's the meaning of this? Jiraiya was paralyzed with the fear that was shadowing over him. It was uncontrollable. You are nothing but a dispensable piece, recited Naruto, repeating the words that Jiraiya had told Koji. This was nothing but a game to you. His fist was clenched tightly. Do not misunderstand, but this was just a simple act of betrayal. Even though the retrieval team and I aren't the closest of friends at the moment, does not mean I do not consider them as comrades, because I do. Naruto clipped his mask back on, positioning his blade a few inches above his head. Goodbye, Jiraiya. This is your end. Naruto ended his life by striking the back of Jiraiya's head without any remorse. He summoned a clone right beside him. Bring Koji back to Konoha. Do not stop for anyone and make sure you are not seen by any Konohanins. His clone nodded, picking up the knocked out Koji. Naruto looked down at the dead body of Jirobo. Sorry, but I'll be the one that escorts her out of Konoha. I don't need your group's incompetence to hinder me as I make a pathway for her. Naruto jumped away, making numerous shadow clones to interfere with all the other battles behind the scenes. Naruto jumped out in an open field, seeing a figure in the grassy field. He observed the figure much intensity. The platinum white hair brushed throughout the air as they stared at each other. He was most definitely not informed of this happening by the sound. Could it be backup? Naruto thought to himself, feeling the strong aura emitting from his body. He knew from with just a glance that this guy was strong. Who are you? Questioned Naruto, wanting to know the identity of the person that was carrying Satsuki behind his back. I am Kimimaro. I hail from the Kaguya clan and I am a direct servant for Orochimaru-sama. Naruto saw Kimimaro tense up, readying for a fight. Stop, he's helping us, said a familiar voice, jumping the container and landing on the grass safely and soundly. Satsuki's hair was even longer than usual. It was all rigid and sharp and it had turned into a palish blue. Her skin had changed from the silky porcelain color to a grayish tone. It all turned back to its original state soon after. Although the stage 1 markings were still there, with her sclera of pitch black and the iris being yellow with a black pupil at the center. "I see," Kimimaro said, facing Naruto once again. "You may proceed. Although it seems I'll have to stay here to fend off a person coming straight here." Naruto nodded, walking past Kimimaro without a hint of fear. Naruto stood by Satsuki, nodding his head. "Let's go," Naruto told Satsuki, getting a nod from her as they jumped away, letting Kimimaro take care of the opponent that was about to arrive. Kimimaro stood still, seeing a blur of green cloud his vision. Dodging the blow, a boy with a perfect bowl cut was standing in front him. His body already in a stance. "I am Rock Lee, I will be your opponent." Rock Lee disappeared, letting his weights fall down, making him go even faster than before. "Leaf Gale." Lee appeared right behind, delivering a low kick towards Kimimaro. Though he managed to react fast enough in time and jumped up, dodging the low kick being delivered. In a quick second, Kimimaro twisted his body and swung a foot at Lee, doing a surprise attack. Just barely missing, Lee disappeared once again, then reappeared right above Kimimaro. Dance of the Larch. Sharp bones started to rise out of Kimimaro's skin, acting in both offense and defense. Lee noticed this and escaped from the piercing bones. The sharp bones then retracted. Lee was just a few meters away from Kimimaro, prepared for any attack coming his way. Dance of the Camellia. A large bone rose from Kimimaro's shoulder. Lee paid close attention, noticing that the bone was now being used as a blade to fight. Lee now knows that Kimimaro has experience in Kenjutsu. As the wind swayed the grass, the two quickly approached each other. With Kimimaro pulling back his arm, he tried striking Lee's heart. Although Lee countered by moving his body to the side. Jumping slightly in the air, Lee swung his leg at Kimimaro to block another attack with his bone sword. Landing on the ground once again, Rock Lee placed his hand on the ground, using it as a way to catapult his other leg at the bone sword. Knocking the bone sword out of his hand, Lee made his move once again. Spike appeared from out of his body, but Lee was ready. Appearing and reappearing everywhere, his speed was building up at an incredible rate. Leaf Whirlwind. Rock Lee appeared from every angle and delivered a series of kicks that varied from high to low. The bones were too slow to keep up with the ever so increasing speed of Rock Lee. Appearing in front of Kimimaro, he was about to deal another blow until another series of spikes arose from Kimimaro's chest. Widening his eyes, Rock Lee backed away, blood dripping from his hand and part of his arm. "You kept increasing your speed, but you were reaching your maximum output because you were increasing very slowly towards the end. I took advantage of that and created a small prediction," Kimimaro thought to himself. And this was the product of this quick-witted prediction that was made. He had gotten used to the rhythm with each attack that Lee had delivered. Of course, this prediction would have been much harder if his rhythm had changed every time he had attacked. Picking up his bone sword once again, Kimimaro analyzed the current situation. He had injured Lee's hand and he will have to let that injured arm to take a small rest before it was fit to be used once again. Sand Spear. Kimimaro turned around, seeing a slender but sharp rod of sand that was heading his way. Twisting his head to the side, he had managed to dodge the attack with late notice. With a large gourd on his back, Gaara stood silently with his arms crossed as veils of sand rose from the ground. Seeing this, Lee disappeared and reappeared right behind Gaara. "I'll hand this, you go on with your mission." Gaara had his usual stern and serious facial expression, continuing to stand still as the waves of sand split apart to individually attack Kimimaro. Rock Lee nodded his head, understanding that Gaara had no intention of asking for his help. He quickly passed by the fight and jumped into the trees of the direction of Naruto and Satsuki. 1. Naruto and Satsuki arrived at a valley that had two statues of highly significant figures of shinobi history. Two statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Making their way through the statue of the first Hokage, they stopped at the statue of Uchiha Madara. And this will be our time to split ways. Satsuki looked at Naruto, knowing that this was indeed true on both of their parts. You think I'll see you again? Satsuki asked, averting her yes away from Naruto due to embarrassment from asking that question to Naruto, someone who was always overly serious. He raised an eyebrow at Satsuki. I do not see any reason why we won't. Although not soon, but in the future we will cross paths again. Satsuki was tempted to ask Naruto if he could come along with her. But she knew better. It was obvious to her that Naruto has unfinished business within Konoha, and he also has duties as a Takebutsu Jonin. Naruto unclipped his mask, showing an amused expression on his face. Although the image of an amused Naruto was quite distorted and did not fit the expression of amused, there was a weird tension that loomed in the air. And before you go, said Naruto, gaining the attention of Satsuki. Naruto leaned in and gave a slight peck on Satsuki's cheek for a second or two. 13. In a daze, Satsuki just barely noticed Naruto's lips curving into a slight smile as he clipped the mask back on. Until next time, Satsuki. Naruto turned around, looking down from on top of the statue. Snapping out of the daze, she also curved the sides of her mouth into that of a small smile. She jumped away. TCH. Nothing has changed, my butt. You're a filthy liar, Naruto. He heard Kurama's voice roar from within his mind. I see no reason for me not to reciprocate her feeling for me that she has been holding within herself all this time. After all, her and I are quite similar in some aspects. Naruto sat down on the statue of Madara. And of course you reciprocated during the time where she leaves the village. Naruto ignored those words and stood back up as he saw the leaves rustle. Rock Lee emerged from the leaves. The two of them locked their eyes with one another. Both were in near-top condition to fight and were ready to fight each other if it comes to that. Where is Satsuki-san? Yelled Lee, his voice reaching the valley. Naruto continued to look at him. He then answered his question. She's not here. If you want to get to her, you'll have to get through me. He only had to stall for just enough time so Satsuki would have enough distance so she would reach her destination even if Naruto lost. But he had no intention of losing whatsoever. A month ago, Naruto would without a doubt lose to someone as powerful as Rock Lee. However, times have changed and Naruto has grown in power as well. And luckily, he had gotten a pair of contact lenses to assist him. I see. Well then, I shall defeat you and get Satsuki-san. In that moment, the two jumped down from their respective statues, gliding down the air. Landing on the ground, they jumped down once more. Falling down on the reflective water, they began to dash towards each other at frightening speeds. And in a blur, Naruto and Lee clashed fists, a thunk following their clash. 6. Naruto maneuvered his arm and took grasp of Lee's arm, using it as way for Naruto to launch himself right behind Lee. Now in the air right behind Lee, Naruto unsealed his blade, letting lightning chakra course through the blade. The tendrils sparkling as Naruto threw it at Lee. Moving to the side, Lee had dodged Naruto's blade without second thought. Or did he? Lee widened his eyes, feeling the slight shock from the lightning that was being mixed with the water, spreading the power of his lightning affinity. Naruto pulled his arm. The blade that was being sunk within the depths of the water was pulled up to the surface by a single thread of wire strings. Landing on the part of the water that his lightning affinity did not reach, he saw Lee disappear in the blink of an eye. Feeling the air rush from behind, Naruto ducked below, dodging a sonic kick by the one and only Rock Lee. Another kick came his way, swooping from the air as Naruto was still ducked down. Creating a clone right next to him, Naruto got snatched up by the clone so he could avoid getting a direct hit. The two felt the rush of adrenaline that was coursing through their veins. 1. Naruto leaped at Lee, channeling chakra to his fists. Naruto appeared behind Lee, his fist brimming with pure power. But, just before, Lee disappeared from Naruto's sight and appeared behind Naruto instead. unpredictable. Naruto thought, suddenly pivoting his turn and ducked below, dodging a punch. With his previous still being powered by his chakra, Naruto struck Lee in the abdomen, sending Lee flying a few meters away from him. Naruto followed up by unsealing his dagger, throwing the dagger as Lee slowly got up. His eyes locking at the dagger, he twisted his body to the left, dodging the dagger. Lee then saw Naruto run towards the walls of stone that were far from their side. Following Naruto, the only sound recognized was the sound of the water splashing. Their fight was now taking place on the side of the walls of stone. Lee abruptly stopped once Naruto stopped running and turned around to perform a dash at Lee. With him being much more prepared, Lee raised his forearm, blocking the punch from Naruto. Being pushed back just a few inches away, Lee ducked down, trying to deal a low kick so Naruto would lose balance and fall down to the water once again. Naruto had to stop creating pressure so he could jump up to dodge the low kick from Lee. Jumping to the side, Naruto summoned a clone and started to wield hand seals at rapid pace. Tiger Ram Horse Snake Dragon Rat Ox Tiger. Tiger Ox Dog Rabbit Snake. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. The real Naruto shot out a breath of fire alongside his clone, whom shot a gust of wind from his mouth to strengthen the overall power of the fire. A/N, if Kakashi can do the fireball jutsu with a mask, Naruto can do it too. Though they do wear entirely different types of mask. Crap. Consider this a plot hole. 7. Lee moved to the side. A tiny bit of his spandex suit charred off due to the strength of the fire that Naruto had rained upon him. Lee decided to bring things up a notch and started to dash all around Naruto. The walls of stone started to dent due to the speed that Lee was using. Naruto looked all around him, keeping calm as he saw moderately sized rocks rise from the ground up. Suddenly, those same rocks came flying towards him. Due to that unexpected attack, Naruto had a graze on his cheekbone with blood slithering down. Naruto was backed into a corner. 1. He did not want to already use his Manjikyu so early, it was too risky for him right now. His constant use of his Sharingan has brought his vision at stake. Although not to the point where he will be fully blind, but at the stake where it will be way too noticeable. Naruto decided to persevere through all of the attack before ducking down and doing a low sweep, making the pebbles and rocks and letting Lee taste his own medicine. This caused Lee to move much slower due to the speed of rocks passing him left and right. Naruto smirked behind his mask, jumping in the air. The fight has only just begun. Gaara stared at Kimimaro, his face stern and serious as he sent individual veils of sand maneuvered around the area. Standing still, Gaara commanded his sand to utterly destroy Kimimaro. With the sand unwavering, Kimimaro jumped back, seeing as the sand became sharp and weaponized. The speed of the sand quickening, Kimimaro saw the sand circle around him, slowly closing around him with such fluid movement. With his curse seal spreading throughout his body, he got ready for the attack. Sand Coffin. Gaara stuck out his hand, clenching it tightly as the sand attached itself onto the body of Kimimaro. He found it hard for him to crush Kimimaro with his sand. Narrowing his eyes, Gaara saw a finger reach out from the sand, the black markings evident on the finger. Soon enough, more fingers emerged from the sand, then a whole hand, then an entire arm. Gaara noticed that there were patches of skin were torn, revealing solid bone right behind the skin. Gaara now realized that Kimimaro had prevented himself from getting crushed by creating a bone structure beneath his skin to give him durability to withstand attacks like these. "It seems we are both monsters," stated Gaara. Even more sand rose, creating a massive wave of sand that shadowed over the area. "But this shall test who is the greater monster." Gaara commanded his sand to push through and overwhelm Kimimaro with his absolute power. Letting the sand dive down, it covered the area and pushed Kimimaro down to the ground. A dome of sand formed around Kimimaro, not letting him escape this time around. Gaara was ready to crush him even more. Kimimaro stayed calm under the amount of pressure being served to him. The curse mark started to evolve further. his skin turning into a grayish color, and large bits of bone were sprouting from his body. Black stripes were around his eye and a tail wiggling. Gaara noticed Kimimiro's rise up from the ground, his power increasing by many folds. "I see, you have something up your sleeve." Gaara had sand raised from the ground, letting it circle around Kimimaro in a careful manner. "But it won't be enough." Naruto was in the air, falling down from the heights above. As he was falling, Naruto pulled out a few shuriken from his pouch and threw it at Lee. Landing on the water safely, a tiny splash was created while Lee jumped out of the way of the shuriken that was thrown at him. Diving down towards Naruto, Lee prepared a kick. Naruto saw this and backed away, letting Lee hit the water instead of himself. Naruto widened his eyes slightly, seeing Lee appear right in front of him. A punch was delivered to his abdomen, sending him far away. Tensing, Naruto summoned a clone that stopped him from hitting a large boulder that was sticking out of the water. The clone immediately the Naruto down, letting himself take the attack from Lee than the actual Naruto. With just a split second of time to spare, Naruto powered up his hand with chakra, paying Lee back with the damage that he had dealt to Naruto. A sputter of blood escaped from Lee's mouth. Once regaining balance, the two immediately acted on their next attack. They began rushing towards each other on the large body of water. As Naruto had enough speed, Naruto summoned a shadow clone. The said clone threw Naruto at Lee. Naruto came in at blinding speeds, soon appearing above Lee, a kick coming his way. Widening his eyes, Lee got hit by the sonic speed kick that Naruto had just done. Naruto threw another batch of shuriken that came Lee's way. Lee yelped in pain as a few shuriken cut through parts of his spandex and piercing his own skin. Blood dripped down, diluting the water with its crimson color. It was soon lost within the depths of the body of water. "I can't use it just yet," Lee thought. His injuries were just recently healed and he didn't want to overexert his body so early. Naruto had his blade in his hand, readying himself to continue with their fight. They were both pretty badly hurt. Lee got back up on his own 2 feet, he began to circle around Naruto in a careful manner. The same went for Naruto. Their eyes were locked, his azure contacts locking with his charcoal eyes. "You're strong," said Naruto, masking his voice with chakra. "That's why I'll have to be even stronger." A grey skeleton with one arm appeared surrounding Naruto. "Once this is all over you will forget I even fought you," Naruto thought, having the intention of using his Sharingan to erase the memory of this fight. Naruto slowly walked towards Lee, every cell in his body burning from the pain of using the Susanoo. In a blur, Naruto dashed, appearing right in front of Lee. His Susanoo pulled back his arm, launching his fist at Lee, whom just barely managed to dodge with the hairs of his body standing from surprise. Naruto caught sight of Rock Lee backing away far away to recover from the previous attack that Naruto had dealt to him. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Naruto used his Susanoo to generate enough force to create ripples in the water. His Susanoo evolving, Naruto did the same thing but with 2 arms this time. A large splash of water occurred, making Rock Lee's sight break off from Naruto. He appeared right behind Lee, using his Susanoo to demolish him. Feeling pain from Naruto's power, Rock Lee got up and stuck himself onto the stone wall that was right behind him. Naruto stayed put, tensing up as Rock Lee unleashed an enormous amounts of power that powered him up. Gate of opening. Kimimaro dashed out of the sand. His movements were wild and untamed but were full of concentrated power. He moved right towards Gaara, planning to pierce through his defense. Gaara tried hindering Kimimaro with his sand, but failed due to the speed that Kimimaro was dodging it. Gaara poured in more effort, making his sand more faster. It soon transformed into sharp like knives that could kill a person in a single hit. This started to hinder Kimimaro because he was starting to slow down due to the rigid and sharp spears of sand. But he managed to persist through. Gaara rose sand from the ground right in front of him, intending for it to defend himself with it. "You call this your absolute defense? Pathetic." Kimimaro bursted through the walls of sand that had been used to protect himself from the wrath of Kimimaro. But it had failed. Gaara had gotten knocked away just meters away from Kimimaro. "Enough of your talking," told Gaara, reforming his sand armor. The sand that was acting like a shield went from behind, piercing the back of Kimimaro's back. Blood escaped from the wound that was created, making him fall back. "It's not over yet," stated Kimimaro, reach over to his back, his spine rising from his body. Dance of the clematis, vine. His way of using his spine was different from his regular bone sword. He was using it like a whip. The spine was on his right hand. Kimimaro saw his sand start to move once again, slowly rising in the air to tower over him. And in a blink of an eye, Kimimaro had cut the sand in half. He then rushed past the sand and attacked Gaara with the spin on his hand, but not before Gaara protected himself with his own sand, not letting the spine whip to pierce through with such potency. Gaara moved his hand slightly, commanding his sand to pull the leg of Kimimaro so he could lose balance. Gaara once again made his sand become sharp and pierced the skin of Kimimaro's. Gritting his teeth, the blood that was spilled attached itself on the crystal-clear bones on Kimimaro's back. Going for another attack, Kimimaro launched himself to the side. With him back on his feet, Kimimaro started to concentrate his power into his whole left arm. Dance of the clematis, flower. Bone started to form, encasing his whole left arm with bone. The tip was extremely sharp. "I'll kill you with this!" roared Kimimaro, sprinting towards Gaara. Knowing that if the attack was successful it would be fatal, he quickly gathered the most durable minerals in the soil and infused it with chakra, making an even stronger defense than before. Making the layers of sand protecting him thick, Kimimaro was abruptly stopped, finding it rather difficult to break through. They were in a stalemate, either of them were overwhelming each other in terms of strength. But only time will tell if this was true. Both struggling, the two poured more power into their attacks and defense. "It's over," declared Gaara, seeing the weapon that was encasing Kimimaro's whole left arm slowly crumble away, unable to tear through Gaara's sand defense. "You a mindless minion for Orochimaru are but a pawn being moved by his games." The sand beneath was spiraling, making Kimimaro slowly sink. "With this, you'll be trapped in the ground." Quickening the pace, sand started to cover Kimimaro as he struggled to escape from the everlasting amounts of sand shadowing over him. His eyes widened, he was entrapped by the sand and buried underneath the ground. Panting, Gaara was on the verge of passing out due to the excessive use of his chakra on things that may or may not have saved his life. He may not have been hurt badly, but his chakra supply was. Thinking it was over, he slowly rose from the ground. "Dance." Gaara widened his eyes, hearing the voice Kimimaro echo from beneath the earth. "Dance of the seedling fern." A spike rose from the ground, then another spike rose, then another, then another, then another. Gaara managed to escape on a pad of sand and lifting himself to the sky as thousands of large and spiky bones emerged from the ground. Tiredness washing over him, he couldn't do anything anymore. Suddenly, he felt the wind rush from the side. Now, it was his turn to widen their eyes. Kimimaro was in the air, aiming another one of his Dance of the Clematis flower right towards his eye. Just before he had pierced his eye, Kimimaro stopped. Gaara stared at him, eyes widened. Kimimaro had blood dripping from his mouth. "Orochimaru-sama." With his last dying breath, he said those words, falling down and being impaled by his own spiky bone that rose from the ground. This marked the end of the last of the Kaguya clan Kimimaro. Gate of Healing. Power surged through Rock Lee as he unleashed the second gate. Naruto knew that this was going to be troubling. "Don't give up," Naruto thought to himself, seeing Rock Lee creating cracks on the stone as he disappeared and reappeared rapidly. Gritting his teeth tightly, Naruto clashed attacks with Rock Lee. Both knew that they were going to have to end this fight quickly because if not, both sides will suffer significant damage. They were at an even match, but what will happen if Rock Lee goes even further than just the second gate? The two ran across the water at frightening speeds, clashing every moment. Droplets of water appeared. After one more collision, the two backed away from each other. Naruto panted alongside Rock Lee. Gate of life. Gate of pain. Naruto widened his eyes, feeling pain rupture from his body. Hitting a tree, blood escaped from multiple parts of his body. He was facing Rock Lee's immense and overwhelming power. Naruto tried getting up, but soon felt the tip of his hairs behind him stand up, immediately being sent across the valley in the speed of sound. Crap! Naruto mused, falling down to the water. Huffing, Naruto just barely managed to dodge another attack due to his Manjikyu technique. Shinsekai 2. Using it one more time, Naruto ducked below, prematurely dodging a kick from Rock Lee. Moving up, Naruto tried sending in a punch from below, but failed due to Rock Lee reacting so quickly. He reappeared right above him, sending him across the waters once again. Naruto cursed himself, knowing he should have ended it once he had used his Susanoo. Rock Lee was about to make his next move, but was hindered by the repercussions of opening the 8 gates. Naruto would use that time wisely and attack, but his body was just not having it. His teeth tightly clenched, blood seeped out from the bottom of his mask. Pain coursing through her body, Naruto had numerous thoughts moving within his mind. Crap! Crap! I need to move. Naruto was so focused on the amount of pain that he was experiencing that he didn't even notice that his Susanoo had shattered. Rock Lee was still busy dealing with the after effects. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. His mind was blank, not being able to focus due to the tremendous amounts of pain. Water was dripping down from his hair. You're being too pathetic right now. Here, I'll lend you a bit of my dang power so you look less pathetic than you do right now. Naruto was broken out of his thinking by Kurama. His wounds slowly healing, a bubbly red aura lifting him up as his Manjikyu Sharingan spun wildly. 10 seconds, no longer 5 seconds of Shinsekai. Naruto saw Rock Lee slowly recover from his repercussions, his 8 gates still active. The bubbly red aura shrouded Naruto, a one-tail appearing from behind. Soon enough, his grey Susanoo also shrouded over the bubbly aura. The two looked at each other, both feeling pain all around their body. They started to dash towards each other, soon disappearing from the eyes of a normal person. They were both determined to defeat their opponent. One mistake can cost someone their life in this battle. Rock Lee ducked down, expecting Naruto to continue with another. But he did an unorthodox method. Using the hands of his Susanoo, Naruto punched the water, creating a large ripple and disrupting Rock Lee's balance. Knowing this, Naruto countered with a punch that was made by his Susanoo. Rock Lee was launched away, hitting the same stone wall that Naruto had collided with earlier. Rock Lee persevered through and decided to bring out his 5th and last gate that he could access at the moment. Gate of Limit. Another explosion of power swept through the valley, making Naruto use his hand to cover the incoming breeze. Two can play that game, Naruto thought, slowly losing control of him as another tail appeared right behind him. In a blink of an eye, the two both committed their respective attacks. Naruto moved to the side, dodging a punch from Rock Lee before his attack could connect. Naruto jumped in, droplets of water rising into the air as his Susanoo pulled its arm back, but soon stopped because Rock Lee disappeared without a trace. Rock Lee started appearing from all sides, making Naruto move his eyes around at a constant rate. Jumping in the air, he deactivated his Susanoo while spinning in the air so he could reduce the amount area of possible hits for just a moment so he could dodge the attack. Once landing on the ground, Naruto activated his Susanoo once more, the burning sensation going across his body. Naruto, with a serious look across his face behind his mask, just barely managed to block a punch from Rock Lee. The hands of his Susanoo clenching the fists of Rock Lee's. Naruto took a deep breath, looking into the future for just 10 seconds. All he saw was him deactivating his Susanoo and ducked down to dodge the punch that he was blocking, then he uppercuts him. Inhaling and exhaling once again, Naruto knew that he only had very little time to dodge the hurling fist that was about to go his way. He narrowed his eyes, deactivating his Susanoo as the fist came straight at him. Lowering his body, a tiny bit of Naruto's semi-spiky hair was cut off. Thankfully, he managed to dodge the blow. With his hair swaying, Naruto gave a punch to Rock Lee's abdomen. As he was being sent back, Naruto decided to follow where he was going to stop. Analyzing Rock Lee's movement, he saw him go into a position of a roll and landed on a large boulder sticking out of the water. The two knew it, they were running on thin ice right now. With Naruto risking his eyes and the large amount of usage of his chakra and the amount of damage that was being dealt to him. The same went with Rock Lee. He was pushing his body to the limit by using the 8 gates. And was risking everything for this battle and mission. He's become way too focused on defeating me that he has forgotten to conserve energy to accomplish the mission. Naruto thought, knowing that this was bad for Konoha's part. But it was an actual positive for Satsuki. If she had fought Rock Lee, she would surely be back in Konoha if she was in this type of situation. Naruto's azure contacts were burning much fury. A dangerous aura emitting formed his body as he focused a large amounts of chakra to the arms of his Susanoo. Flesh formed around the specific part of the Susanoo that he wanted. Rock Lee decided that this was going to be his last attack as well. Their strength and power overflowing. Rock Lee jumped down from the boulder, now eye to eye. Both hurt badly, this will only further the damage being dealt to each other and themselves. As the sun went down, the two dashed towards each other. Gliding across the water in unfathomable speed, they both clashed, creating a massive explosion that was made the water rise from the large pool of water around them. The only thing that a person would be able to hear would be the water showering over the spot of the explosion. As the explosion cleared itself, a figure emerged on the shores of the valley. "Crap," Naruto said, surviving the explosion of their attacks. He gasped as the mask that he was wearing crumbled into pieces. Naruto looked back, catching sight of Rock Lee's unconscious body on the large boulder that Lee was previously standing on. He spat out blood from his mouth, feeling every ounce of his body on fire due to his Susanoo. With just enough to stand up by himself, he limped himself out of the battle scene, knowing that someone will be coming to make sure everything was fine. Naruto looked at his body, seeing part of his outfit fully destroyed by the battle that had just occurred. The cloak. Naruto thought to himself, knowing that he'll have to get the same cloak fixed by someone who was promising. With every part of his body sore, he continued walking. As he made his way back to Konoha, Naruto thought about what was going to happen next after his whole ordeal was finished. But he did know one thing. That this was only the beginning. "You're progressing at a nice pace, tremendous if we could call it," stated Tsunade, happily informing her protégés as she looked at her notes. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Both Sakura and Ino were pleased with their results from their numerous amounts of training. They stood still as Tsunade nodded her head at them. "You two are free to leave for today. Come back here tomorrow if you need anything." They nodded once more, taking their leave from the Hokage Tower soon after. Back when the Satsuki retrieval mission failed, the two were offered to be Tsunade's protégés due to their chakra control being excellent. Obviously, they had no reason to decline and simply accepted the proposal. And that's what they have been doing for the past 2.5 years or so, rigorous training by Tsunade. "You mind if we stop by the training ground? I heard that my team was doing something there." Sakura nodded to those words and followed Ino's lead to their training ground. Over the course of the 2.5 years of training, the village has changed only somewhat, although there has been a few renovations that people were able to do because of the invasion that Orochimaru had done a few years ago. "You know, Ino, I feel like Konoha hasn't changed one bit." She nodded, agreeing with those words as they got closer to the Team 10 training ground that has been used numerously. "Yet, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing." They both solemnly chuckled. Once arriving, they saw not just people in Ino's team, but also people from other teams as well. Yosh. Good one, Shikamaru-san. Rock Lee, fire burning from within as he saw Asuma trade fists with Shikamaru, whom had a lazy look on his face as usual. So troublesome, why am I here again? Shikamaru caressed his cheek, feeling the pain from the punch that he had received from Asuma. It's because you've been slacking off again. Shikamaru jumped back, sending off a pair of kunai as it was blocked off by Shikamaru. The failed retrieval mission caused everyone's morale to lower. It took a toll on them, but they managed to move on and improve on themselves so they wouldn't fail next if they got a chance. Although the chances of that happening is very slim. Even though everyone had made it out alive, both Rock Lee and Koji were in serious state. With Koji due to the poison that he suffered from using the 3 colored pills. And Rock Lee due to him using 5 out of the 8 gates. Kakashi had been the one to find Rock Lee laying on a random boulder on the Valley of the End. And when he woke up he remembered nothing and how he got into this state. All he knew was that he was on a mission to retrieve Satsuki. Safe to say that he was out of commission for quite some time. Hey, guys. Where's Naruto? Asked Kaiba, wondering if he was here. Everyone raised an eyebrow before they shrugged their shoulders. No idea. You do know that he usually doesn't go to these sessions. Always training, doing missions, or taking and reading books from the library. He likes overworking himself. Koji ate some chips as he said these words. Naruto-san should lighten a little. He should see how fun this is. Rock Lee grinned, observing the fight closely. Just let Naruto do what he wants. I mean, it's working. I think. Kakashi had to put his 2 cents into this conversation. 2. He has tried reaching out to Naruto, but it seemed to never work out. Either because Naruto was busy or he was locking himself in his apartment just constantly reading books so he could develop more as a shinobi. Hope you're doing okay, Naruto. Kakashi sighed, focusing back to his Ika while a battle was occurring. Blurs passed through the trees that were far off from the village hidden in the leaves. Silence reigned over the area as 5 figures became known once they crouched on a tree. They were looking down, observing the area as they saw their targets talking to one another. They moved to the trees in front of them. Their presence were masked as they continued to look down at them. You think we're far enough away? Asked one of their targets. They wore a standard Konoha flak jacket that someone would receive once they become a Chunin or above. I think so. I don't think anyone knew of us defecting. They were serving Konoha up until a few days ago when they decided to become traitors and become rogue. We're finally free. I can't believe it. Our plan actually. They were cut off as the same figures from before that were observing their movements came from above, landing in front of their way. Anbu! They exclaimed, raising their guards up instantly. There were quite a number of them that managed to defect. 7 people to be exact. To think there could be more people that want to defect from the village. Captain, what will we do to them? Retrieve them back for interrogation? Asked a person with a voice devoid of emotion and thrill. No. He specifically told us to retrieve them back. We must listen to his orders, responded the leader, who wore an outfit that resembled an Anbu outfit. Though he had an undershirt underneath instead of the usual sleeveless shirt. A grey flak jacket covered over the undershirt. A cloak shadowed over him that had black and a thick golden-colored outline that ran around the edges of his cloak. His face was hidden behind a mask that deviated from the standard animal-type mask that an Anbu would wear. His mask was blank and featureless with a smooth surface. The what shall we do, Captain? It was an obvious answer for their captain to make. They were Root the Unseen One that shall protect the tree of Konoha. Exterminate them all. 5. It was a simple order as a blade was appeared in the grasps of his arm, tendrils of lightning soon enveloping the blade. They all charged towards the fearful shinobi in front of them. Blood was spilled on the ground, as the 5 moved as one unit, taking care of the traitorous targets in the blink of an eye. Once everything was done, piled up the bodies so they could turn them into pure ashes through the use of fire jutsus. As the fire burnt, they witnessed the lifeless bodies of their former shinobi. They had cleansed tree once more. "Let's move," ordered their leader, getting nods from everyone before they all leaped back onto the trees illuminating from above. It took some time, but they managed to get back to the root headquarters that was hidden away from the citizens of Konoha. The array's large pipes were shadowing over their body. Arriving in a room, they saw an elderly man sitting in front of them. "Your order was complete, Danzo-sama," informed their leader. Danzo was pleased with this information that he was just been given. "Good. You all did your job well. And I suppose you disposed of their bodies?" They nodded, answering his question with that simple gesture. "Very good. Now, everyone is dismissed except you." Danzo pointed at their leader. Everyone nodded, letting their leader stay behind. Once they were good, Danzo got to business. "How well are they doing, Naruto?" he had asked him. "They are doing fine, Danzo-sama. Their performance are more than just adequate." He had recently gotten this team to oversee, and it was quite an experience. "I see. Do you think there are any problems with them?" Danzo had posed a following question to him. "Not any that I am certain." Naruto was careful with the words that he had chose. Those words could be used as an excuse for Danzo to dispose of the people that are in his overseeing team. "Well, do inform me of any defections that they could possibly have. I'll fix that immediately. You are dismissed." Naruto nodded, seeing as he was correct. He had labeled potential flaws as defections. That was something Naruto was careful about when around Danzo, to not say anything unnecessary that could be risky. He turned and soon saw his team waiting for him. Seeing as they didn't have their masks on, Naruto did the same only out of respect. Maybe. His striking features revealed themselves, and his bangs were a bit longer now. His obvious growth in height was evident. Although while he maintained a lean build, Naruto was a bit frail looking. Only slightly. "You all are dismissed, Sai-san, Kana-san, Yuta-san, and Ainu-san. We'll be working as a team again soon." And with that, everyone dispersed and they were now on their own. A/N, I'd hate to do this, but everyone but Sai is a disposable character. I will have no hesitation when killing later on if I have to. 43. Naruto sighed, putting his mask back on. It was now time to go back home. 3 people sat on different chairs. They wore a large black cloak with patches of red cloud insignias on the cloak. "Things are once again moving," said one with orange hair, multiple piercings that covered his face and even more underneath the cloak. His voice was full of authority. "It is. We've already caught the Nibi under our control. It is only a matter of time before we gain control of all 9 of them." Another male voice was made. A voice that sounded like an exact replica of Madara's. His face was hidden with a cinnamon roll mask that only revealed one eye. "Orochimaru is also moving around lately. But that won't be too much of a problem," stated a woman with pale blue hair and elaborate piercing. "He's being quite useful, acting like an unintentional decoy, Konan." The same guy with orange hair stated, getting nods of agreeing from both parties. "Indeed, Pain." The man with orange hair was now labeled as the individual called Pain. Or Pain if you want to use the Japanese translation. 1. "What are our plans for tracking the Kyuubi?" asked Konan, seeing as the progress of finding the container of the Kyuubi has been a struggle for so long. "I have that covered," stated the man that sounded like Madara. "I only have one suspect, but they are highly probable to be the Kyuubi Jinchuriki." This brought out questions that needed to be answered. "Is it the boy that Itachi and Kisame had confronted a few years ago?" asked Konan, getting a nod of confirmation from the swirly masked fellow. Indeed. He was later to be revealed as a hidden Uchiha due him hiding the fact that he was an Uchiha all along. But that doesn't mean he has no more secrets. Yes, the hunt for the Baijuya was just starting to begin. Uchiha Naruto. Naruto. Open up. It's me. The greatest author of all time. Jiraiya banged on the door, needing to get into the apartment as soon as possible. Naruto gave no response. Alright, you asked for it. Jiraiya yelled, before barging into his apartment with pure strength. He sighed, seeing the sight in front of him. Naruto was sitting the chair, passed out with numerous amounts of books all over the place. Jiraiya grimaced at the amount of books that were needing to be tidied up. Man, you could have at least had a book of mine within these piles, muttered Jiraiya, taking pride in his masterpiece of a book as he shook Naruto up. What are doing here? Naruto squinted his eyes. He had no idea that Jiraiya was back in the village for the time being. Jiraiya pulled a chair and sat right on it. Important news. Naruto straightened himself up, placing the book that he was reading back on the table in front of him. And the news is? Naruto asked, yawning slightly. The Akatsuki are making their moves and are moving fairly quick. Naruto hardened his features, taking this news to his ears. They've already gotten their hands on the Nibi, the second-tailed beast. Naruto sighed, seeing that their progression has made a tremendous boost. What about Gaara? He's the Ichibai Jinchuriki, Naruto questioned. Luckily, he hasn't been targeted just yet. But since Gaara is the 5th Kazekage, he had directly asked Tsunade to have a group of shinobi ready just in case things go bad. Naruto nodded, seeing as he was one of those shinobi in the lineup. Although that was an obvious fact. Cause it was freaking Naruto. I'm just here to tell you this. Be careful. Naruto. You're a very powerful shinobi and that's something the Akatsuki will be wary for. Jiraiya patted Naruto's head, ruffling his head before he went back doing his daily research. Naruto sighed. It seems I'll have to kill Danzo much earlier than expected if Obito and the Akatsuki are moving this fast. Naruto thought to himself, glancing back at the book that he had been reading yesterday night. 2. I guess it wouldn't hurt to read just a tiny bit more. Naruto picked the book back up, not knowing that he was about to read for another few hours. 2. I wonder how you're doing, muttered Satsuki, looking at Naruto's bingo book all alone in silence. Her slender body had a black baggy pants and a long-sleeved black shirt with a black vest that had many pockets to contain shuriken, kunai and scrolls. And her hair was a bit longer too. 2. A/N, NGL, I will never let her wear the Canon Sasuke uniform that he wore during the start of Shippuden. 9. Name, Eihaku Naruto. 1. Rank, AS, unclear as of right now. Age, 15. 3. Height, 5'9". Warning, take caution when fighting him. Anything below A rank will die. Bounty, 1 million ryo, minimum, to anyone if they capture him alive or dead, rich people. There was very little information on the bingo book and Naruto was being sought for by people like high-ranking bandits or stuff of that sorts. Naruto has been taking out high-ranking shinobi that defected from their village without a problem. All the villages saw this added him due to his efficiency and skill. Though, do not mistake this as being nice to Naruto. It was obvious to Satsuki that the other villages except Suna is wary of Naruto and his existence. Satsuki got up, seeing a new pair of training dummies appear in front of her. Her face serious and cold, lightning started to form around her hand. Chidori Nagashi. A stream of lightning roamed around the room that he inhabited, soon destroying and annihilating all the dummies that were in front of her. She sighed, seeing as she wasn't getting much of a challenge anymore due to her being confined in such a facility. What she wanted was power, constant growth. Her growth used to be a lot more noticeable, but due to the very limited training that there is here, it was stunting her growth. Does she regret going to Orochimaru? No, she doesn't. Don't get her wrong, she knows that Naruto is much stronger than her and he stayed in Konoha. But that's the thing, Naruto was Naruto. An abnormality that will constantly evolve in any environment when he pushes himself to do so. But with Satsuki, only the right training for her can get her to the level of Naruto's. Is she envious of that? Yes, she is. Does that changes anything? No, it changes nothing. Satsuki sighed, going back to her room. She was aware that Orochimaru's health was slowly declining due to him needing a new vessel. And she was going to be that vessel. Like I'm letting that happen. I'll kill him before he does. Satsuki thought, a dark glint appearing as the familiar scarlet eyes appeared with 3 tomos. In the endless sand in the land of wind, figures came emerging from the massive sandstorm that was currently happening in the land of wind. It seems we are stuck with this mission, a vile voice called out. He had wore the standard Akatsuki outfit that has rose in popularity due to the fear it gave people. So it seems. But this will be over quick. A tone of arrogance came from a young man who looks to be about 19 or somewhere along that age. His hair was a bright yellow with part of it covering one of his eyes and the other tied into a ponytail. After all, I have my art. His hand lowering to a large pouch to his side. Unzipping the pouch, there was a large amounts of clay that laid inside of the pouch. His hand hovering inside, the palm started to move apart, soon revealing that there was a mouth on the palm of his hand. Lowering his hand, the rather long tongue with saliva dripping down numbed down on the clay. Deidara, your art is absolutely awful. The blonde that was now introduced as Deidara glared at the man right next to him. TCH. Explosion is the epitome of art. Your puppets are just plastic crap, Sasori. Have you seen the beauty of my explosions? They soon quieted down so they would instill fear in the guards with such ominous silence looming. Soon enough, they saw the silhouette of the village that the 5th Kazekage was residing in. Getting closer, they saw one man standing out in front of the entrance of the village. You did well, Yura. Good thing to know your loyalty lies with us and us alone. Sasori held a deadly tone as they approached the man that stood at the entrance. Yura had black trousers and sandals. He had black hair that reached over his right eye, covering it and a goatee accompanying it. His attire was the standard clothing for that of a Sunanin. 5. Behind him were the bodies of the guards that were protecting the entrance from any enemies that they would possibly encounter. Yura was indeed a spy for the Akatsuki. Although Sasori was the person who had made those memories of him being a spy resurface from the depths of his closeted mind. Yura gestured them to move on ahead. This place hasn't changed even one bit, stated Sasori, looking over the village of Suna alongside Deidara and Yura. Who cares? This is a chance for me to let loose for a bit. Now, stay here, Sasori. I'll handle this. Deidara threw a small clay bird on the ground, soon doing a few hand seals. A puff of smoke appeared, shrouding the clay bird. Once the clouds of smoke disappeared, there was the said clay bird was enlarged. Jumping on the bird, he took off his straw hat, revealing all of his features. With the wings of the bird flapping, Deidara took off from the ground, flying over the village as he left Sasori behind. It's time to catch the Ichibai. Deidara thought. Naruto looked up to the sky, his gaze focused on the endless blue sky. A year ago, Naruto had made a theory that clashed with Madara's words from when he was just a little boy. 1. Your father's Uchiha blood was defective. How? Who knows? All I know was that his Uchiha blood is inferior to yours. Naruto didn't really think about that when he was younger, but now that he had time to think about it, there was no way Minato's Uchiha blood was defective as he said it was. 1. If that was the case, Naruto himself would carry on that defective blood. But that's not the case. His Uchiha blood was in full effect, working perfectly fine without a problem. So, it made sense to Naruto. Madara had lied. Those words that kept on telling him that his father had defective Uchiha blood was nothing but a simple lie that Madara had made to perhaps manipulate him. One might say was so Naruto could directly inherit Madara's eyes, but that's the problem. The eyes that he had during his time parenting Naruto were simply eyes that weren't even his. Eyes that he gotten from a disposable Uchiha. It took me a while, I managed to get my hands on father's eyes. Naruto thought, thinking back on his adventure on finding these eyes of his. His first thought was to go and dig up his body and see if his eyes were inside his sockets. It was too risky and he could have left evidence of potential tampering with the grave of the fourth. Then he resorted to something that got him his answer almost immediately. Hiruzen was an old man with numerous amounts of secrets. He had not only become the Hokage, but resumed the position after Minato had died. And, well, Naruto had decided to snoop around and see if he could find anything. You took care of these eyes very well, Naruto thought, thinking back when he found a small box hidden away in a very inconspicuous spot. It was so well hidden that the only reason Naruto had found it was because of him being extra careful not to miss anything important. And in the end, father not only protected the village, but made extra precautions. Naruto thought, impressed with how articulate and calculative this all turned out to be. Naruto saw what was inside the box, a scroll and note right beside it. When he unsealed the scroll, it revealed a jar of floating eyes. That moment confirmed his theory of Madara's lie that he had been so thoughtful about. Naruto read the note that was inside the box also, making him even more impressed than before. It was obvious to Naruto that from the very beginning, Hiruzen knew about Minato being an Uchiha. He didn't tell anyone, not even Jiraiya. Absolutely nobody. The note was specifically written for Hiruzen with instructions if Minato did die, that he would ensure the safety of his eyes. His body didn't matter, what mattered was his eyes. Minato, with the assumption that Naruto was being raised in the village of Konoha, and his eyes were intended for Naruto. And even though his assumption was incorrect, the eyes still managed to make it back to Naruto in the end. This wasn't an accidental plan that got through with sheer luck. It was a plan that was created by a genius without a second thought. And the said plan survived through almost 2 decades until it made its way back to him. 2. Ah, Naruto-san. Glad you could make it to this fine day. Another sparring sessions was being held the day after the previous sparring sessions. He nodded, seeing as he had free time to kill and watch these matches for the time being. Naruto moved away, opting to lean on a tree just a few meters away from the group. After minutes of observing, someone had decided to confront him. Why aren't you with the rest of us? What you're doing right now looks rather lonely. Naruto looked to the side, seeing Sakura crouch down and sit on a tree. Naruto shrugged. This feels more natural to me. I'm not the greatest when interacting with others. Sakura had a puzzled look before nodding her head at that answer. A solemn smile appeared on her face as the day dimmed. I never really got to say this, but thank you, Naruto. He raised an eyebrow, wondering why she was thanking him when they were just simply withholding a simple conversation. I do not follow. He questioned her. Oh, what I mean was that when Satsuki left, I felt like I lost a friend. When I woke up on that stone bench after being knocked out easily by Satsuki, I berated myself for not trying hard enough. Sakura looked around, taking a glance at everyone. Then when the mission failed, I berated myself even more even when I wasn't even there. I locked myself for days, hating the fact that I was so powerless. Then you and Kakashi-sensei managed to pull me up even though you did do most of the work for him. Naruto nodded, remembering when everyone was down to their lowest point. He said a speech that went along the lines of, maybe this self-loathing is deserved for not trying hard enough, or because you were not strong enough. But moping around won't change anything, will it? To be able to truly change and correct something, power and resilience is necessary. Not doing something about anything is worse than failing. It just means you gave up. It may not be the exact same words, but it was a close enough replica to the point where it was credible. Soon enough, they had Naruto come up and fight someone. Why me? Yawned Shikamaru, getting up from his laid-down state. They just did a simple bet and he had lost, now having to spar with Naruto. And following that loss in the best was another loss that he received from Naruto. Don't get him wrong, Him and Naruto were very intelligent and were able to adapt to situations when needed, but when it came to Naruto he was overwhelming. But, luckily, he managed to land a few hits that managed to make Naruto bleed. But in the end, the outcome was already decided from the beginning. Of course, this was only a spar and wasn't anything serious on both ends. Naruto walked back to his spot, seeing them tend to Shikamaru. He sighed, seeing the abundance of cuts he had received. He's gotten stronger. Naruto thought to himself, amused that such a lazy person like Shikamaru has gotten immensely more stronger. Naruto-kun. Naruto heard someone call out to him. He turned around and saw Hinata approaching him with something in the grasp of her hands. You got hurt? Here. Her voice was timid and low. Hinata held out her hand, giving Naruto a healing ointment. Naruto nodded, accepting the ointment from Naruto. Thanks. Naruto then saw Hinata scurry away with her face being beet red. He sighed, seeing two people appear right next to him. 7. Jiraiya and Kakashi. You know she does like you, right? Jiraiya asked Naruto. He just simply sighed before he decided to give an actual response to that question. I know, stated Naruto. And will you respond to her feeling the way she is hoping for you to respond? Kakashi asked, following up Jiraiya's previous question with a question of his own. No, Naruto said flatly. His reasoning was as simple as it could get. When we were little, I just saved her from a few bullies. Why she was getting bullied is out of my knowledge, but I did know that she was getting bullied. If Naruto was correct, this event should have occurred during his early academy years. And after that, they have never had a conversation that lasted more than a minute. I only did it because the bullies were annoying. I didn't do it so she could treat it in a way that makes me look like a knight in shining armor. The night reigned over them all. I guess it's touching, but it doesn't change anything. She has other priorities to deal with that is easily more important than this. She has potential to be something more than just a love-struck person that fell in love with a person that is an idiot when it comes to the game called love. Naruto yawned soon after. Don't get him wrong, Hinata isn't a bad person for liking him. It's just hindering her in the long run. She was a person that was born into the main branch of the Hyuga. Her potential was already great, but her being adept to the shinobi arts is noticeably low. But, then again, that can also always change alongside that love-struck nature. I'll be going now, declared Naruto, walking away, tired due to the tiresome day. Use these words well. Naruto thought, descending away, knowing that Hinata was eavesdropping the conversation. Deidara glided over the village hidden in the sand. With a grin, Deidara saw his hand-mouth spit out the clay that it has been chewing. Now, Deidara slowly said, forming the clay into numerous tiny spiders. I'll show you true art. He threw the spiders towards the ground as he continued flying across the air. From above, Deidara started to wield a few hand seals so he could detonate the clay. Snake Tiger. C1. Suddenly, numerous amounts of explosion appeared across the village in a matter of seconds. His grin turning into a manic one, his eyes reflecting against the abundance of explosions occurring. Deidara caught sight of a patch of red hair. As he glided towards him, the bangs that covered his left eye revealed an eye scope. Now, this was where you were hiding. Staying at a long-range distance, Deidara stared at Gaara, whom was standing on top of a building with his hands crossed. Agent Churiki being a Kazekage this young, hey. The wings of his clay bird flapped wildly as Deidara looked down on Gaara. But can you handle my work of art? An abundance of sand came out of the gourd that was on Gaara's back. With the sand making its way towards Deidara, he maneuvered around the sand as it trailed behind him. Your sand is a pain in the freaking butt, yelled Deidara, sending a couple of explosive clay animals onto the trailing sand. Releasing, the clay exploded, making the trailing sand slow down at a tremendous rate. His clay bird moved even faster than before. With his arms still crossed, Gaara started to rise up to the air, his sand acting as a platform him. "You're good. But are you good enough?" asked Gaara, columns of sand being commanded across the air. Deidara's clay bird dived down, gaining speed all the while avoiding the suffocating sand that was closely behind him. "Good enough. I'll show you something that even exceeds you." Deidara's eyes moved to the commander of the sand. Quickening his pace, Deidara gave the hand that was on his hand clay. His current clay bird averted its direction and was now heading toward Gaara at fast speeds. His hand spat out the clay that he had gave it. "Now, how will you like this?" muttered Deidara, molding the clay into another small bird. As he closed in on Gaara, Deidara threw the small clay bird over Gaara. With unnecessary flashiness, Deidara jumped up into the air and enlarged the bird. Flying away, he detonated the previous bird. Looking back, he saw Gaara survive with his sand covering his body. Clicking his tongue, they were now back at square one. Evading. Suddenly, Deidara noticed that Gaara stopped sending his sand after him. Narrowing one of his eyes, he saw the sand from the very depths of the ground start to overflow. "What the heck?" Deidara's voice trailed off, seeing limitless amounts of sand shadow over him and the village as the moon eyed the earth. Without any hesitation, Deidara made his clay bird rise up to the air, its speed ever so increasing. Taking out even more clay, Deidara looked back and saw the hand form into that of a hand. One that resembled that of the Ichibai's. His hand spat out the clay that he soon used to form into more tiny clay insects that held a strong and overwhelming explosive output and power. Throwing the clay insects and arachnids that attached themselves onto the arm of sand and the trailing sand. In a single second, the clay exploded, causing the arm of sand having to regain its hand. After around 10 seconds, the arm of sand reformed to its former glory. "You have a problem, Naruto," Kurama mentally told Naruto as Naruto kept on reading his book that he had yet to finish. He hadn't slept. His mind has been caught up in so many things that he was practically suffering and damaging his own health. "Maybe, but this is necessary. What I'm doing is dangerous and I can't fail." With a tinge of black bags underneath his eyes, he continued on, ignoring the protests from the annoyed Kurama. "I can feel the negative emotions from within you. You may surround yourself with a steel wall that let nothing through, but I can feel it. Your doubt." Naruto sighed, slouching his body and looked at the candle in front of him. It was the only thing that was creating light in a room full of darkness. "I feel the doubt of your own actions, your own mind. Interesting really. You're having second thoughts even when you act like you are resolved on those things." Naruto raised his hand up in the air, letting the book stay on his chest. "I'm just tired. I'm tired of the fact that I can't even recognize myself anymore. When I think back to the person I was over 10 years ago, I've changed. And I don't know if it's for the better." Naruto had his hand up to the ceiling still. "To think I'm making second thoughts makes me feel insulted. I try and reassure myself that I haven't changed, but it was clear as day to me I'm starting to care about the people that surround me." Kurama stayed silent, letting Naruto voice out his frustration. "Then all I think about when the thought of killing Danzo is amount of memories and people I'm throwing away for my goal. And it goes back and forth. And now I'm a mess of a person." Kurama scoffed as Naruto brought down his hand back to the hardcover of the book. "You seem to be forcing yourself to do something that deep down you don't want to do. Then why do it?" "I don't know. I don't feel like I'm forcing myself to do this, but at the same time, I know what will happen. The emotional baggage from all of this will affect me." Naruto looked beyond and into the darkness that surrounded him. Naruto knew that these thoughts of his wouldn't stop until he was ready to confront himself and the regrets that he has built. With his eyes starting to grow heavy, he mentally transmitted his message to Kurama before he fell asleep. "And that's why, deep within, other than just unifying the world, I want to experience the one thing I've never had, a family of my own." After a few hours of sleeping, Naruto's eyes snapped open, awoken by the sound of a knock from his door. Naruto got up from the chair that he was on and walked off the tiredness that washed over him. "Yo," greeted Kakashi as Naruto opened the door. Sakura stood next to Kakashi in her uniform. He knew what they were here for. "I'm guessing Gaara's in trouble?" questioned Naruto, getting two nods in return. It seems as though he was once again not sleeping for a few days. A messenger bird managed to get to Konoha and inform Hokage-sama of their current predicament. "They are sending us out now," Naruto was informed by Sakura. She always had close ties with Tsunade. "All right, before I get ready, is there any other team that will be participating or will it just be us?" Naruto asked them directly. "Yes, but no. Team Asuma and Team Guy are going to be backup teams in case we need it. We'll send a message back in any form if we need them. We'll be waiting at the gate." So now it was confirmed that this will be just them. And with that, Naruto closed the door. Kakashi and Sakura disappeared and went to the direction of the Konoha gate. Naruto sighed, leaning on the door. "I guess I can use this mission as a way for me to get my mind off problems. I'll handle everything afterwards." Running away from his problems, Naruto got ready for the mission. Once he finished getting ready, Naruto walked out of the door and jumped from the railing to make his way towards the Konoha gate. "Ready?" asked Sakura, receiving a nod from Naruto. He had a scent of nostalgia as he approached his former squad. And a half. Once everything was okay, they all ran past the gate, now initiating their new mission. It was evident that the arm of sand was severely slower than that of the sand that had no real form to it. The reason was quite obvious. It sacrificed its speed for more strength. Deidara was now on the borders of the village, ordering the clay bird to flip itself and go back the other way. He threw a couple flying clay birds that homed themselves at Gaara. Unfortunately for Deidara, Gaara managed to come out without any serious injuries. With his sand protecting him from all sides, Gaara moved his hand, soon tightly clenching it. Deidara looked from behind, soon widening his eyes. Sand-binding prison. Limitless amounts of sand was enveloping over him. He tried escaping from its grasp, but failed to the strength that he was pulled in by the prison of sand. Gritting his teeth, the prison of sand tightened and the pain from the strength of the sand was becoming unbearable. As a desperate measure, Deidara exploded the bird that he was riding, finally letting out from bottomless sand that captured him. Free falling, Gaara managed to catch the falling blonde. Without remorse, Gaara threw Deidara to same prison of sand that was reforming. Reacting quickly, Deidara his hand spat out a chunk of clay. Forming the clay into a new bird, he enlarged it and landed right on top of it. With his direction changing, Deidara used another chunk of clay and formed them into smaller batches of birds. The sand prison swallowed the clay birds, letting Deidara to detonate the clay from inside the prison of sand. Suddenly, Deidara felt a sharp pain appear on his arm. Looking at his arm, he saw that his arm was wrapped with Gaara's sand. As his clay bird flew him faster, the sand didn't lose its grip. "Ack!" Deidara hissed, making up his mind and letting the sand take his arm. With only other arm with the mouth left, Deidara decided that it was time to end things. Taking out a large chunk of clay out of his pouch, he let his other arm take it in. Even with only one arm, he managed to create his next and final explosive. C3. The explosive was almost doll-like, with two arms crossing each other and was very large in terms of density. Throwing it, a large smoke clouded their vision, soon revealing the doll-like explosive larger than it previously was. If it managed to explode upon impact, it could destroy a large chunk of Tsunagakure in a single second. With its arms now horizontal, it started to fall. Gaara widened his eyes, reacting quickly so he could protect his village. The sand overflowing in both strength and durability, Gaara sent the sand underneath the explosive. The sand spread out, making the sand wider so he could captivate the area of effect. The explosive stopped in midair, exploding as light rained upon Tsunagakure. "Now, this is art!" yelled Deidara, wincing a bit afterwards due to his torn arm. As the explosion and smoke cleared, it revealed the village safe and sound with Gaara's sand just barely able to protect them. But it seems as though Gaara was the opposite of well. Cracks were on his sand armor. The platform of sand was slowly disappearing as tiredness was seemingly overwhelming him and his entire body. No. No. And no longer able to think clearly and coherently, his vision became black, passing out unconscious as he severely injured Deidara caught him with his clay bird. A victorious smirk appeared on his face. The capture of the Ichibai is complete. 1. We can take a 15-minute break. We've been going for quite a while. Anything more than 15 minutes is unacceptable. The two nodded, although Naruto was a bit reluctant due to the mission involving the Akatsuki. But Naruto let it go, knowing that it was only 15 minutes. Though a lot of things can happen within those 15 minutes. Naruto sat on a tree branch, looking up to the night sky with a tired look on his face. Soon enough, he heard a loud thunk right next to him. "Hey," said Kakashi, sitting next to him with an eye smile. "Hi," responded Naruto, not ever letting his gaze leave the limitless night sky that reigned over them and the cosmos. "You all right?" asked Kakashi, noticing the black bags under Naruto's eyes. It seemed to Kakashi that Naruto was lacking an unhealthy amount of sleep. "I'm fine," lied Naruto, not wanting to involve Kakashi in his current problems with himself. Kakashi sighed, not believing Naruto's words for even a second. "You're lying. You look like a wreck and look extremely tired." Naruto did not give in. He wanted to forget about his problems, not let them resurface for the time being. But Kakashi pressed on. "You know, Naruto. You're strong, extremely so, but in the end, even you are human. There are people that rely on you and care for you even if you don't notice. You don't always have to burden yourself with so many things." Naruto looked down tiredly. He decided to speak about it after a few seconds of thinking. "Maybe I am. But that's just how things are. I'm just tired." Naruto did not have the ability to put things into words. It was odd for Naruto, but he found speaking out on his emotions difficult. Outside of someone like Kurama, he's an exception due to him always listening to what Naruto was thinking from time to time. Even if you are tired, it's still good for you to reach out to people who can help you. Naruto stayed silent, only nodding to those words. But Naruto knew better. He couldn't just talk to someone about his problems. He was withholding personal problems that people will disagree with. Well, disagree with the way Naruto was going to do it. In the end, Naruto was beginning to contradict himself. The only way I'm going to get help is if I reach out to someone who has done it. Naruto immediately thought of the one person who has committed such an act closest to the one that he was thinking of committing. Uchiha Itachi. 12. But there is no way for me to come in contact with him. But if there was a way, my question for him would be obvious. How did he do it? Naruto thought to himself, standing up as they prepared to head towards Tsunagakure once more. As the sun slowly rose from the ashes, Deidara and Sasori walked alongside each other with Gaara attached to the clay bird that tailed behind. As they continued to walk, a yell could be heard from behind. "Gaara!" They turned around, seeing a male wearing a large amount of war paint that was all around his face. Kankuro grit his teeth, standing right behind them. Who yells a name from behind when they could have done a surprise attack instead? Joked Deidara, getting on his clay bird. He looked at Sasori, who nodded at him. 2. Go. I'll be the one that handles him. Sasori's voice was stern, almost demanding in a way that Deidara disliked, but he didn't argue against him due to him knowing this was the safer bet. "No!" yelled Kankuro, throwing a kunao towards Deidara. But the kunao as soon intersected and stopped by a metal tail. Widening his eyes, Kankuro retreated back a few steps to dodge the metal tail that came from Sasori. With his eyes sharp, Kankuro pulled out the 3 scrolls that were behind his back. Karasu, Kuroeri, Sanshou. 3 puppets appeared in a puff of smoke. The puppets were all distinctive and shared different traits, with strings of chakra attached to the 3 puppets. There was a large difference between the 2 shinobi. While Kankuro was tense, with nervousness coursing through him, Sasori was as calm as the snow that fell down in the cold season. Kankuro maneuvered his arms, making his 3 puppets jump towards Sasori in all directions. Effortlessly, Sasori scoffed, moving to the side as his slithering iron tail surrounding him. Predictable, stated Sasori, using his iron tail to slap the 3 puppets to the side. The attack itself wasn't bad, but it was poorly executed. Gathering his puppets once again, Kankuro decided to initiate his next attack. Karasu and Kuroeri began spinning around Sasori at fast speeds. All of a sudden, Karasu shot out numerous amounts of gas bombs that exploded to create a purple gas that covered Sasori's vision. Calmly, Sasori used his iron tail and smashed the ground, arousing the sand that the 2 stood on. Kunao appeared and tore through the purple gas that was surrounding Sasori. Unfortunately for Kankuro, the sand that roused from the ground due to the iron tail that Sasori had managed to block out all of the Kunao in an instant by stopping them in their tracks. With his tail moving around, Sasori made it tear through the sand and smoke at incapacitating speeds. Kankuro sidestepped to the side, barely avoiding the sharp tail that soared at him. A bead of sweat slipping through, the difference between them in terms of skill was unbelievably large by just these few minutes of fighting. But there was something that troubled Kankuro. Every move that he had done was easily predicted by Sasori. It was odd even if his attacks were quote-unquote predictable. "You're practically asking to die by me," stated Sasori in a very condescending tone that was being backed up by facts and his power. Without looking, Sasori swung his tail backwards, blocking out the sharp needles that were from the limbs of Karasu. Once the appendages landed back on the ground, Kankuro manipulated them to go back to the body of Karasu. Kankuro gnashed his teeth together, backed into a corner. Sasori barely broke a sweat. No, scratch that, he hasn't broken a sweat during the fight at all. Kankuro slowly circled around Sasori with much tenseness coursing throughout his entire body. Recklessly, Kankuro dashed towards Sasori, his puppets copying his movements by attacking from all different directions. "Take this!" roared Kankuro, pulling his arm back to create an impactful punch. Sasori responded to this action by snatching Kuroeri with his iron tail. Sasori then moved back, manipulating his tail that was wrapped around Kuroeri. Smashing the other 2 puppets away, Sasori made Kankuro falter as Kuroeri was now in front of him, now taking the damage for Sasori. A meat shield it was. Kankuro stopped, attempting to redirect himself to another direction, but was soon stopped by Sasori dropping Kuroeri on the ground and striking Kankuro with the very tip of the slithering iron tail. Wincing at the immediate pain, Kankuro was thrown a few meters away. Once landing on his buttocks, Kankuro saw his blood that was spilled by tail. Grinding his teeth, Kankuro stood up from the ground, stumbling on his feet as he looked at his puppets. It was odd. Kankuro was most definitely hurt, but there was no way he could have been hurt this badly by just a stab by a metal tail that sent him meters away. Kankuro stumbled just a few inches back, finding it hard for him to keep standing. Reconnecting with his puppets once again. With his eyes laser focused on the current battle, he knew he had to be as careful as possible. Kankuro narrowed his eyes, walking towards Sasori with much wariness washing over his very injured body. Taking a large leap, he aimed his body towards Sasori once again. Silently, Sasori launched his iron tail at Kankuro. His body aching from the pain, Kankuro persevered and used his puppets to stop the impending tail that would potentially impale him. Struggling to detain the iron tail, Kankuro averted his direction and shifted himself, appearing right behind Sasori. Sending his fist from the back. "It's already affecting you," stated Sasori, letting go of Kankuro's puppets and twisting his body alongside his iron tail so the puppets would be thrown at Kankuro. "Gahh!" screamed Kankuro, feeling the weight of his puppets falling over him. This was unbelievable, he couldn't even land a single blow on Sasori. "Do you know why your tactics were so inferior?" Sasori's tone was stern and grim with a low pitch added to it. Kankuro had blood escape from his mouth and chest as he looked up slightly. "It's because those puppets were created by me, Sasori of the Red Sand." Sasori ended the battle with a quick stab on Kankuro's back. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura landed on the desert. They have been continuously traveling the past day and a half and they were just now arriving at the border of the Land of Wind. There were times where they were tempted to split up due to how late they were being. But they decided to stick together in the end. As they moved forward, they saw a little silhouette over a dozen meters away from them. "Kankuro!" Sakura called out, getting a groan from the fallen soldier. Stopping right beside him, they came to his aid. Crouching down, they turned his body around, seeing his pained expression spread across his face. "What happened?" questioned Kakashi, bringing Kankuro up from the ground. Akatsuki. They've taken Gaara." Their expressions hardened, seeing as the reason for his sorry state was due to fighting the Akatsuki. "Which direction did they take him?" Naruto asked him, needing to siphon off as much information as possible to go off of. Kankuro barely managed to point off to the direction that Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura were originally coming from. Judging by this, Naruto had to estimate that they were about an hour late or so. "Guys, Kankuro is poisoned." This certainly backed them into a corner. But they now have no other choice. "Sakura, take Kankuro to Tsunagakure and extract the poison from his body. Once you finish, try and find us. That will be more easily if a fight starts." Sakura nodded, seeing as this was the most logical decision. Kakashi handed Sakura the poisoned body of Kankuro. With the power to handle Kankuro's weight, she jumped away towards the direction of Tsunagakure. Kakashi turned towards Naruto, receiving a nod from him in return. Turning back to the direction that they were originally came from, they ran. "They shouldn't have gone that far," stated Naruto, seeing as Kankuro managed to hold up one of the Akatsuki members. Although he doesn't know which member it was. But he did know one thing, the member was someone familiar with the art of poison. Jumping from one tree to another, Naruto started to think of tactics for the upcoming battle. "If the battle will involve me potentially being poisoned, then the battle is much more suitable for someone like Sakura due to her specialty at medical ninjutsu." Naruto mused, feeling the fresh breeze brush against his face. "But neutralizing the poison will greatly benefit me in long run. Don't get him wrong, him being a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi gave him a great resistance to poison, but doesn't necessarily mean it won't affect him." They suddenly stopped, seeing the trademark cloak with patches of red clouds that ran across the black cloak that gave fear to the weak. "The Akatsuki." "There," whispered Kakashi, pulling out a kunai from his pouch. Naruto silently looked at Kakashi and nodded, seeing as they were ready to attack. As their heartbeat thumped, they jumped from the shadows of the trees above, throwing a kunai right afterwards. The two Akatsuki members jumped away, avoiding the two kunai that were thrown at them. Naruto and Kakashi landed right in front of them, a body of water right next to them. "Konohanin," said the blonde male that seemed to be the one that captured Gaara. The two stayed silent, seeing which party will make the first move. "Naruto, I'll take the blonde, you take the other." Naruto nodded, obeying the request that was given by Kakashi. Naruto saw Kakashi jump away, attacking the blonde male. "Deidara. Careful, they are dangerous." Naruto took note of the name of the blonde. It was Deidara. He was not familiar with the name but knew better than to underestimate someone that was affiliated with Clouds of Red Death. "Yeah, I already know that, Sasori." Naruto also took note of the name of his partner in crime. Sasori faced Naruto as the wind blew. "So, "You will be my opponent," Sasori stated in a tone full of grimness. Naruto nodded, his hand grabbing his blank and featureless white mask. "I guess so," responded Naruto, bringing the mask up to his face. "But don't worry, this fight will be as quick as your death." Naruto unsealed his blade. "Quite arrogant." "Granted, you are quite young." Naruto saw a tail appear from the cloak, one that was created with pure iron. "I see. This man is the one that wields poison," Naruto thought, analyzing the movements of the tail. There was a reason why his conclusion came to this. A sharp weapon like this is most commonly associated with things like poison. Naruto noticed how flexible the movement that the tail had. "I'll have to dodge as intricate as possible," Naruto mused, using his ability of chakra flow to channel his lightning affinity into his blade. When he first used it in battle, his proficiency with using it was at the level of an amateur. It was due to his control over his output that drained so much unnecessary amounts of chakra. Of course, Naruto got better at using such techniques as time went on. He dashed towards Sasori while activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto still had to be careful with his usage of the Mangekyo Sharingan. While he did obtain the eyes of his father, he has been contemplating on how he should do the eye transfer for quite some time. 8. He moved to the side, jumping a few feet in the air and entering a dive roll as the slithering iron tail waved around through the whims of Sasori. Once he finished the diver roll, Naruto struck the ground with the blade that was embedded with lightning. The lightning walked across the ground, causing Sasori to retreat just a few feet back to avoid getting hurt by the lightning chakra. Once the surge of chakra dissipated, Naruto placed his hand on the ground, letting himself flip off from the ground through the placement of his hand. The same tail once again came towards Naruto at fast speeds. Naruto narrowed his eyes, continuously avoiding the sharp tail. "You're fast, but are you this fast?" In an instant, Naruto saw the tail become even faster than before. Without much effort, Naruto effortlessly dodged the tail once again. Naruto jumped in the air, using his blade to block the attack of the iron tail. Naruto twisted his body midair, sliding down the tail of steel. Closing in Sasori, Naruto saw him open his mouth in a very mechanism-like way. An array of senbons came sprouting from within his mouth. Naruto responded to this with a simple jump from the shiny iron tail. 1. Landing on the ground, Naruto continued to dodge the senbon needles at a constant rate. What felt like an endless amount of dodging, Naruto finally managed to find an opening. Unsealing his dagger, Naruto violently shot the said dagger towards Sasori. He gave a slight glance towards Sasori as his hands appeared from beneath the Akatsuki cloak. Naruto landed on the open spaces between the scattered senbon needles. An idea popping inside of his mind, Naruto picked up the scattered senbon needles and threw it at Sasori. Although Naruto didn't have the greatest handling with senbon needles, he simply tried treating them like any other kunai. And it was benefiting him greatly due to the constant pressure that he was giving towards Sasori. But the pressure that he was giving soon ended due to Sasori using his tail to pierce the ground and letting it course through the ground. Responding and not reacting, Naruto felt the vibrations that traveled across the dirt ground. His heart beating quickly, Naruto jumped to the side a few meters away. His eyes narrowing behind his mask, Naruto channeled another batch of lightning chakra into his blade. Once again sticking it inside the ground, he managed to intercept the iron tail. It was now in a paralyzed-like state. Letting him make his next move, Naruto channeled chakra into his fist. Without remorse, he destroyed the dangerous weapon. The iron tail. 2. Taking extra precaution, Naruto threw the tail into the body of water right next to them. By now, both Kakashi and Deidara were already gone. 1. Naruto saw Sasori jump backwards slightly, letting his iron tail retract as quickly as possible. Just from this battle, Naruto already knew something about Sasori. The real body is inside that puppet body. Naruto thought to himself, recalling back a few seconds ago where he saw the irregular movements of Sasori's mouth and the mechanism of it. All I have to do is destroy the shell. Naruto thought, impressed with Sasori's problem solving. From an outsider's perspective, being a puppeteer is something that had a fatal weakness. If an enemy makes it past your offense, your defensive capabilities will fail due to you wielding the puppets. This will cause you to disconnect with the puppets and block the blow, causing you to have to create the connection once again. But you could bypass this problem by having a puppet that is both your offense and defense. This was the product of Sasori's invention. Quite ingenious if Naruto could say so himself. I'll destroy it with this technique, Naruto told himself within his mind, creating a clone right beside him. This technique was something that Jiraiya had taught him through the 2.5-year interval. A technique that he mastered in a week. 6. Sticking his hand out, his clone created a swirling blue orb on the palm of his hand. 3. The regimen. 4. Letting his clone disperse, Naruto ran towards Sasori, dodging the iron tail that was largely and partly broken due to Naruto. 1. Without faltering, Naruto appeared right above Sasori and collided his regimen on Sasori's back, destroying the armor-like puppet. 4. Immediately moving away, Naruto saw someone move from the pile of debris. His face expressionless behind his mask, he caught sight of bright red hair from afar. "I see," commented Naruto, now seeing the Akatsuki robe clad over the real Sasori. Share. 5. Naruto in front of the real body of Sasori. He had previously destroyed his puppet body that his real body was residing. "It seems you now know." Naruto took notice the change of voice that Sasori had. It was smooth and was definitely not grim like the voice he had while inside the puppet. "You managed to get through Hirako, but will you be able to get through this?" asked Sasori, taking out a scroll that he had hidden. Throwing it on the ground, a puff of smoke appeared and clouded the air. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly as the smoke cleared and revealed a puppet. "This is the third Kazekage, my favorite puppet." Sasori had a dangerous glint in his eyes. Naruto readied himself, seeing Sasori send the third Kazekage towards him. "Interesting," Naruto whispered to himself. As the third Kazekage puppet closed in on him, his right arm started to change, revealing numerous blades that were hidden beneath his arm. "There's poison laced on them," he thought, catching sight of the purple liquid on the blades. Moving his upper torso back, he swung his blade with his right arm, causing Sasori to make the third Kazekage puppet falter back. Avoiding a potentially fatal injury, Naruto diligently looked at Sasori, keenly holding his blade with such intensity. He stood still in a silent manner. Calmly, Naruto leaped towards Sasori, letting his gleaming blade trail behind him. Responding to this action, Sasori maneuvered his arms, letting numerous small components in the third Kazekage's left arm, revealing multiple seals inside the compartments. Thousand Hands Manipulation Force. A bouquet of puppet arms sprouted from the seals, being aimed at Naruto's whole body. Without a single hint of fear, Naruto went to the sides of these flexible arms and scaled through them all. Landing softly on the dirt ground, Naruto jumped back, letting himself to weave a set of hand seals with just one hand in a blink of an eye. Wind release, rupturing vacuum. Naruto brought his arm out, letting his hand and fingertips to convulse and shudder, letting a concentrated amount of untamed wind chakra be shot out from the palm of his hand. A multitude of the puppet arms were crushed and shattered in endless and limitless amounts of pieces. His mask unclipping, Naruto decided to seal it within his improved work of art of a seal that he managed to create through much effort and training. Due to the amount of chakra that he poured into the jutsu, Naruto was pushed away because of the power. Channeling chakra to the bores of his feet, Naruto attached himself to the side of a tree so that he wouldn't get hurt. Looking back, seeing just a few dozen of the arms left, Naruto sighed he should have added more power to the jutsu. Motioning himself to the ground, Naruto saw the arms get manipulated after him. Ushering himself towards them once more, Naruto injected lightning chakra to his shining and gleaming blade, giving it tendrils of sparking lightning that was tamed. Naruto gripped his blade tightly, taking just a swing or two to effortlessly sever the puppet arms. He had increased the output of his lightning chakra by a considerable percent to create much more damage. The arms fell from the sky, surrounding both Naruto and Sasori as the former made his way towards the latter. It's been only the beginning. I have many more tricks. Sasori motioned his arms up, attempting to do his next plan. Naruto analyzed carefully, immediately noticing that some of the severed arms were releasing shuriken from within. Crafty. Naruto thought to himself, dodging the shuriken with much precision. Although he did manage to obtain a graze from one of the shuriken that he tried to dodge. Once dodging, Naruto heard a continuous rigid noise getting closer to him. Looking towards the direction of Sasori, he saw the third Kazekage puppet wield a deadly saw blade that was continuously spinning with such ferocity. Leaving a trail of dust as he moved to the side, Naruto lifted his blade up, blocking the attack the saw blade. Feeling the pressure, Naruto brought his other hand up, making a hand seal to create a shadow clone that jumped right above them. The clone hovered his hands on Naruto's shoulder, throwing him up to the air. And with this, the clone took Naruto's place and kicked the puppet just a few meters back, getting dispersed due to the third Kazekage puppet managed to deal a blow to him. Safely landing back on the ground, Naruto leaped to the side, attempting to go directly towards Sasori. But it seemed as though Sasori had different ideas. Now, behold the power of the iron sand! Yelled Sasori. Naruto slightly widened his eyes as he saw the pitch-black sand slowly ooze from the mouth of the third Kazekage. I think it's time for me to take this seriously. Naruto thought, inhaling and exhaling as he looked from one endpoint to the other. Sasori felt the immense pressure that Naruto was currently emitting. As Naruto walked slowly, the iron sand began to split apart, creating dangerous bullets of iron sand that could instantly kill an opponent if they were not careful. Iron sand drizzle. In that split moment, Naruto jumped back, weaving a numerous amounts of hand seals with his two hands. Wind release. Stream. Naruto widened his mouth slightly, ushering out a gust of wind from the depths of his mouth. Aiming it at the ground, the wind caused the dirt to rise and create clouds of dust that hindered Sasori's vision. The bullets of iron sand were launched and went inside the valleys of dust that illuminated everyone's vision. Narrowing his eyes, Sasori wondered if the bullets had hit. Even though he had heard no screams of pain, Naruto was a very silent fellow and there was no doubt that if he had felt pain he would stay as quiet as possible to raise no suspicion at all cost. Suddenly, the dust quickly separated due to a very rigid and sharp shard of a tree branch. His eyes still narrowed, Sasori convulsed his arm, letting his puppet to dodge the attack. He moved to the side, dodging the sharp shard of a branch as well. Thinking that he was safe, he let his guard down just slightly. This was his first mistake. Sasori heard a loud pop noise from behind him. Looking back, he felt an immediate and sharp pain starting to spread across in his body. 1. Aghh! Yelped Sasori, getting knocked back a few feet away. His third Kazekage puppet was knocked away alongside him. Fortunately, Sasori managed to regain his footing almost immediately. He looked back, seeing two Narutos standing alongside each other. Naruto had used the wind jutsu to create dust so he could block Sasori's vision. He then timed himself by summoning a shadow clone while Sasori sent the bullets of iron sand his way. This is to prevent the making of the clone be overshadowed by the noise of the bullets. He then transformed the clone into a branch shard. Once sending the branch towards Sasori, he had predicted the double dodge, using it as a way to damage Sasori and his puppet. Naruto's clone dispersed, leaving only the real Naruto to his devices. He made a sprint to Sasori, having the motive to defeat him. Seeing this, Sasori reacted quickly, hardening a very large amount of iron sand into high-density shapes. In one single motion, the shapes of iron sand were hurled towards Naruto. Slightly gritting his teeth, Naruto activated his Susanoo, the familiar gray enveloping his entire body. Concentrating his chakra into the arms of the Susanoo, flesh immediately formed. With quick thinking, Naruto aimed one of the arms towards the ground, rupturing the ground with his Susanoo hand. The ground rising up, Naruto jumped onto it. Leaping off of it, Naruto caught sight of the iron sand just right in front of him. Replicating what he had just done with the ground. With just his Susanoo, Naruto launched the shaped iron sands away in just a single punch. Naruto pushed his hand into his pouch, pulling out a few kunai and throwing it towards Sasori. As Naruto was falling down, he saw Sasori just narrowly dodging the kunai by shifting his body to the side. Landing back on the ground, Naruto rushed towards Sasori, deciding to deactivate his Susanoo so he wouldn't overexert his eyes. He ignored the dense iron sand that trailed behind him and continued to move forwards without faltering whatsoever. Out of instinct, Naruto leaped slightly off the ground, and ducking to the side, getting a slight graze on the lower part of his leg. Naruto regained his balance by extending his arm and used it as leverage to flip him and regain his balance. He's strong without a doubt. Is it to the point where I'll lose? No. Naruto mused, jumping in the air, thoughts illuminating within his mind. Even to this day, there still is this hunger to conquer and win that will never be satisfied. But over time, Naruto learned to accept his losses, even if he berates himself for it. It was inevitable for him to lose. After all, both winning and losing were part of the game. The game called life. 1. Kakashi followed Deidara, his Sharingan being revealed. He jumped, dodging numerous amounts of clay spider bombs that could explode through the will of Deidara. Give up, will ya? They were way out of the battle that was occurring with both Naruto and Sasori. They knew this because they were soon entering a large crevice in the earth that had a valley of water running through, with large wooden supports that ran across from each side of towering crust. Kakashi stayed silent, preferring to not answer. He needed to stay level-headed. Jumping onto the platforms of wood, Kakashi caught sight of Deidara rigging the platforms by throwing in some of his clay bombs. Gotta move. Kakashi yelled at himself, seeing was too late to even make a move due to him jumping as Deidara planted a set of clay spiders on the platform that he was about to land on next. With quick thinking, Kakashi managed to wrap around the platform, just barely being able to avert his direction and move right under the long through his own accord. Sustaining only a bit of damage, Kakashi moved along, relentlessly trailing Deidara. Pushing his hand into his holster, he brought out a pair of shuriken that he soon used as way to stop Deidara from continuously planting his classic clay bombs. Deidara was forced to move his large clay bird that was carrying Gaara on its tail. Kakashi attached himself to the towering wall that shadowed over him and the valley of water underneath. Scaling through the rigid areas of the wall of earthly junk, Kakashi jumped from the side, attempting to attain Gaara and free him from the abductors that needed the power of the Ichibai that laid dormant. Not good enough, commented Deidara, an arrogant and condescending tone washing over his voice. Kakashi gritted his teeth, resorting to having to land on a trapped platform. Thinking quickly, Kakashi pulled out another kunai and deflected the clay spiders that jumped his way. Moving on to the next wooden platform, Kakashi replicated the same tactic that he had done a couple moments before. Going underneath the platform secured him his spot. Seeing as he was going to be falling behind Deidara, Kakashi decided to do something quite risky. His regular Sharingan start to morph into a Mangekyou. The previous 3 tomos quickly turned into a Mangekyou that looked like shuriken with very exaggerated sharpness. The exaggerated tips were connecting due to the tips being quite long and lengthy. Winky face, 14. His eyes directly focused on Deidara as he continued to dodge the numerous amounts of clay insects and arachnids that were being created to kill him in seconds. Suddenly, Deidara's other arm started to distort, the twirling spin focused at his whole arm. He widened his eyes, feeling his arm being pulled away. Come on. Focus. Though Kakashi concentrated even more than before, not letting his eyes leave Deidara whatsoever. In that split moment, Deidara's arm snapped. A portion of his arm was destroyed, forever destroyed. It was odd really, it was almost as if part of the arm was transported somewhere else. 1. Gah! Winced Deidara, blood sputtering out of his arm. He didn't know what Kakashi did, but he did know what he did was certainly very dangerous to him. But it seemed as though the technique was costing for Kakashi, seeing as he was covering his eyes that contained his Sharingan. Gritting his teeth, Deidara knew that he had to go. He has been flaunting for far too long and this was the result of it. Making his clay bird go faster, he was about to retreat so he could recuperate, but was soon stopped. Hey! Sakura came to the battle, standing on the cliff of the earth walls. Channeling a perfect amount of chakra to her fist and aimed it towards the ground. With his blood leaking at a constant rate, Deidara saw the walls crumble, Sakura throwing the crumbling walls towards him. Kakashi took this time as Deidara was completely distracted, free Gaara from the clutches of the bird. Chidori. Kakashi ran up the wall, soon jumping and aiming it at the very tail of the bird that contained Gaara. For Deidara, it was almost as if time stopped, doom impending as he saw Kakashi pierce through the clay bird's tail, catching Gaara in the process. Deidara was quickly being cornered. He couldn't just explode the pierced part, potentially killing Gaara for good. He wished he could clench his fist. I'm your opponent now. His attention turned back towards Sakura, whom was using the debris that was falling towards the water as way for her to get closer to Deidara. Her fist still powered by chakra, she pulled her arm back and launched a fist towards him. Having no time to dodge, he took a direct hit, being pushed back and off of the clay bird. 2. However, Sakura was yet to be done. The clay bird was still floating in the air. With a tight grasp, Sakura took the bird and threw it violently at Deidara, whom was sliding down a tree. 6. Being pushed back even more than before, blood sputtered from his mouth. He was now laying on a grassy area, trees blocking the sunlight from hitting his face. Kakashi and Sakura appeared a few meters away from him. You're done, they said in unison. Naruto and Sasori saw a large ruckus being caused from far away. As the wind brushed past their faces, they faced each other, with Sasori using his puppet and Naruto using his blade. It seems we'll have to end this, said Naruto, appearing right in front of the third Kazekage puppet in a blink of an eye. He rose his hand up, attaching his hand onto his neck. Without remorse, Naruto crushed the throat, then the head. Making sure there were no more hidden weapons, Naruto struck the body with his blade, extending with lightning. Sasori tried pulling his puppet back, but Naruto maintained a strong, fearless grip as he completely obliterated the puppet. What an annoyance, scoffed Sasori, detaching the strings of chakra from the puppet. Sighing, a slight smirk soon appearing on his face. To think I'd have to use this, stated Sasori, slowly taking off his Akatsuki cloak. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He made his own body into that of a puppet. Naruto thought to himself, now realizing how Sasori managed to look so young, almost as young as him perhaps. Sasori has 2 claws on his back that seemed to be highly deadly, a holder that contained 4 scrolls with different uses and a stomach that contained a poisonous stinger. It reminded Naruto of a scorpion. He saw Sasori elevate himself off the ground through the use of his stinger that he was manipulating. 1. It's been a while since I've had to use myself. Sasori extending his arms, a funnel appearing at the palm of his hands. 12. Naruto activated his Susanoo as fire blasted out of the funnel. Naruto made the ground shake, creating boulders that blocked the fire with his Susanoo. Hiding behind the boulder, Naruto felt the smoldering heat slowly get past the boulder. No, it was not the flames getting past, but the boulder heating up due to the flames. Soon enough, Sasori gave up on using flames and decided to do something else. With this, you'll stop hiding. Sasori used a scroll from behind, now being able to use pure water. Naruto widened his eyes, seeing him blast water from the water now and absolutely demolishing the boulder. I have to be careful, Naruto thought, flipping in the air to dodge water. Deactivating his Susanoo, he felt the pain burning through his body. Sasori's wrist began to spin, making the water become even more deadly by making it more concentrated. Naruto saw the water slice through boulders effortlessly and cleanly. Naruto jumped back. Sasori navigated the water towards him, just giving a large graze on his cheek. Once the water passed him, it was aimed at the sky out of pure coincidence, and the clouds tore apart due to the sheer power. 1. Naruto threw a kunai towards Sasori that he had pulled out of his own pouch. Testing it out, Naruto saw the kunai become complete fodder in a few seconds. The water stopped the momentum in a single second. I'll just have to stall for him to run out, mused Naruto, continuously dodging the water. And soon enough, Naruto managed to stall just enough time for Sasori to run out of water. Without missing a beat, Sasori continued by using up another scroll behind his back. Instantly, Sasori launched his stinger that was residing inside his hollow and empty stomach. The poisonous substance that was laced onto the stinger dripping off of the weapon of choice. Naruto jumped to the side, attempting to dodge the stinger, but soon saw the stinger change its direction with such flexibility. 1. Its movement is good. Naruto dodged to the side again, the stinger quickly closing behind him. From observation, Naruto knew that here was a limited range that depended upon the user's location. It's a weakness, but it's a weakness that can easily be overcome by moving constantly, analyzed Naruto, seeing Sasori now starting to move. Although there was also another weakness to the stinger that Naruto could see. Naruto activated his Susanoo once again, attempting to cover his tracks by throwing a newly created boulder that he had created. Sasori countered this by turning on his claws, making them spin violently. Cutting through the boulder with his spinning claws, he caught sight of Naruto attempting to move away. Sasori retracted his stinger, letting it shoot out of his stomach once again and home itself towards Naruto again. Responding to this action, Naruto extending his arms, catching the stinger that Sasori sent towards him. He yanked the stinger, his gloves getting stained by the poisonous substance. Sasori was brought towards him. Naruto pulled back his arm, giving Sasori merciless punch. Sasori's body split apart, all of his body parts now disconnected and in a pile of rubbish. That's it? Naruto had doubt placed into his mind, seeing how easy it was. It gave Naruto a very unsettling feeling inside his body and mind. His thinking being correct, it was yet to be Sasori's end. His body began to reconstruct itself and once again becoming a human organism. Naruto was impressed with Sasori's skills as a puppeteer. There was no doubt that Sasori was essentially a pseudo-immortal in a sense. Sasori took out his very last scroll. Throwing it up into the air, Naruto saw the scroll open up and unleash a massive amount of puppets clad in dark red clothing. Sasori opened up a compartment on the right side of his chest. Revealing it, the compartment contained dozens upon dozens of chakra strings that attached themselves onto each puppet. This is the end, yelled Sasori, sending the puppets towards Naruto all at the same time. Naruto had a stern and serious look on his face. Naruto saw Sasori manipulate the puppets in such a methodical way. Picking up his blade, Naruto engaged in a kenjutsu battle. Naruto jumped, using his foot to launch his lightning-embedded blade. From all sides, Naruto was being bombarded by attacks. He took down numerous amounts of puppets with a combination of kenjutsu and taijutsu. Hearing a spinning blade, Naruto looked back and saw Sasori jump towards him while wielding the puppets. Naruto sighed internally, seeing that he was about to get ambushed by all angles. The grinding noise of the claws that were attached onto the back of Sasori became closer and closer as seconds went by. As they were just under a meter away, Naruto disappeared. Then, in the next second, the puppets were severed, absolutely destroyed by Naruto in an instant. He then appeared behind Sasori, stopping both of the spinning claws with his gleaming blade. 3. Sasori widened his eyes, seeing Naruto looking down on him as the sun was shining down. But he noticed one thing about Naruto that shook him to the very core. Naruto's eyes looked down on him as there were sparks of lightning that appeared around his pupil. To Sasori, he saw a devil as he looked at those eyes. Naruto embedded his blade inside Sasori's leg and pulling out his whole stinger. The fourth Raikage has a technique that allows him to wrap lightning round his entire body. It allows him to strengthen his body, speed, and his reaction time. I created something similar. Naruto was able to talk to him man-to-man because he had incapacitated Sasori. 3. While the effects are similar, I don't boost my body's durability and speed. I boost my mind. My perception, thinking, reaction time, everything that you can think of, I boost it all. Of course, if your brain can't handle it, then you'd be frying your brain, ultimately killing you in the process. Then, I had a theory: what would happen if someone like myself try and constantly do this without stopping? The constant input of lightning chakra coursing through my brain, what would happen? The answer is simple. Sasori was frozen, feeling the immense pressure that Naruto was emitting. 1. The effects of the technique would be permanent. This might be true for the fourth Raikage also, but would he take that chance? Who knows? But I do know one thing. The lightning around his pupil began to enlarge. That the potential of this technique is infinite. Naruto pulled out the blade from Sasori's leg. He walked past Sasori, deciding to not end Sasori's life here and then. 1. Why? Why spare me? Questioned Sasori, eyes widened while Naruto stood right behind him with an apathetic expression on his face. Naruto looked back, his mouth turning into a smirk. 1. Who knows, responded Naruto, an amused expression appearing on his face as he disappeared from the battle. Naruto walked through the endless amounts of trees that surrounded the area. He inspected his injuries and noticed that his thin combat gloves were soaked in the poisonous substance. This could prove to be useful for me in the future, Naruto thought, having the intention to preserve the poisonous substance that stained the glove. As Naruto walked, he heard a loud noise from behind. Why did you spare him? An elderly voice asked him. Turning around, Naruto caught sight of an old lady that was considerably shorter than himself. Who are you? Asked Naruto, wary of this person as he gazed at the elderly woman. Answer my question first, why did you spare him? You could have killed him, but you didn't. Why? Naruto saw through her. She was very untrustful towards him and it was only going to increase as time went on. I have no reason to explain my motives to you. It's clear to me that you have connections with Sasori. A guardian perhaps? Questioned Naruto, making her immediately tense in the response. It doesn't matter if I have a connection to him. What matters if that you are suspicious and your motives are concerning? Naruto narrowed his eyes, seeing as she had no intention of giving up. He decided to give her the information that she wanted. Consider me sparing him the mercy of the strong. I'd be no better than him if I killed him, do you disagree? Naruto lied. There was no doubt that he could have killed Sasori in that moment. She was still suspicious of him, but she took it as a proper response. Then, I'll have to tell this bit of information to your superiors. Naruto narrowed his eyes once again. If she did that, it would shine unnecessary light on him. He couldn't have that. Now, said Naruto, gaining the attention of the lady. I can't let you do that. 5. Deidara stumbled as he got up from the ground. He was quickly getting cornered by these two Konohanins that were extraordinarily powerful. 4. Sakura, take the right, I'll take the left. Sakura nodded, seeing the orders that were provided for her. She disappeared, appearing right beside a tree. Kakashi copied these movements, also appearing to scale beside the trees. Deidara gritted his teeth in anger, seeing as he was struggling with two arms that were ripped apart from his body. Stumbling backwards, Deidara barely managed to dodge the magnitude of the power of their combined attacks. Not stopping whatsoever, they continued their assault towards Deidara. They were giving him a hard time. He jumped in the air as he dodged a punch from Sakura, causing the ground to ripple and be destroyed. A bead of sweat trailing down his head, he attached himself to a tree, attempting to run away from the two dangerous shinobi. "Freak off!" howled Deidara, jumping from tree to tree as he dodged a pair of shuriken that came his way. Panting, he jumped back towards the ground, entering a roll before regaining his balance once more. "Surrender," stated Kakashi, wanting Deidara to yield so they could extract information out of his mouth. But it was not going as they wanted. As a last-ditch effort, Deidara maneuvered his way around, dodging even more deadly and lethal attacks from both Sakura and Kakashi. His heart pounding, he traveled back towards the clay bird that used to carry Gaara. The two shinobi stopped, gazing at Deidara as they saw him jump over the clay bird, standing behind the clay creation. Suddenly, they saw Deidara take a large bite out of the clay bird. "Stay back!" ordered Kakashi, not aware of what was in store for them if they were to come close to Deidara. After multiple bites, Deidara appeared to have a murderous grin appear on his face. "If I'm going out, I'll take you out with me," yelled Deidara, rapidly expanding. They widened their eyes, seeing what was about to happen. "What do we do?" asked Sakura. It was clear to them that running was not an option. The blast radius was sure to be very large and damaging. As Deidara began to go to the limit of his explosive expansion, Kakashi began to siphon and manifest an idea from his head. "I have an idea!" yelled Kakashi, his Sharingan now morphing into the familiar Mangekyo Sharingan that he had recently used. This was a gamble that he was willing to take. Whether it would work or not was something that Kakashi would need to find out him. Feeling pain overwhelm his eye, Deidara began to distort as the explosion was about to unleash. Seeing this, Deidara decided to release the explosion that was full of chaos. But Kakashi managed to fulfill the jutsu just in time before the explosion was fully unleashed and created havoc. Kakashi crashed on the ground, feeling the tiredness wash over his core. The Mangekyo ability was straining him and his chakra reserves. He pushed his body to the limit and this was the outcome. Sakura helped Kakashi up from the ground. Acting as support, they traveled towards where Deidara had disappeared from. No traces of him at all. "It seems you two are done." They turned back, seeing Naruto approach the two of them. Sakura gained a slight smile, seeing as they were all successful in this mission. "Sorry, but Sasori managed to escape. He blocked my vision and took that chance to escape," Naruto told them, feigning the truth. "I see, that's rather unfortunate. But it's good that we managed to take down one of the members down." Naruto nodded, seemingly agreeing with Kakashi. But there seemed to be something wrong. "Where's Granny Cho?" questioned Sakura, gaining a raised eyebrow from both Naruto and Kakashi, especially Naruto. "Who is that?" asked Naruto. This got Sakura worried. Crap. She was the one that came with me. She's rather short and is very old. We split ways due to her wanting to find the other member, Sasori, her grandson. Naruto stored this in his mind, seeing as he was correct. "Do you think something is wrong?" asked Naruto, remaining calm as they thought of the possible outcomes. "You don't think Sasori managed to?" Sakura's voice trailed off, not wanting to think of the worst possible outcome. "Ah!" They suddenly heard a piercing scream from inside the woods. Reacting quickly to the scream of pain, they followed the scream, hoping for the person to be someone other than Cho. Arriving, they witnessed a horrible scene. They saw Cho laying there, with a lethal stab to every part of her body. Immediately appearing beside her, Sakura came to tend to her. Looking for a heartbeat, Sakura froze. She's dead. Her eyes were wide, filled with horror as the worst possible outcome that she had imagined had came true, haunting her. "Wait. What's that?" Naruto squinted his eyes, pointing at an unknown substance leaking from her lethal injures. "That is poison. The one that Sasori used to almost kill Kankuro," Sakura came to a realization as she inspected the poison that presented itself. And those stab wounds, they're very similar to the one that Kankuro had sustained when we first found him, inspected Kakashi, taking notice of this. Then that would mean Sasori managed to have come in contact with her. She must have battled him and lost. The other two were too engrossed in shock. Sorry, but this was needed. Naruto thought to himself, directing this thought to the now dead Cho. He recalled what he had done not even an hour ago. 1. Flashback. Now, said Naruto. I can't have you do that. Cho narrowed her eyes at Naruto, wondering why he had said that. And why is that? She asked him. You don't need to know. Naruto's familiar words echoed as he disappeared from her sight and appeared behind her, immediately knocking her out cold. Naruto looked down at her, taking a small glance at his combat glove that was soaked in the poison that Sasori wielded. Looks like you'll come in handy. Naruto thought to himself, summoning a clone right beside him. Looking to his side, he gave his order to his clone. Go back and find the iron tail that I broke while I fought Sasori. We need to make sure this looks like a deed that was caused by Sasori himself. His clone nodded, disappearing away from Naruto's sight. 1. Keeping his eye close to the unconscious Cho, his clone soon appeared once again, soaked in water as he held the iron tail that was previously used by Sasori himself. Good job. You may go. His clone nodded, dispersing into a cloud of smoke. Crouching down, Naruto held the tail close to her body. There seemed to be a little bit of poison left even though it was drowned in complete water. Good, that's even more useful. As articulate as possible, Naruto took a stab at Chiyo's body, trying to recreate Sasori's precise technique. Although not perfect, it was a very good imitation and replica. He had taken insight from the wound that Kankuro had received as a reference. Cho squirmed here and there, but she never woke up. With the last of the residue of the poison taking effect, Naruto brought both of his gloves and squeezed it, releasing the poison in the various spots that he had created. He went back to the reflective river and washed up his hands before going back to the scene. Standing beside the body, Naruto created 2 clones beside him. I need one of you to clean up any traces of me from this area. You may disperse once finished. The other clone will follow me up until I meet up with the others. Once that happens, come back here and transform into her. Then scream in pain. Do you understand? Asked Naruto, getting a nod from both of his clones. Good. Naruto walked away slowly, his clone trailing behind him as the other clone cleaned up the evidence and traces of Naruto. 8. We need to find Gaara as well, stated Kakashi, getting 2 nods from Naruto and Sakura. The latter carried Cho in her arms, a veil of sadness surrounding her. After minutes of walking, they finally managed to find the area that Kakashi left Gaara off. Although that was a risky move on Kakashi's part, it managed to work in his favor in the end. Kakashi carried the unconscious Gaara in his arms. 2. Let's go back to Suna. Naruto and Sakura nodded, the latter in a rather solemn mood. Naruto and Kakashi didn't know who Cho was, but it seemed as though Sakura made a connection with her. As they moved back to Suna, Naruto was in his mind talking to Kurama. What you did was dangerous, Naruto. Naruto heard Kurama scolding him for the dangerous act that he had just accomplished. Naruto inwardly sighed. It's fine. They didn't find out nor will they find out in the future. Naruto could practically hear Kurama scoff at his words. This seems pathetic for someone like me, but your actions are concerning. Naruto forced himself to not raise an eyebrow out of pure amusement. Maybe they are, responded Naruto in a low tone in his head. You do know, your crap show that you put up yesterday night when you broke down is passively influencing you. Naruto didn't agree or disagree, opting to stay silent instead of retorting back. It's true. Like it or not, you told yourself that you wouldn't falter anymore. Now, here you are. faltering in your own motives that you wished to accomplish. Naruto chose to continue to stay silent throughout the conversation. Soon enough, they arrived at the very edge of the Wind Country border. The atmosphere around the three shinobi was one with much sadness and solemnness. Did Naruto regret killing Cho just so he could avoid the unnecessary light that was going to be on him once the word was reported to Kakashi, then the higher UPS? He didn't know. Only time would tell now. After reaching the halfway point, the silence was broken by the eccentric Kakashi. "We're just about there," Kakashi told them, failing to hold the conversation any further than those few words that we just spoken from him. Naruto and Sakura stayed silent. Kakashi noticed their mood to not speak and decided to just stay silent as well. He wished he could console them, especially Sakura. She seemed to have taken the development the worst due to her knowing Cho. But he was really the best person that can console a person. After a while of walking, they finally managed to get back to Tsunagakure. At the entrance of the village was the sister of Gaara, Temari. "Gaara!" She looked back, yelling his name as she made her way to her male sibling. Taking off the unconscious Gaara off of Kakashi and tended to him. "Sorry that I couldn't assist you, I was out on a mission." There was regret laced inside her voice as she let out her cries of worry. Carrying him on her shoulder, they made their way to a medical area. "Thank you very much. You have my gratitude," said Temari, gaining nods of acknowledgement from all three of the Konohanins. As they made their way to get medical attention, Kurama voiced his questions. "Sometimes, it amuses me that you turned down Jiraiya's offer to train you when you were 13, but then later asked him to train you after almost dying numerous times. Why?" Naruto wondered why he was bringing this up now. "Even though I'd rather not answer this, I'll entertain your random question. I didn't take it up at first because I wanted to get strong alone. But even though I gathered a lot of strength alone, I saw that others were getting much stronger even faster." Naruto was voicing his reasons. And the common factor to their growth in strength was that they had a mentor, someone that were willing to teach them. "So I decided to take up his offer, albeit only when he was in the village. Surprisingly, he did visit frequently when he was in the area to teach me a thing or two." Naruto heard a scoff emerge from Kurama's mouth. "So just like your average Uchiha?" Naruto nodded, just accepting the words from Kurama. "I learned something when I fought people like Zabuza, Gaara, Itachi, and his partner Kisame. I felt fear. Not the fear of fighting them, but the fear of dying." Kurama attentively listened to Naruto's words. "Each time I got into a state closer to death, I was afraid. It was never me afraid of the enemy, but me afraid of dying." Naruto could almost smile at his own words. "I just wanted to live. I find it funny, that even though you're such an inhumane person, you're also too much of a human." Naruto thought it was amusing too. To someone outside of the people that knew him, they probably valued him as a prodigy and held him in a high regard. They thought of him as a perfect individual, a perfect shinobi. But they're wrong. Naruto was just as weak to human nature as much as they were. No, he is even more weak to human nature than them. After all, he was part of the Uchiha clan, the most emotional clan that exists in all of the elemental nations. They were people that got stronger through intensive emotions. After being tended at an infirmary, Naruto and everyone else waited for Gaara to wake up from his long slumber. Even though everyone was at peace, there was always this tenseness that loomed the air. Soon enough, Naruto succumbed to his need to sleep due to how heavy his eyelids were. "Hey! Zetsu, look at this!" A cheery tone called out. A plant-like creature with two sides, one black and one white, appeared right in front of the caller. They also wore an Akatsuki robe. "What?" asked Zetsu, seeing the caller turn around, flailing an arm with a mouth open from the palm of the hand. The person that called Zetsu had a black outfit, a long scarf, and an orange mask that was in a form of a swirl. "Looks like Deidara needs a hand." He laughed at his own joke, while the opposing character was clearly not amused by the said joke. 2. Get your hand off of my arm! An irritated voice yelled at him, clearly angered by him holding his ripped-apart hand. He immediately dropped the hand, turning his body towards the irritated voice. Ah! Deidara! You're okay. That's good. We thought you were dead. He had a goofy attitude towards the current situation that was at hand as of right now. Who the heck are you anyway? Deidara asked, glaring at him as he picked up his hand off from the ground. I'm Toby. Treat me well. A giggle was added at the end with his exaggerated happiness. Deidara did not like him at all. You're annoying, commented Deidara. But Toby is a good boy. Deidara ignored Toby's words, opting to turn around so he would be facing towards Zetsu, the plant-like creature. 6. Is he a new recruit? He asked, not battering an eye to Toby. He was going to be a new recruit, but it seemed as though you two are alive. He'll be on standby for now until something happens. Deidara narrowed his eyes, not believing that someone like Toby could join the Akatsuki. You mean this Dutz had a chance to join the Akatsuki? Asked Deidara, pointing a finger at the overwhelmingly ecstatic Toby that was running around the area. Believe it or not, but he does have some skill. And the leader has seen his skills as something valuable to our goals for the future of the organization, the pitch-black side of Zetsu said. Deidara stayed silent, deciding to just observe Toby, whom could be a future member of the Akatsuki. What bull crap! Thought Deidara. Ruto. A voice called out to him, making him snap his eyes open. Naruto let out a slight groan from his lips as he shifted his body. What? Naruto asked, facing the person that called out to him while he was asleep, Hitaki Kakashi. He pointed right next to him, revealing the awakened Gaara. How long have I been asleep? Asked Naruto, still in a daze while he walked towards Gaara, whom was surrounded by many others. About 7 hours, you seem to have been very tired, answered Sakura, sitting on a chair. Naruto nodded, knowing the reason why. I've been getting barely any sleep for weeks? Months? I don't know. Mused Naruto, knowing the reason why he was getting barely any sleep. The day for him to kill Danzo was approaching very quickly. Naruto was soon knocked out of his thoughts due to Gaara speaking. Thank you all for saving. I'm grateful for your assistance when I was captured by the Akatsuki, stated Gaara, getting nods and smiles from others. Likewise, responded Kakashi, dipping his head into a small nod. Naruto and Sakura did the same and nodded as well. I'm sorry about what happened, the one named Cho, I mean. Even though the room became more solemn, Gaara managed to respond. You don't have to be sorry. While her death was a great loss for Tsunagakure, it can serve as a way to motivate everyone, even myself, to get stronger and continue to protect our village. They nodded in agreement, although the sad atmosphere have yet to change even a tiny bit. Well, we'll be taking our leave since our mission is now done here. Take care of yourself and watch out for the Akatsuki. Don't hesitate to ask for help from Konoha if your village needs it. Gaara nodded, keeping this information from the back of his mind. Kakashi turned towards Naruto and Sakura. We'll be heading back now. Get your items and necessities ready for the trip back. The two nodded, getting their things ready for the trip home. What will you choose, Sasori? Naruto thought. 2. They had finally arrived back at the village after walking for hours on end. With a sigh, they had made it to the Hokage Tower for their mission report. Knocking, they were authorized to enter by Tsunade. Come in, stated Tsunade, her voice embedded in a powerful tone. They entered, forming a singular line right next to each other. The mission was successful, Hokage-sama. Kakashi took the stand, now reporting the statistics of the mission that they had been served. Good, I knew it was right of me to count on the three of you, responded Tsunade, a small smile appearing on her face. Kakashi continued with his report. We managed to take down one of the Akatsuki members, although their partner managed to escape and survive. Tsunade was back to her stern and serious look. I see. This is good progress. If we can take down each of the Akatsuki members one at a time, we'll stand a far greater chance. The three shinobi that stood in front of her nodded in agreement. Managing to finish the report, they made their move to leave the Hokage Tower. Naruto, I need you to stay for a quick moment. There seems to be a problem is concerning you. Naruto raised an eyebrow before nodding his head and sending a nod to both Kakashi and Sakura as they left him behind. What is the problem, Hokage-sama? Asked Naruto, wondering what problem was linked towards him. With a heavy sigh, Tsunade began explaining the case at hand. Recently, there seems to have been a sudden change in Hyuga Hinata. Naruto now knew what the problem involving him was. Although not serious, she has solitated herself. It looks like she is undergoing a change due to something you did. It's not something too serious, but it is intervening with her usual activities. Naruto continued to act oblivious, hoping for a chance to move the conversation into his favor. And my action that is responsible for this is? Asked Naruto, posing this question to the Hokage that sat right in front of him. Your words. Over time, she left out small notes of paper that told us what happened. And it so seems that she overheard you declaring that you couldn't reciprocate her feelings. Naruto stayed silent, letting Tsunade continue what she wanted to say. And, so we thought that the only way to fix this is by digging to the very roots of the problem. You. Only you can fix this. Naruto looked at her. How? By reciprocating her feelings? You know I can't do that. Tsunade sighed, shaking her head as she aligned the papers on her desk. No, that's not what we want you to do. We only ask you to simply talk to her, to repair things so they could at least appear normal. Naruto let out a sigh that he didn't know he was holding until now. Seeing no reason to deny the request, Naruto accepted it. Fine, but I have no guarantees that me doing this will work, told Naruto to Tsunade, making her lips curve into a small, but warm smile. Thank you, Naruto. I want this done by tomorrow evening. Naruto nodded, walking out of the office, then soon the whole Hokage Tower. As he was walking through town, he caught sight of a familiar face. Neji, Naruto greeted, nodding towards Neji as he approached to his side. He received a nod from Neji in return. I assume you have heard with what has happened? Neji asked, stopping his walk so Naruto could catch up with him. Naruto nodded to him, giving an answer that he had wondered. Are you planning on doing it right now? Or do you plan on doing it later? Naruto took a second before responding to Neji's question. I need this done immediately, so I'm planning on doing this right now. Neji nodded his head, thankful for the response that was given by the infamous Naruto. You know, Naruto. Even though you and I aren't the closest of friends, I do believe you didn't say it with malicious intent. Although you are enigmatic, I do believe this. There was a small pause before Naruto decided to respond. Thank you for your belief in me, I'll try my best to make things normal again. After a couple moments of walking, they had finally arrived at the Hyuga compound. The compound had a rather large look to it as they moved alongside the world. They were soon escorted to the room that contained the isolated Hinata. Neji left Naruto, preferring to let Naruto go inside alone. Hello. Naruto knocked on the door, hoping for a response from Hinata as soon as possible. After hearing nothing for a few seconds, Naruto decided to knock on the door again. Hinata, it's me. This time, his voice was more assertive and commanding. Naruto heard the noise of walking from behind the door. Soon enough, he heard the voice of the timid Hinata from behind. And Naruto. He heard her croak out, a sad tone looming in her voice. Good, this was a nice start for this repair. Naruto saw the door slightly open, a thin gap appearing with Hinata peering from the other side. May I come in? Naruto asked, feeling the awkwardness between them. It took a couple of seconds, but Naruto saw Hinata nod her head slowly and opening the door fully. Naruto let himself in, planting himself on the wooden floor that squeaked with each step that he took inside her room. They sat there in a room full of silence. It took a few moments, but Hinata was the first to initiate the conversation. What I feel. It's real. Naruto kept his unmoving expression, not feeling flustered or flattered by her feelings. Naruto already had a plan to resolve this problem. Is it? Or are you just trying to believe that it's real? Believe or not, Naruto is a very charismatic individual. And with this charisma comes the perks along with it. There are people that can invade in people's personal spaces without the consequences of making them in an uncomfortable state. Naruto uses his charisma to do that. But, I believe it, I really do. It's real. I just know it. Naruto could tell that Hinata was comfortable with him. And it's not because of his charismatic nature, but her feelings that is responsible for this. I can tell you this, what you feel for me is not love but admiration. Hinata looked up, staring at the eyes of Naruto as he stared into her own. What? Only one word came out of her mouth as she was in utter shock. That night during the cold winter when I saved you from the bullies that picked on you, what you felt from there on was not love, but admiration. Something that princess might feel from a hero saving them from the dangers of the world. Naruto could see tears brimming from her eyes as she looked down. No. You're wrong. Her voice was shaky, lacking the confidence to make the average person believe her statement. Naruto stayed unmoving. Love is a difficult concept to truly understand. Let's say what you feel is really real. Do you think I can reciprocate your feelings? Maybe it's cruel, but the feelings of an individual can't easily be changed. That might have seemed quite hypocritical for him to say. After all, he's trying to change the feelings of someone that was infatuated with him. But he didn't say it was impossible, but that it was only a hard thing to accomplish. Why? Why do you have to do this? She wept, her emotion washing over her own conscience. Naruto observed before creating another response. Who knows? But like I said, love is a difficult concept to understand. One's heart can be swayed by just a single person. Naruto stood up, making his way towards Hinata. Naruto brought his hand, extending it towards the timid Hinata. So all you can do is continue forward. Get stronger and make your dreams come true. That's all you need to focus on. Hinata rubbed her eyes, clearing the tears from her eyes. A small, tired smile appeared on her mouth, taking his hand and standing up. Thank you. I won't betray your expectations. Naruto raised an eyebrow. 1. Don't worry about my expectations. I have none. Naruto turned around, having the means to leave. Nodding his head goodbye, he saw the sad smile that Hinata had on her face as he left. 3. As he made his way out, he caught sight of Neji once again. Did you manage to do it? He asked Naruto. He glanced at Neji for a moment. Only time will tell. I have only solved a small portion of this. To fully fix this problem is for Hinata to simply forget about her feelings for me. Although I have no doubt that this will work in the end. Neji sighed, relieved that they had accomplished another step for things to return back to normal. Naruto bid his farewell to Neji, walking away from the Hyuga compound with quiet steps. To think you'd be fixing problems about love in Konoha. Naruto won't deny it, he was also surprised he'd be having to do something like this during his time in Konoha. Kurama, do you know why I decided to stay in Konoha instead of leaving immediately afterwards? Kurama didn't say anything, knowing that this quest wasn't exactly a question. It's because this village had the resources for me to get stronger quickly. If I had went anywhere beyond the village that Sage found me in, I would have died because I wouldn't have been strong enough to survive. Naruto sometimes imagined what would have happened if he hadn't met Jiraiya. Would he still be alive? Or would he be dead by those who were stronger than him? Do you regret staying in Konoha? Kurama asked him, wondering what his answer would be to this question. I don't know. A few years ago, I would have said I didn't regret it, but now, I don't know. Even though this village is quite comfortable, I can't help but see the flaws of me staying here. A conflicted expression was on his face. Don't get me wrong, it's saddening that I'd be leaving the people that I've grown with through my early years. Naruto saw his apartment from a distance. But, even then, you're still unsure about what you want to do. Naruto sighed, nodding his head as he confirmed this statement that was made by Kurama. But, there is no use for me to think about it for now. Right now, what I need is insight on what I need to do. Naruto entered his apartment and crashed down onto his bed, still tired even after the long sleep he had at Tsuna. Did Sasori survive? Asked Pain, sitting on a familiar chair as they were surrounded in pure darkness as the two others sat near him. Yes, but it seems as though he has chosen to defect from the Akatsuki, the replicated Madara had said. He had been disguised as Tobi for quite some time, with Zetsu accompanying him along the way. What a shame. He was powerful as well, his abilities at wielding puppets were unparalleled, Konan stated, gaining 2 nods from the 2 other individuals that were in this discussion as well. Well then, what shall we do now with another defect? The swirly masked individual asked as their conversation continued. We will have to stay wary of Sasori for now. He is a very crafty and intelligent person. If he proves to be an obstacle to our goal, then we'll have to eliminate him. Pain had a very vocal idea. Agreed. He is too dangerous to simply just slip right beside us. We have to stay alert for any potential threats from him and any other dangerous people, told Konan, agreeing with Pain and his idea. Now, what will you do with that suspect of yours, Madara? Pain asked, turning his head towards the swirly masked individual. It seems as though I will have to withhold making contact with him for now. Now that there is a newly defect member, there is an open spot that can't be ignored. I'll fill in that position for now, the proclaimed Madara had said. 1. I see, then I'm guessing we'll be progressing naturally for now. We already have caught a few Baijuyu and it's counting. 1. Yes, it's only a matter of time before we achieve our goal of complete peace. Freak, cursed Sasori, trying to find a place to fix himself up. Even though he felt no pain due to his body being a full-fledged puppet. But even then, that could prove to be a hindrance to him. He had barely managed to get out of his fight with Naruto. Purely due to him being merciful. If Naruto had the intention of killing him, he would have done it without a doubt. As a dirted Akatsuki cloak shadowing over him, he walked to safety. His puppets were destroyed and he currently didn't have any resources to fix them. He was now back at square one, where it all began. He gritted his teeth, his red bangs shadowing over his eyes. To think he was so easily beaten by a teenager. The damage that were exchanged was night and day difference. He had barely scathed Naruto, while he took a large blow each time they had exchanged fist. Naruto was like a wall that stood in his way. One that was impossible to overcome. Sasori looked down towards his hand that was badly damaged. Opening up his fist laid a crumpled piece of paper that was medium in size. This kid, murmured Sasori, opening up the paper and reading what it says again for the many times once again. What I want is information. Nothing else, nothing more. Even through the simple note, Sasori could feel the ominous feeling that was leaking from the note itself. The words were manipulating, almost controlling. I'm not getting ordered by a kid. Sasori clenched his fist, crumpling the piece of paper once again before he began walking once again towards a random place. Without a doubt, his actions were a sign of traitorous actions to the Akatsuki. He had deserted when he could have just waited for help. Looking back, that was certainly a bad decision for him to do, but at the same time, he was defenseless, completely vulnerable to others if they had found him. But even if he had actually reached out to the Akatsuki, his safety wasn't going to be guaranteed by them. He was strong, but he wasn't strong enough to defeat the other Akatsuki members all at once. Even with his body modification that he had made to himself, his limits were hindering him in every way possible. As Sasori continued walking, another thought came to mind. I have to meet up with Kabuto soon. Sasori thought, soon seeing a small town that he could sneak into. Naruto sat at his table playing chess as he ate some ramen for breakfast. Today was quite the slow day, and it felt like it was going even slower with each second that went by. I wonder, why choose Sasori? Out of all the other members. Naruto yawned slightly as he continued playing chess with only himself. Sad. I mean, he was the first member that I have met besides Itachi and Kisame. There were silence after these words were spoken. I was joking. Well, slightly. Naruto slightly deadpanned. Your jokes are not funny. Naruto shrugged, about to continue his explanation after slurping on the last of his noodles. While I did choose him, part of the reason because of him being the one of the first Akatsuki that I have encountered. There's more to it. Naruto slid the cup noodles to the side. He's a person that does things for his benefit. This obvious due to his body modifications. He had turned his whole body into that of a puppet. Naruto moved one chess piece after the other. The outcome of this was him feeling absolutely no pain from blows. His aging stopped. He basically wanted to become one with his art. Of course, Naruto did not know anything out of his current knowledge. Whether he became a traitor right after the fight does not matter, because even then, it will be inevitable. Whether it's now or later, he will become a traitor. Why? Simple. Naruto stood up, stretching out his limbs. There's very little things that the people of this world respects. But they have no choice but to respect those who have power. Naruto sat back down on the chair. From just looking at Sasori or at his partner, they seem to be hot-headed. Although Sasori seems to be more on the calmer side. They wouldn't just join the Akatsuki out of free will. They are people who have ambitions on their own. The only assumption could be that they had lost a fight to join. The sun shined brightly on his face. Of course, this was only an assumption made by him. So, if that's the case, why can't I do the same? If he was so easily coerced to join the Akatsuki, then he'll easily be swayed and coerced by me. If this works, he will be my ticket for inside information of the Akatsuki. Naruto looked up to the ceiling, thinking of his future plans. And if he dies before this happens? Questioned Kurama, wondering how drastic his plans would turn if this happens. Then that'll be the end of it, yes? If he dies too early, then that's that. He is only an outlet for me to complete everything much quicker. His death changes nothing. Things will just go much slower. Naruto gained a dark glint in his eyes. Because the ending result will still remain the same. He trapped the king, ending the game as one side of his mouth curving up, forming a small smirk. I alone will be standing at the top. So, 2 Akatsuki are now dead? Hey? Questioned Asuma, conversing with Kakashi as they walked through Konoha beside each other. 1. Yeah, it was a tough battle, but we managed to skate through in the end. Although it was more preferred if someone didn't have to die. Asuma nodded, agreeing with these words as he smoked a cigarette. But it seems as though you managed to survive and rescue the ones that were within your reach, no? He asked, getting a small nod from Kakashi. I guess so, but I can't just shake off the feeling of knowing that things could have been different if I had tried harder. Asuma sighed, releasing the clouds of smoke that built from inside his mouth. So, how are things on your end? You know, with Kurane and all. Asuma raised an eyebrow, smiling as he came to a thought. He had the cigarette between his fingertips. Things are going great. Our lives together is finally moving again. Kakashi gained a slightly smile under his mask, making his one eye curve into a smiley shape. That's good. It's good to hear that something good is going on within a world full of bad. Asuma and Kakashi had finally made it to the training grounds. Another day of these multi-team sessions were at it again. It was a good way for them to connect and be well acquainted with one another in case they were in a team with each other. If there were no chemistry with one another, then the team will just be a complete mess. This is their goal for these sessions. "You're late, Kurane," looking at the two of them. She wore her signature outfit as her untamed black hair followed her. The two rubbed the back of their heads as they looked at her. "Sorry about that," told Asuma, leading the way as he stood right beside her. Kakashi copied this, shifting his body so he would be standing beside Asuma. The ever-so-eccentric guy was busy hyping up Rock Lee. Looking at the battle in front of them, they saw both Sakura and Koji dueling it out in a sparring match. Kakashi smiled under his mask, a sad one ruling over his face. He and everyone here liked what they had, the peacefulness like a steady flowing river. These were people that he had grown to care and protect for. Kakashi, like everyone else, didn't want to let these things go. But the paranoia of losing it all always creeps up and haunts him. He didn't want to lose another person he cared for and considered family. "What do you need, Sai?" asked Naruto, as he looked at the person in front of him. Sai plastered a smile on his face, one that was full of insincerity. "I have information that I think you'd be interested in." Naruto nodded, his interest now being caught by those words. He looked at Sai attentively. "Danzo has connections to Orochimaru." Naruto was immediately disappointed by said information. This type of info wasn't anything new to him and was pretty obvious. Naruto had placed a bit of trust on Sai. Although not a lot, it was still sufficient enough to carry on his duty. Maybe he considered him a friend, but who truly knows? Sai had a friend, whose name was Shin. And there is a well-known method within Root is that was very effective to those who have done it. Danzo had managed to make a method that eradicated one's emotion to the fullest extent. The members of Root are people that grow up with each other, making themselves see each other as siblings more than comrades. He makes them grow up fast and nurtures them, only to extinguish those emotions by making them fight a battle to the death. The final test. The same happened to Sai. He had to kill someone named Shin that was very close to him to get rid of his own emotions, plastering only fake smiles wherever he goes. Naruto knew he just couldn't take advantage of emotion like others, but he had to take advantage of experience and memories. And he was successful. Hopefully. But it also seems as though Danzo has made contact with Orochimaru recently. The reason is something that is unknown. Naruto was brought back to reality due to these words. "How did you find this out?" Naruto asked, wondering where the source of the information was. If he was able to find the source, then he'd be able to extract more information from the source. "I was at the Root headquarters and had overheard Danzo talking to someone. As I eavesdropped, I heard their conversation." Naruto nodded, seeing as he couldn't exactly extract any more information now. "After all, it's Danzo that we are talking about. Thanks for the info, Sai." He nodded as well, disappearing from Naruto's sight to leave him to his own devices. Naruto sighed, now facing another problem along his path. Danzo had gotten in contact with Orochimaru. There are chances that Orochimaru had spilled the beans and told Danzo of him being an Uchiha. That would seriously be a lot more problematic in the long run. And it's already posing a problem even now. The only way to truly find out is to seek out Orochimaru himself. Naruto thought to himself, now needing a way to meet the slippery snake. Suddenly, Naruto saw something fly throughout the sky. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto trailed the bird, following its every movement that it had made. He jumped from house to house, keeping a steady speed. With slippery movement, Naruto managed to attain the bird that had been soaring from above. He held the bird softly, not wanting to accidentally kill it with just his bare hands. "What's this?" Naruto thought, seeing a letter attached at the bottom of the bird. He looked around before he attempted to read the letter. "I want to meet you at Tenchi Bridge in 2 days, before 12 p.m. I am willing to lend you a hand in the future. Sasori. The side of his mouth curved into that of a smirk. It seems as though his coercing had managed to pay through. Although he had no idea how far his coercing had gone through. Will it stick through and stay? Or will it wear off in the future? Nevertheless, it is a good idea for him to take advantage of this situation. Naruto tucked the letter away, soon letting the bird come free from its restrictions. Walking away, he wondered what was going to happen next. Sakura and Naruto stood beside each other, standing in front of Tsunade. They had been requested to be at the Hokage Tower just earlier ago. I wanted you two here today because I wanted to ask you two about the mission. The two raised their eyebrows in confusion. Didn't Kakashi-sensei tell you about the mission the day we arrived? Tsunade nodded, knowing that was most indeed correct. Yes, but we only talked about the most basic things, a simple report. Now, I want you two to give me information on both of the Akatsuki that you two had fought. Now seeing what she wanted, the two nodded their heads. Naruto decided to go first. Well, even though Sasori had managed to escape, I did find out a bit of information about him. When I fought him, I found out that he was encased with another puppet, almost acting like a defense mechanism. The two others nodded their heads. Once I had destroyed the mechanism, the real body of Sasori had been hiding underneath. And it also turns out that Sasori's body was that of a puppet. The two slightly widened their eyes. You mean he had made himself into a puppet? How is that even possible? Naruto shrugged at Sakura's question, wondering how he had managed to live through something that was most certainly life-threatening. That was all I had before he managed to escape, lied Naruto, withholding information about Sasori. If they were going to be acquaintances, then he can't just reveal major weaknesses about him. Alright, that seems to be it then. Sakura, your turn for information. Sakura nodded, fully ready to funnel the information over. One of the members that was the partner of Sasori had the ability to turn clay into explosives. From what Kakashi-sensei had told me, it seems as though there was a mouth on his palm to turn the clay into explosives. In many shapes and sizes. Tsunade nodded, thinking the information through. 4. Any more information? Asked Tsunade, getting a nod from Sakura herself. Well, I had thought of an idea. I still have a sample of the poison that Sasori had used to almost kill Kankuro. So I was thinking of using that to trace where it was made maybe? Or what were the ingredients that involved in the making of the poison? That was indeed quite a good idea. If they had managed to get information where the poison could potentially originate, it could serve useful. Although the maker was Sasori, locating the ingredients were important. If that happens, then they'd be able to locate and lock down the ingredients so they could track down Sasori. But that's not something they should worry about too much for now. Once they were dismissed, Naruto and Sakura walked out right next to each other. Hey, Naruto. He turned around, looking at Sakura with a questionable look on his face as he stared at her. He waited for an answer. How do you do it? She asked him. Confused with the vague question, Naruto kept his questionable look on his face. I do not follow, told Naruto, wanting a clarification on the question that she was posing. Seeing this, Sakura decided to clarify the question. Like, how do you get past death? I know I just met Chosan a few hours before her death, but we just clicked as comrades, as friends. I'm not sad to the point where it's interfering with daily life, it's just interfering my mind. Naruto nodded, seeing as she was dealing with internal conflict. So, I'm asking you, how do you deal with death so easily? Naruto placed his fingertips on his chin, quietly thinking about that question as they made it out of the Hokage Tower. That question is troubling. I think dealing with death is hard, even for me. I may not show it, but all the sadness that wants to pour is just being pushed back by me. To say the least, that is not the very healthy for me to do. He decided to change the subject due to him not being able to answer the question with much efficiency. Now, I have a question for you, Sakura. She raised an eyebrow, disappointed that she couldn't get any insight from Naruto. Seeing from kill scene, it seems as though the person responsible for her death is Sasori. Do you feel hatred towards him? He asked, leading the conversation into that sole question. Yes, of course, I do. It amazes me that I was able to create another new bond with an unlikely individual in such a short amount of time. I feel like I failed yet another person. It feels wrong for me to hate him, but I really do hate him. Naruto nodded at her heavy dislike at Sasori. He wondered how she would react if she found out that it was him. Would she hate? Or hesitate to the bitter end? I guess that's an understandable feeling coming from you. You made a quick friend and she died, it's only natural that you feel hatred towards Sasori. Sakura nodded slowly. With them splitting ways, Naruto could feel the hatred for Sasori rise slowly but surely. Naruto looked up to the sky. Tomorrow is the day I have to assist Sasori. What would he need? Naruto thought to himself, disappearing in the crowds of villagers. Your meeting with Sasori is coming up, no? Asked Orochimaru, looking at Kabuto as he bowed down before the snake. Yes, that is correct. I do believe that he still thinks I am under his technique, told Kabuto, getting Orochimaru to curve his mouth into a creepy smile. Do you have anything in mind, Orochimaru-sama? Asked Kabuto, wondering if he had anything that he wanted to speak out on. Yes, I do. I never really have any intention of interfering in the affairs of the Akatsuki. Kabuto stayed silent, letting him talk. But I am aware that they show no mercy on their enemies, and I'm one of those enemies. If I'm going to have to fear for my life in the future, I have to be prepared for them, yes. Kabuto nodded, seeing what Orochimaru wanted to do. Are you suggesting we capture Sasori and extract information on the Akatsuki? Orochimaru nodded, delighted that Kabuto caught onto this idea of his. Yes, that is exactly what I want to do. Even though I was a member of the organization, it was only for a tiny bit. So I had no real info on each of the members' weakness. Especially that leader of theirs. Orochimaru's long tongue slipped out of his mouth, weirdly licking his lips as he thought of the leader. Those eyes of his, they are powerful without a doubt. Thought Orochimaru. 12? You won't be in Konoha for a few days? Asked Shikamaru, yawning as he played against Naruto in a game of shogi. Yet, I won't be here for a few days. I have some things that I need to settle. Naruto looked at the board. It has been quite a long time since they had another match in shogi. It was quite refreshing for Naruto. Every day, he was always on the front lines, fighting for the village. And, each day, he would grow tired without ever resting. You overwork yourself too much, Naruto. Don't you ever just relax? Rest and look at the clouds for a day or two. Naruto shook his head slowly, not very used to something like that. Naruto had always worked non-stop without ever taking a break. Even when he takes a break, he'd go back and overwork himself once again the next day. Something like that is not my forte. That's only something you like doing. Shikamaru was quite the relaxed and carefree person. But he was also a very dangerous individual when it came to being a strategist. Yet, I guess it is. Well, I suppose that's the difference between the two of us. You like overworking yourself, and I like relaxing. Naruto nodded, somewhat agreeing with those words. Naruto soon sighed afterwards. He had lost yet another game of shogi. That was a close one, said Shikamaru, analyzing how their game went. Naruto nodded to that statement, knowing that the game was indeed a close one. Indeed it was. We're just about even again. Well, I have to go now. Thanks for inviting me. Shikamaru cleaned up the shogi board and pieces, nodding his soon after. Yet, it's a good time to end. I still have to meet up with my team soon. Later, Naruto. He waved him the blonde goodbye. Naruto returned the wave with a wave of his own as he walked away from Shikamaru. He sighed, getting ready for tomorrow as the sun started to slowly come down. I just need a week and everything will be over. Naruto thought to himself, waiting for the impending day that was going to soon cross. Naruto won't be here for a few days, stated Tsunade, spilling this little bit of information towards Kakashi. He raised an eyebrow towards Tsunade. Why? It's not normal for him to do that. The only time he leaves the village are when he does any type of missions for TH village. Tsunade shrugged, unable to answer the question that Kakashi was currently posing to her. Who knows, but what Naruto does is what he does. I don't plan on snooping around in his business when it's clear to me that he is able to take care of himself. I wouldn't worry about it. Kakashi sighed, having to take that as an answer. 4. I guess you're right, responded Kakashi, having to agree with her words. Well, now that was out of the way, I'd like to talk to you about the Akatsuki. Kakashi nodded, seeing as the conversation was going to delve into something that was in some serious territory. While I would have liked Shikamaru or Shikaku to take part in this conversation as well, they are currently unavailable at the moment. The Jonin sensei listened carefully. Anyway, I would like to discuss strategies about scenarios where we do encounter one of the Akatsuki members or all of them at once. Kakashi nodded, knowing that Tsunade was being careful. As of right now, we only know 3 people that are in the Akatsuki. All the others are unknown. Those figures that we do know is, Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori, all very dangerous shinobi, with one of them being a former Konoha shinobi. Kakashi continued to listen through these words. We do know that Itachi is a shinobi that is very proficient in the art of genjutsu, a very talented user at that. Then there's Kisame, who's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and is a carrier of the Samahata. And finally, there's Sasori, the puppet master. Soon, I'd like to talk to every one of the Konohanins and inform them of this. Kakashi agreed with this with a simple nod of his head. I agree. If people are prepared, then the mortality rate will lower, even if it's just by a tiny bit. Tsunade nodded at this. The rate of survival was a key component to this. And due to the increasing movements of the Akatsuki, people from our village and the many others will encounter them without a doubt. The main thing I want to achieve from this is information about the members of the Akatsuki. She took a deep breath before continuing. To clarify, I am not aiming for information on other members, although that would be nice. I highly doubt it would happen. No, what I want is information on the members that we are aware of. If we are able to locate their whereabouts, then we'd be able to plan things ahead of time instead of just in the moment. There then was a pause that loomed the air. Good idea. Then, if necessary, they could always retreat and report back to you. Although there is doubt laced in my mind that they could get away from S-rank rogue nins. Tsunade shrugged, sighing. It is indeed a very low chance. But simply just fighting them is clearly suicidal if you cannot match their caliber. Battling is useless if they'd be dead the moment they try and fight them. No. Sighing, Kakashi agreed with that even though there are many flaws in this plan that was quickly revealing themselves in a quick rate. Good. Throughout the week, I'll try and refine this plan and rethink over it alongside other people like Shikaku and Shikamaru. They'd be great help. They indeed would be great help. Their intelligent minds would be able to assist in refining this to create a much better plan of action for the future of Konoha. You are dismissed, Kakashi. I'll get both Shikaku and Shikamaru at a later date once they are free. Kakashi bowed his head down slightly before disappearing from Tsunade's sight. Where is he? Murmured Sasori, peering through a bush as he saw Kabuto appear on the bridge that they were supposed to meet at. Sasori had requested Naruto to tag along because he couldn't risk the chance of Kabuto double-crossing him and betraying. Even though he had used a technique that supposedly turned him into a spy for him, there are always chances of it becoming obsolete in the long run. I'm here. Sasori turned around, reacting to the voice and seeing Naruto in the flesh wearing his usual clothing. You came here after all, stated Sasori, gaining a simple nod from Naruto as he too peered out of the bushes and saw Kabuto standing at the center of Tenchi Bridge. You're meeting with Kabuto? The redhead nodded his head at him. Correct. He is supposed to be my spy. Normally, I would just go alone and talk to him. But I'm being careful just in case he double-crosses me and brings someone uninvited along with him. Naruto saw what he wanted him to do. So you want me to hide within the trees and appear if someone other than him just suddenly appears in front of you? Sasori nodded, his mouth curving into a smirk. Yes. I'll return this favor for a favor of your own in the future. Naruto stayed silent, liking the sound of those words. He was going to need his help in the nearing future. So, what do you say? Asked Sasori. You struck yourself a deal. All right, I'm in. The redhead nodded, disappearing from Naruto's sight with his Akatsuki cloak trailing after him. This is like taking down two birds with one stone. Naruto thought to himself as he situated himself on top of a tree branch, observing the situation from above. Share. 2. Kabuto stood at the middle of the bridge, awaiting for Sasori's presence. Orochimaru was just hiding right in the trees that were close to the entrance of the bridge. 2. To be more exact, Tenchi Bridge. As he stood at the bridge, he suddenly noticed the bushes rustle, revealing Sasori outside of the puppet that he usually resides in. Kabuto put up a smile, one that was both creepy and sinister. Hello, Sasori-sama. It seems you are out of your shell. Sasori grunted, displeased with those words that was spat out from Kabuto's mouth. It got destroyed by someone and I didn't have enough materials to fix it. Kabuto nodded, keeping this in the back of his mind. I have questions for you, stated Sasori, his voice smooth and silky. Naruto was unable to hear due to wind that was rapidly increasing. I barely managed to get out of the base without Orochimaru knowing. Sasori stayed silent, hearing Kabuto's words through the intense amounts of wind blowing around them. What is Orochimaru up to as of now? Sasori asked, wanting for information for his future survival. Kabuto looked at him as his hair swayed throughout the air. Orochimaru has been quite secretive as of late, but it seems as though he is quickly reaching the ends of his current body. Sasori paid close attention to these words. Who will be his new body? Sasori followed up with this question. Uchiha Satsuki, Kabuto simply said, making Sasori widen his eyes in surprise. It was unexpected and he didn't have this knowledge prior to this meeting of theirs. Orochimaru has been nurturing and developing Satsuki so the transition to her body will go on smoothly. If things go smoothly, he won't have to transition to another body for a long time. That would truly be a very worrying though at hand. That would be a very problematic in the future if it truly happens. Sasori was deep in thought as he began thinking of how difficult it would be to face someone like Orochimaru with a Sharingan in their possession. It truly would be problematic, said a sinister tone. Sasori broke out of his thoughts as he looked up from the ground. Greetings, Sasori, Orochimaru said, a twisted smile appearing on his face as he looked at Sasori. Moving quickly, Kabuto dashed towards Sasori, preparing for a strike. Suddenly, Kabuto felt an strike of pain bursting from his back. Sasori smirked, now being on an even playing field. I was prepared for this betrayal, smirked Sasori as Naruto had a foot on the back of the fallen Kabuto. Glancing at Orochimaru, Naruto maintained his calm demeanor. It's been quite some time, Naruto-san. It must be fate. Naruto stayed silent, opting to observe the current situation. Fate is just a lie made from people with weak capabilities, responded Naruto, looking straight towards Orochimaru's eyes. Naruto looked down to see the struggling Kabuto underneath his foot. I was expecting this to be just some request, but it somehow turned into something worthwhile. Naruto kept his foot firm, hearing the squirming Kabuto in pain. I'm guessing you need something from me. questioned Orochimaru, his sinister tone still apparent, making the people around them quite tense. You are a former genius of Konoha, whom has acquired a lot of knowledge through his years as both a shinobi of Konoha and as a rogue nin. You must have connections with people of power? Yes. Orochimaru plastered a dangerous smile on his face. Of course, my connections are near limitless. Naruto was pleased with that response. Do you know anything about Shikamaru Danzo? The man behind the roots of Konoha. The snake-like Sunin nodded his head. I have worked with Danzo numerous times. He is a regular acquaintance of mine after all. Naruto stepped off of Kabuto, letting Sasori take over on pinning him down. Sasori was questioning to himself if requesting help from Naruto was a good idea on his part of the spectrum. What I want is information on Danzo right now. Orochimaru observed the atmosphere. He knew Naruto didn't want the information for the sake of just knowing the information. He was going to use it in the future. And what will you give me for the information that you want? A dagger appeared within Naruto's hand. He shifted his body to the side, revealing the pinned down Kabuto on the ground, struggling to break free. The dagger was being aimed at him. Give me the information and I won't kill your precious pawn. A sudden silence loomed through the air as Naruto spoke on the deal. Kabuto was gritting his teeth at himself being used as some ransom. It annoyed him, irked him. I see. Kabuto is a truly valuable individual with many talents. Letting him die like this would be a waste for him. What information do you want on Danzo? Naruto was delighted by his resolution. What can he do? Asked Naruto. That's a very shallow question, but that can do. His right arm that is hidden, is ridden with Sharingans from dead Uchihas. His current arm was from a test subject of mine that had escaped. And now, the arm that Danzo possesses is enhanced with Hashirama cells. Naruto stayed silent, listening to all of this. Now, for the information that you will most definitely want. The bandages that covers his right eyes contains a Mangekyo Sharingan. This piqued Naruto's interest. The person that he took this Mangekyo Sharingan from was the Uchiha prodigy, Uchiha Shisui. You do know him, right? Naruto nodded, answering the question. He didn't particularly know him personally, but he did know that he had a very promising future as a shinobi. And was very gifted with his Sharingan. The ability that Shisui had with his Mangekyo Sharingan was called Koda Amatsukami. Naruto did not know of this particular information. 2. What does it do? Asked Naruto, wanting more information on Danzo. It's a hard concept to understand, but to put it simply due to our current situation, it's similar to mind control. One is able to give false experiences to a person, possibly making them feel and act differently. Naruto widened his eyes slightly. Wait, so that means I could possibly be under the jutsu right now? It was more of a question than just a simple statement. Naruto tried breaking free from the jutsu. Orochimaru was amused. No, it seems he hasn't used it on you. Danzo had told me that if one's aware of being caught in the jutsu, they could theoretically break out of it. Orochimaru took a glance at Kabuto. A/N, I don't really know if it's true. I just need to make the Koda Amatsukami less OP than it is, even though it's honestly a very game-breaking Mangekyo ability that Danzo somehow failed to abuse. 10. Naruto sighed in relief. That's all I want. Sasori, let Kabuto free. The very confused Sasori did what he had said and let Kabuto go. The snake's apprentice got up from the floors of the bridge and rubbed the spots that had hurt. Kabuto made his way to Orochimaru's side. I do warn you, even if you aren't under the jutsu, does not mean that others around you are not under it. Who knows, maybe your most trusted individuals are under it right now. Naruto took these words with a grain of salt, wary of these words coming to life. Naruto could feel the tension in the air that coursed all around them. Orochimaru had a disgusted look on his face, displeased on how he had just got taken advantage of. And that's why he'll strike back. like a slithering snake that lays their eyes on the prey that they seek. Naruto moved to the side, dodging kick from Orochimaru, whose arms were still incapacitated. Reacting quickly, Sasori shifted his body slightly to the side so he would avoid a hit from Kabuto. Ducking down, Sasori dodged a kick that was swinging towards him. Without missing a beat, Sasori outstretched his right foot, sweeping Kabuto so he would stumble down. Seeing this opening that he had created for himself, the redhead got up from his position and attempted to kick him through the floors of the bridge. Kabuto rolled to the side, just narrowly avoiding a bloody mess that would have happened if he had not have rolled away. "I'll make you pay," Kabuto spat, venom oozing from his tone, continuing with his onslaught of attacks that came towards Sasori's way. Naruto jumped back, narrowly dodging Orochimaru's outstretching neck. Placing the palm of his hand crevices of the bridge, Naruto thinly jumped to the side, passing through the crimson red rods and diving down and stuck himself beneath the floors of the bridge. "Do you think you can defeat me?" A devilish smile graced over Orochimaru's face as he stood still at the center of the bridge. All he heard was the swaying wind and the footsteps that Naruto made underneath the bridge. Suddenly, the bridge started to falter. Widening his eyes, he saw Naruto on the other end of the platform, hanging from the bridge that was cut in half from Naruto's blade. "I don't fear you. But I'm making it out alive. Unscathed." Naruto gave Orochimaru a shuddering stare as they both jumped from a damaged and broken bridge. Scaling through the wall, Naruto looked over at the other side of the broken bridge. Sasori and Kabuto had already moved on and were no longer on the bridge and were dueling on the flourishing ground. Sasori and Kabuto circled each other, waiting for the opposite to make a move. Becoming impatient, Sasori dashed towards Kabuto, cocking his puppet hand back before throwing it towards Kabuto as he neared him. Responding to this attack quickly, Kabuto lifted his foot up, straightening his foot as he kicked Sasori's arm away. The redhead gritted his teeth, his puppet arm was disconnected from his body. But, the arm was soon reattached back on his arm. Looking back towards Kabuto, he had disappeared from his previous spot, soon appearing from above, preparing a fist that he was going to use to crush Sasori. Sasori turned around, a trail of sand created from his sheer movement. He brought his arm up, a black funnel rousing from his palm. "How will you fare with this?" yelled Sasori, his glistening white teeth appearing brightly as roaring flames sprouted out of the funnel. Kabuto widened his eyes, his heart beating quickly. "Ah!" screamed Kabuto, searing pain appearing from all of his sides. Once it was over, Sasori brought his leg up, kicking Kabuto away, making the silver-haired ninja convulse in pain. Blood dripped from his mouth and parts of his body. Breathing deeply and painfully, Kabuto had charred skin and blood seeping from his charred skin. Gritting his teeth, Kabuto launched himself away, attempting to buy himself some time so he could recover. Sasori grinned widely, his palms aiming down. "So this is how you want to play." A concentrated amount of water made its splash from his palms as he bolted towards Kabuto due to the water that was sprouting from his palms. Once nearing the snake apprentice, Sasori pivoted his arm, now aiming the water towards the fleeing Kabuto, as he was gliding through the air. In a single second, Sasori changed the output of the water. It was now thick and dangerous, being able to cut through even the bulkiest of boulders in a single second. Grazing a bit of Kabuto's charred skin, a screeching scream made its way, making Kabuto stumble down. "Any last words?" questioned Sasori, aiming the pitch-black darkness at Kabuto's face. The opposing opponent struggled to speak out. But just before Sasori was about to end Kabuto's life, he suddenly saw a fist flying towards his face, sending himself away before he was able to end Kabuto's life. "We need to get out of here," Orochimaru stated, gripping Kabuto's clothing with one of his hands. They were on a losing end. It was quite apparent that Sasori was overwhelming Kabuto. And Orochimaru was barely able to escape from Naruto's attacks and save Kabuto. Naruto appeared by the bridge, staring down at Orochimaru. "Running away like usual," said Naruto. "Just like a snake." His eyes pierced through Orochimaru, like a demon residing in the skin of a human. Naruto had no intention of stopping Orochimaru. After all, he had other things that need to be prioritized than fighting Orochimaru. The next time I see you, I'll kill you. 2. Thanks for the help, I guess. Naruto stared at Sasori straight in the eyes. This made Sasori a bit unnerved by his stare. Naruto nodded at his statement. Well, with that over, I want to talk to you about something. Sasori raised an eyebrow, wondering what he might say to him. You said that I could ask for a favor due to me accepting this favor of yours. Correct. The redhead grunted at this. He had been hoping Naruto would forget that he said this. But, of course, Naruto seemed to remember it. He always does. What about it? Asked Sasori, wanting to know the favor that Naruto was going to ask him. Naruto was a very mysterious and secretive individual. They don't know his past nor do they know about his own ambitions. The Friday of next week, I want your help. Sasori narrowed his eyes, questioning this vague statement that came from Naruto's mouth. Help for what? Sasori asked. A week from now, I am planning on slaughtering over 300 or maybe more shinobi. Sasori widened his eyes, shocked that Naruto would kill that many people. 4. I could do it myself, but the likelihood of me succeeding will only improve if I bring someone with me. So, will you help me? You may decline if you see yourself unfit to do something like this. Naruto chose his words carefully. Sasori questioned himself. He analyzed Naruto's words through his mind. The way it was worded, it was almost like Naruto was belittling him, looking down on him. There was no way he was backing down on something like this. 1. Fine. I'll do it, responded Sasori, accepting the favor that Naruto was asking him. With that, Naruto disappeared, satisfied with his answer. As he was jumping from tree to tree, Kurama was snickering. That was cruel of you to do. Saying those unnecessary words at the end so he would ultimately agree due to him over-analyzing. Haha. Kurama was quite entertained by this. Whatever it takes. I'll do it. If I want something, then I'll get it. No matter how hard it is. The breeze brushing over his face as he continued his way back to Konoha. 2. Ah, you're back. You said a few days, but you managed to get your things done in one day. Naruto nodded, now thinking of an explanation. Yet, it seems it wasn't that much of a big deal as I originally thought it would be, told Naruto, explaining the reason why he was back early to Tsunade. I'm glad. You do a lot of good things for Konoha, Naruto. We're glad to have you here. Tsunade smiled warmly at Naruto. Quite ironic if you ask Naruto. 1. He was being praised for his loyalty from the Hokage, but that will be changed once they see what we'll do by the end of next week. A massacre will happen. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll be taking my leave. Naruto bowed down slightly as Tsunade nodded his head before leaving the Hokage office. He now on his next destination. Naruto appeared in front of his next destination after a few minutes of wandering around. Welcome, Naruto-san! Yelled Rock Lee, greeting him as he entered the training grounds that they were using for their usual group training sessions. Naruto nodded at him, greeting him in his own way. Leaning on a tree, Naruto saw that the two who were dueling it out were Kaiba and Hinata. She's improved. Naruto thought to himself. The time between when he had confronted her and now wasn't that big of a difference, but there has been improvement apparent on her. It's rare to see you here, Kakashi said as he stood beside him with his ika-ika between his fingers. Naruto nodded, agreeing with that statement. I had some spare time today, so I decided to drop by since I knew you guys would be doing this again. You guys do this quite often. Naruto was almost as tall as Kakashi, just losing by a few inches in height. Who do you think will win? Asked Kakashi, directing the question to Naruto. Posed by this question, Naruto had no choice but answer it. I'd say Hinata. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, now intrigued by this. And why is that? Questioned Kakashi, wanting to know why he was choosing Hinata instead of Kaiba. He just needed to know why this was the case. I don't usually like comparing, but it's inevitable when it comes to Hinata and Neji. Both are from the same clan, and the latter being cursed for being a part of the branch family. But their skill is like night and day, with Neji being a prodigy of the Hyuga clan unlike any kind. Naruto took a glance at Neji, who was observing the duel. They were quite far away from the rest, so they could converse quietly without anyone actively eavesdropping. Don't you think someone like Hinata could potentially be as strong as Neji if she just trained harder? But, yeah, that's what I think. Who do you think will win? Kakashi's eyes curved into a smile. I can't answer that. If I do answer that, you'd think I like one them more than the other. I like everyone here equally. Naruto shrugged, not intending to try and extract the answer from Kakashi. I guess that would be true. A large amount of silence ensued. Soon enough, Kakashi decided to break the silence. You know, Naruto. What I have right now, you and Sakura, the people that are around us right now, is something that I'm glad for. Naruto's eyeball moved to the side, his azure eyes taking a small glance at Kakashi's face. Just about a decade ago, I was in a pretty bad spot. The people that I cared for died around me and I was left alone. Then things started getting better, you know, Guy, Asuma, and Kurane were there. Then Team 7 and all the other teams were formed. I guess you can say that I am content with my life right now. I wouldn't want to change it. A sad look was casted upon Kakashi. 4. Naruto stayed silent, deciding to not talk and instead let Kakashi have him moment. Sorry, sensei. But that image of yours will soon change. No one can stop me with what I'm about to do in the near future. Naruto thought to himself as he looked up into the sun that was setting. Vibrant but sad color reflected his beautiful azure eyes. Some may see him as the devil, a demon from the depths of heck. But he was fine with that. I'm thankful for what you all have given me. I cherished them deeply. Naruto gazed everyone as they cheered for Hinata due to her victory against Kaiba. Hinata took a slightly glance at Naruto, who was not paying attention to her. A slight downcast look appeared on her face before she shook her head and forgot about it all. But this is goodbye. Naruto's gaze paid attention at the vibrant colors of the horizon, thinking about everyone that was here. He was ready to end it all. 7. Seriously, why the heck did the Hokage let you go out of the village? That's once in a lifetime. Exclaimed Kaiba, imagining what would happen if he had permission to do that. 1. Who knows, Naruto shrugged. Maybe I'm just cool. Kaiba scrunched up his face at those words. Naruto was some lying son of a bench. Or was he? But on a serious note, the answer to why he was given permission to leave the village even though hadn't told anyone the reason is due to a simple reason that Naruto has talked about before. There's very little things that the people of this world respects. But they have no choice but to respect those who have power. By this, it's safe to assume that Tsunade has already acknowledged Naruto and his capabilities and powers. It would have been much harder to convince her to do this if he wasn't this powerful to begin with. 1. But that only means that he can get authorization when he requests to leave the village for a day or two. It doesn't mean she doesn't have any intentions of extracting the information. I hope she doesn't try to. Naruto thought as he walked with Konoha 11. Soon enough, they began splitting apart, soon only leaving a couple of people. See ya! Kaiba yelled, grinning as he ran towards his humble abode. Everyone waved goodbye, with Naruto only doing it slightly. It's a shame, Naruto thought. That things like this will soon just crumble down in an instant. Soon enough only 2 people were left alone to their own devices. It was fun for you to come along, Sakura told him. He gave her a nod, having enjoying it as well. The sky was in pitch darkness, no light seeping out of it. Yeah, I guess. Sakura smiled warmly. I know I don't really say this, but I'm thankful Team 7 was a thing. Even though Satsuki is no longer with us, I'm really glad that we were put together as a team. Naruto stayed silent, staring at the sky as words poured out of Sakura's mouth. I'm glad to meet you guys. Naruto sighed as Sakura waved goodbye, leaving Naruto as it was turning midnight in Konoha. It may sound quite weird, but he felt bad for everyone that was going to be affected by his actions. They were perfectly fine with the lives that they have right now. And he was going to rip that image in the following week. Naruto stood alone in the streets of Konoha as people began packing up to go home. 3. He must continue. He couldn't just stop now. It was the next day and Shikaku and Ibiki were standing in front of Tsunade. The former lazily rubbing the back of his head, and the latter standing perfectly still. What do you need, Hokage-sama? Asked Shikaku, yawning as Tsunade stared at him. Tsunade organized her papers in a delicate manner. Most people in the village don't know this, but Naruto had been out of the village due to me giving him my permission. The two raised an eyebrow. 1. Why? They asked her. Tsunade shrugged, giving them their answer. That's the thing, no one knows why he needed to be out of the village. She closed her eyes, rubbing her eyelids as he explained the situation. And what are you asking us to do? Questioned Ibiki, expecting an answer that was relatively straightforward to them. But they had a slight idea on what she wanted them to do. I want to know why he had to take a leave. Believe me, I don't want to do this, but I just can't help but have a feeling that he is hiding something from the village. Shikaku sighed, finding this situation troubling. Do you want to do it ourselves? Or are you willing to try and communicate with him? Asked Ibiki, wondering what type of approach that she wants to have. I'll try and have him tell me first. If he is unwilling to do so, then I want you two to do it yourselves. Do you understand? Tsunade sighed afterwards. Even though she didn't want to do this to such a exceptional shinobi, she just can't help but be worried that Naruto is plotting something that could be both good or bad. In the end, she was hoping that the secret Naruto was holding was a good one instead of the latter. Naruto snapped his eyes open, hearing a knock on the door. Naruto got up from his bed with his pajamas on. Still hazy from just waking up, Naruto made his way towards the door. Hello. Naruto opened the door, revealing a member of the Anbu Black Ops. It was weird of them to come to his humble abode without the permission. Oh, they were sent here by the Hokage. Hokage-sama has asked for your appearance at her office. She wants me to bring you there. Naruto raised an eyebrow before nodding his head. All right. Just let me get my stuff, said Naruto, getting a bad feeling from all of this. But the Anbu stopped him right before he could do it. She said you don't need your things. You may come without needing to bring anything. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly before nodding his head. The feeling of impending doom was just radiating right behind Naruto. If he tried pressuring the Anbu to let him bring something, then it will arouse suspicion greatly. Luckily, Naruto had one thing up his sleeve. Quite literally. Looking at the underside of his forearms were the seals that reside his blade and his dagger. If something bad happens, then there will at least be something to defend himself. He didn't have the contacts on as well. Naruto was very handicapped with this type of situation that was presenting itself at him. 4. Finally arriving at the Hokage Tower, the Anbu was brought to the office. Entering the room, Naruto saw Shikaku, Ibiki, and Tsunade. She'll probably try and interrogate you. Have you thought of something? Kurama communicated with Naruto through a link. No. I have nothing. I could try and lie, but both Shikak and Ibiki are two very intelligent individuals. Lying is useless against people like them. It's true, one was the father of easily one of the smartest Konoha shinobi as of right now. And the other was Ibiki, a master at interrogation in many shades than just one. Hokage-sama, greeted Naruto, bowing down. Do you need something? Naruto stayed silent soon after, letting the others take the stage. The three nodded at each other before taking the stage. A few days ago, I gave you permission to leave the village for an unknown reason. Correct. Naruto nodded, agreeing with those words. He felt himself being cornered. So, I was hoping for you to tell us what that reason is for. After all, did you give permission? God, this was going to be a difficult situation to get out of. Would calmly lying even help in this situation? The amount of ways to handle this was quickly dwindling down each second that passed. Do you have any reason to know? Asked Naruto, trying to buy himself some time so he could think of ways to get out of this situation. Well, like I said, I am asking you for this information because I was the one that gave you access to leave the village without any further repercussions. Naruto nodded, now seeing how he barely managed to buy time. 1. I guess, you can say it was just a personal issue that I needed to take care of. Shikako gained a puzzled face. Looking at Tsunade, she gave him permission to talk. Naruto, if it was just some personal issue, then you shouldn't be so hesitant to just say it was. That's leading me to suspect that it's not so simple as it sounds. Naruto internally grunted in displeasure. 1. Naruto saw the resemblance between Shikako and Shikamaru. Not only were their looks relatively the same, but they were quite insightful. With the former having more experience. I don't think I have to say that it's a personal issue if I don't have to. If I don't have to go into detail onto why, then I just won't say it. Staying calm, Naruto continued ahead. If they wanted to play this kind of game, then he'll play it. If he has something in his arsenal, then he'll play to win. He won't back down on equally intelligent people. But if it's a personal issue, then you wouldn't have any issue telling us, no. Stated Ibiki. Naruto raised an eyebrow, seeing flaws in that statement. Or was that statement a bait? Did Ibiki say that as a way to lure him in to try and capitalize on the flaws? Whether it's a bait or something of sorts, all he can do is try. But that's why it's called a personal issue. It's an issue involving myself. If I'm not comfortable to say to others, then it's no use further pushing for the answer. A quick amount of silence ensued. Fair point, said Ibiki. Although you are quick to say that it's just a personal issue, then you shouldn't be trying to heavily defend the fact that it's a personal issue. Do you get what I mean? Naruto nodded, getting that point very well. Or maybe I'm just being this defensive on it being a personal issue because you guys keep thinking it's more than that. Staying still, he didn't falter for even a second. Are we? Or are you the one thinking that we think it's more than just a personal issue? Question Ibiki. Oh, he was playing that card, huh? I was only following the pattern of your speech. And by inspection, I've noticed that you two keep pushing, hoping for something more than just the things that I've said. This was a battle between exceptional minds, all three refusing to back down. And why are you trying to follow our pattern of speech? Or you perhaps trying to find ways out of this situation? Attempting to put more pressure on Naruto, Ibiki tried using this as a way to attack his psyche. 6. I wouldn't be having to do this if the fact you two want to delve deeper than you can handle. We wouldn't be in this situation if you thought this was anything more. This seemed like an endless challenge thrusted upon him. Tsunade soon sighed, seeing as nothing was being developed through this interrogation. And she also didn't want to do a type of interrogation that forced Naruto to be broken down both physically and mentally. That's why she was opting to do something as simple as this, trying to talk to Naruto in her office, with two others helping him. Naruto, said Tsunade, making him look at her. I'm sorry for doing this, but I believe you are hiding something from the rest of us. They were once again back at square one. I'm not hiding anything. Why is it so hard to understand? He was starting to get agitated from the same questions, the same answers, the same bull crap. Sure, he was hiding some facts. But there was no way he willing to expose himself so willingly. Only a fool would do that. It's because you just won't tell us. And it's raising our suspicions. Naruto tightened his jaw. This was way too troubling for him. I can't help but notice that you are clenching your jaw. Any reason? Asked Ibiki, observing everything that was happening. Yes, actually. I'm tired of this useless investigation on me, because all the evidence you all have is that I didn't tell the reason why I needed to be out of the village. Naruto turned around. I'm out of here, stated Naruto, walking away from the three shinobi that were investigating him. But Tsunade was not having it. Sorry, Naruto. That was all Naruto could hear before Tsunade appeared behind Naruto. Pouring in just a slight amount of chakra, Naruto took that unexpected blow from behind. 1. Knocking him out. You've got to be kidding me, Kurama said, surprised that Naruto didn't dodge just a simple blow. The only possible clear explanation is that he was so caught up in his mind. Where am I? Naruto thought to himself, slowly waking up from being knocked out from Tsunade. Looking around, he saw he was in a dark room, the only light being the window that people could look through. He was in some deep crap. Now looking at himself, his arms were locked in a block of metal. That was pathetic. Being knocked out by Tsunade, barely even using her power. Naruto groaned at that. He had been taken off guard, and was not expecting them to use force. Although he should have at least expect that. You've woken up. He heard a voice not too far away. Snapping his head towards the voice, he saw Ibiki standing there, a serious look displayed on his face. And I'm locked up here because... Naruto questioned, trying to break out of the block of metal. But he found no avail to break out of it. You won't be able to break out of it. Just give up and tell us what you're hiding. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Ibiki, matching his gaze. So this was what he was reduced to so quickly. Mind helping me? I'm in quite the pickle here. I need your ideas. Naruto then snapped out of his thoughts, once again looking at Ibiki. Some may say that we have no true evidence, that this is too far. But we have enough evidence and reasoning to where we are able to do this to you. Ibiki placed his hand on the table right next to the block of metal, holding his hands together. Ibiki didn't care how strong Naruto was, he was going to break to the point where he was going to confess what he was hiding. They were willing to go so far as to do this to him just so he would reveal what he was hiding. Just through his responses and questions, they surely knew that him saying it was a personal issue was just a simple lie that they quickly saw through. Is that so? But do you think you can do it? To conquer an unbreakable and an unshakable force. Backing down was not Naruto's forte. If one backs down, they are only revealing weakness. I'm willing to try anything in my arsenal to conquer the said force. Ibiki soon smirked after, readying himself for the very long session of extracting information. Do you think it disables your chakra usage? Asked Kurama, inspecting the block of metal that was constraining Naruto a whole lot. Naruto analyzed the constraints as Ibiki sat down with him, only starting the first stages of the mental torture that he was going to do. It doesn't, I think. But it weighs a lot and the amount of chakra I'm trying to pour seems very little. The purpose of these constraints was that even though they were able to do simple things like use chakra, they wanted the victim to feel cornered. Do you think your chakra is being halved due to the constraints? Naruto was quite puzzled by these constraints. How do you feel? Being cornered, interrogated, with nothing in your arsenal? Do you feel like you've been swallowed by an abyss, a void? Naruto did not stumble back. I have no idea what you are talking about. Naruto tried pouring in a tremendous amounts of chakra into the constraints. It then clicked his mind why it felt like the amount of chakra he was pouring in was very little. I think the constraints are able to absorb a lot more chakra than I can pour in. No matter how much I try and pour in, it seems to be able to match it and take in that amount of chakra in a matter of seconds. Kurama hummed in response, seeing Naruto's current predicament. You're struggling, aren't you? You are trying to find a way to get out but to no avail, no. At first, one might think that these were just simple questions. But that's wrong. These words are carefully picked due to the room that they were in. Anyone, once hearing words like these will soon think about these words when they're in this type of situation. And even though they don't feel it, they will constantly think about it to the point where they will start to fear them, break them. I'll break out of here, and show you all that what you did was a mistake that I will make you all regret. Ibiki's smirk stayed, now getting what he wanted from Naruto. Maybe we can use my chakra to pour in enough chakra to overload the constraints. Naruto liked that type of idea. After all, it was the only way they could potentially get out of here. Why do you try so hard to defend yourself? Just to fail? Or is your secret such a big deal? Something beyond us? The village. Numerous questions were given at a constant rate, not letting the victim have a moments of mental rest. I don't think you understand, said Naruto, soon getting the help of Kurama to pour in a mass of chakra that the constraints couldn't absorb quick enough. They may be designed to absorb a normal person's chakra or even someone like Naruto. But they couldn't even come close to absorbing the chakra of a Baijiu. Oh? What do I not understand? Asked Ibiki, leaning close to Naruto. That my secrets and goals are beyond this village, beyond this world. Naruto yelled out, his body being strengthened by Kurama. Swinging the block of metal up, it hit the chin of the leaning Ibiki, making him stumble just a bit back. The constraints now open, Naruto quickly unsealing his dagger. Ibiki got up, surprised that Naruto broke out of the constraint, now unprepared with this development. 1. What the heck? Ibiki saw Naruto jumped, throwing the chair that he was sitting on towards Ibiki. Dodging the chair, it got destroyed by the impact of the wall. You can't contain me, said Naruto, appearing in front of Ibiki. All Ibiki saw was a ghostly face that stared into his soul. 1. With blood staining his clothes, Naruto hinged into Ibiki, now having a way to get out from here without getting caught. Walking out of the soundproof room, Naruto made his way out to the lobby where Shikamaru was standing at. 1. How's Naruto? Did he wake up yet? He asked, not knowing that the person he was talking to was indeed the real Naruto in the flesh. Yes, it's your turn now, said Naruto, trying his best to copy Ibiki's tone of voice and demeanor. Shikamaru nodded, seemingly believing him and walked past him. As Naruto walked away, he unhinged himself, now in the clear. A dark shadowed over him as a piercing scream of terror could be heard as he disappeared in the vibrant skies. 1. There has to be some kind of mistake, Tsunade-sama. Yelled Sakura, her eyes wide as she heard the news from Tsunade. She stood here with a few people as well. 7. Most notable would be the Konoha 11, as they were the first people that Tsunade had called in to tell them this information. Believe me, I wish it was a mistake. I didn't want to do this to him, but he's hiding something from us and it's something much darker than it should be. They were at shock. Was this true? Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Before Tsunade could deny their entry, they barged in, revealing that the one behind the door was a bloody Shikamaru. He stood at the small dent on the floor that was created when Tsunade had knocked out Naruto. What happened? Tsunade asked, her eyes wide as he saw the current state of Shikamaru was currently in. It was almost like he had seen a ghost. He escaped and stabbed Ibiki. They all widened their eyes, now having full proof that Naruto was in a very guilty situation. They didn't want to believe it, but this was their reality. It couldn't be. 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 What is the current state of Ibiki? Tsunade got up from her seat, now in a complete state of panic. Everything that could go wrong was going wrong. I brought him to the hospital to get treatment. Shikaku was in a state of pure shock, his eyes widened in horror. Another comrade's life was in danger. 1. All the others except for Tsunade didn't know what to do. Was the Naruto that they knew a complete lie? Was he just faking everything until this point? 1. Who was Eihiku Naruto? A comrade or an enemy? They didn't know anymore. Why was this happening out of all times? Why? Why now? After everything that I said to him at that training session. Did he not feel the same way of having comrades around him? Kakashi thought, his one eye that was uncovered was wide. 2. How are we supposed to feel? Everyone thought in unison, now being in a very troubling situation that was eating them out. 2. Everyone, Tsunade called out, making them snap out of their thoughts. I want you all, excluding Shikaku, to call all forces. We need to detain Naruto immediately. They were at a shock. They were at a complete loss. Do it. Now. With her voice full of force, they had no choice but to obey her command. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the person that stayed. Shikamaru, why are you not leaving? She asked him, stress laced within her voice. I can't just leave my father here alone. Someone has to be here with him. Please. His calls of plead needed answering by the one and only Hokage. Her eyes softened at this. Fine. Even though you would do very good out there with your intelligent mind. I do understand the need to care for your father. Tsunade sat down on her chair as Shikamaru consoled his father. Why did this have to happen, Naruto? Tsunade asked herself, burying her face in her palms. A simple investigation going haywire and turning into this. Why? She felt disappointed with herself. Could she have prevented this by overseeing everything happening in the village more diligently? Was she mad with Naruto? Yes, absolutely, tarnishing everything he had ever built with his actions. But she couldn't help but feel more mad at herself. Tsunade felt so helpless. But more importantly, she felt incompetent. Are you sure about this? I thought you were going to do this with Sasori. Kurama questioned Naruto, seeing as he was in complete frenzy. I can't wait any longer. I'm only one person, but the village has thousands of shinobi in their arsenal. Sooner or later, they will be looking for me within the village. I have to end this now. His thoughts were full of determination. Wearing his mask, Naruto jumped out of his window. It was bright in the sunny day, and he was in complete open. He was going to have to wait until the sun was setting. He would be able to move around much safer in the dark. Ducking down, Naruto saw a few Konohanins looking for him. They're already looking for me. News is spreading quick. Naruto thought to himself, sneakily and quietly, walking while in a crouching position. Naruto-san, a voice said, making him quickly turn towards the caller. Sai, responded Naruto, narrowing his eyes at him. He didn't know what his intentions were. Was he an enemy? I have come with no harm, Naruto-san. I've come to assist you due to the situation that you are currently in. Even though Naruto trusted him, he didn't know if Sai trusted him back. And that has been an ongoing thought that surfaced his mind once or twice. What do you suggest? Naruto asked, quietly saying this as they hid from the village in a multi-pathway alley. Sai plastered a fake smile on his face. You want to find a way to get to Danzo and kill him, yes. Naruto nodded, seeing as Sai understood his intentions quite well. He had told him of his plan long ago when he had given him enough trust. But although Sai didn't really want to be in the plan itself, he did assist him in some ways like the usual information gathering. Correct. The village is out to get me, me basically betraying the village due to me putting Marino Ibiki in a critical state. I think he could be dead, right? I don't know. They kept on moving, staying close to the shadows. Will you spare the others? Kana-san, Yuta-san, and Ainu-san, I mean. Naruto shook his head, answering the question that was posed to him. Absolutely not. Those three are very loyal Danzo, they won't hesitate to protect him at all cost. There is no reason for me to not kill them. Mercy was not an option for him. I understand, Sai said in an emotionless tone. Do you need anything else before you go to Danzo? He asked Naruto, getting a nod in return. Naruto went and faced a certain direction. Yes, actually. I need to go to the hospital for last-minute things. Sai nodded at those words, now following him as he stealthily made his way around Konoha. Shizune walked around the hospital. The news about Naruto almost killing Ibiki was spreading like a wildfire. And the situation was only getting worse every second. Everyone that was in Konoha was tense and nervous of Naruto. After all, he was a very powerful individual that inhabited Konoha. Don't move or you die, a voice behind her said, making her tense up immediately. From behind was Naruto with Sai just standing right beside him. They were in a secluded place that no one was currently at. And Naruto. She turned around, her whole body shaking as she saw a glimpse of his azure eyes that stared inside of her soul. She didn't know Naruto a whole lot, and the only times she had talked to him were always short and simple. But she was scared. Scared of his power. What do you want? With her voice quivering, Naruto and Sai guided her through the hallways. They were careful to not attract any unwanted attention to themselves. What I want is quite simple. Naruto unsealed a jar with 2 floating azure eyes in water. He put it in front of her face for her to take a quick look at it. I need my eyes replaced with these eyes. Shizune gulped in fear. But all rooms are taken. Naruto soon sighed after these words were spoken from Shizune herself. Guiding her to a room, Sai opened the room, revealing a few dead bodies on the floor. We took care of that. Naruto placed the eyes on the metallic table. He took a quick look at Shizune with his deteriorating eyesight. If you dare try and sabotage this, my accomplice will kill you. He had no times for people to mess things up for him. He was in a time crunch and he needed to make things move. Reluctantly, she nodded her head, beads of sweat rolling down from the side of her head. She was just an ordinary human, one that feared dying. Now, let's get started, Naruto said. That dang Naruto, Orochimaru said, gritting his teeth as he angrily placed his fist on the side of his bed. His condition was getting worse by the day. It was abrupt, but Naruto was being quite the thorn when it came to this. While they were obviously holding back at the bridge, he wasn't sure if he would have came out of there alive. Orochimaru didn't expect Naruto to have grown so largely in just 2.5 years. Don't get him wrong, he's seen his bingo book entry. But his power was yet to be determined and it was an estimate of AS rank. But considering Naruto's slow pace during his early years, he just had to assume that he was right at the halfway point of A rank. He was wrong. The bingo book was such trash when it came to information regarding Naruto. He had kept up with him without much worries. But one thing was for sure, he needs to take over a new body. Why would he betray the village? Asked Koji as they searched for Naruto in every part of the village that they could think of. I don't know, Sakura said, conflicted on she should feel. He was a friend, but he was also someone who was betraying the village. 5. It was the Satsuki incident all over again. I wasn't the closest friend with him, but I do get that weird feeling. Like there's this hesitation within me that doesn't want to this. Sakura and Koji nodded with Ino, understanding what she felt. I've always been friends with Naruto. I always spectated his shogi matches with Shikamaru while eating. They were good times, but those times were quickly coming to an end. I just want answers to why he's doing this, Sakura told them, getting quick nods from both sides. They were feeling hesitation because they were friends and comrades. They wanted this to simply just be a dream. Sai had knocked out Shizune once she was finished with her job. It had taken quite a while to finish, and it was going to take even longer for the eyes to finally be in place. Did you get everything that she had done? I'll need the information in the future. Kurama hummed in response to his question. I did. You've been laying here for way too long. Naruto mentally agreed, slowly getting up from his lying position. How do you feel? Asked Sai, as Naruto ripped out the bandages that were wrapped around his eyes. The looming scent of blood intoxicated the air. Better than ever, said Naruto, getting up from the metal table that he was previously laying on before. His vision being even better than ever, power that he had never felt before surging at a phenomenal rate. We need to go quickly. I need to get this done by tonight. Naruto's voice was full of seriousness as they made their way through the hospital in complete silence. 1. Are you truly sure about this, Naruto-san? Asked Sai, getting a nod from Naruto in return. It was unfortunate, but he was going to have to do this without much choice. Naruto was now the holder of the eternal cursed eyes of the Uchiha clan. The power that coursed through was something unfathomable. The 6 tomos that were intertwined with a ring was now being upheld by 3 thick pillars that connected his pupil to the intertwined tomos. Didn't you say that you weren't going to accompany me on this? You said you would assist me in some ways, but this seems to be transcending those words? What's with the sudden change? Asked Naruto, making it out of the hospital as the sun was narrowing down. I just felt like it. Plus, you can't handle the whole organization by yourself. A fake smile appeared on his face. His last few hours in this village will be ending in an extravagant manner. Being cornered now forced him with the cards that was within his sleeves. But for certain, he was determined to accomplish this task as quickly as possible. He was quite glad that he had someone like Sai to count on, even if it's only going to be this one time. At the hospital, a random nurse saw something that caught her eye. Blood. She questioned, nervously walking towards the blood that was seeping past the door. It slowly soaked the white tiles of the hospital floor in the familiar crimson red. Opening the door, her eyes widened in absolute horror. The room had a few dead corpses lying on the ground, with knocked out Shizune squirming while passed out. Konohanin stood in and out of the hospital, investigating the scene. The scream had alerted many people in the vicinity, including some of the people in the Konoha 11, no, Konoha 10. They had managed to wake Shizune up from being knocked out for hours on end. As of right now, she was sitting at a bench outside of the hospital while being asked questions. Shizune-san, can you tell us what happened? Asked Sakura, due to her being most familiar with Shizune to the point where she would be comfortable to tell her what happened. Of course, this was only a precaution. I saw him, Naruto. He killed them, the ones on the floor. Her eyes were wide, reminiscing how the environment had looked like when they had directed her inside the room. She could even remember the metallic smell that loomed the air even now. It haunted her, being threatened by a wanted person who could have killed her at any second. What did he want with you? Did it have to do with anything related with Marino Ibiki and his current state? Sakura asked, other people a part of the Konoha 10 gathering all around her. And no. He wanted me to do an eye transplant. The people around her raised their eyebrows. They were delving deeper and deeper into Naruto's actions. Why would he need an eye transplant? Ino wondered, thinking of reasons why this was the case. This put a puzzled look on the others as well. Maybe his vision was getting worse. Koji posed a question up to them. There's no way that's true, right? He never gave us signs of declining vision whatsoever. Ino was quickly to dismiss this theory of Koji's. I think that theory is more plausible than anything. Sakura thought to herself. She knew that Naruto was an Uchiha, and his ties with being an Uchiha could be connected to needing a transplant. Funny, I'm still keeping his secret of being an Uchiha even after he had shown signs of treason. She thought, the other discussing their theories together. Sakura knew why though. The reason why she was keeping this secret even now was because she wanted to doubt everyone's words about Naruto's betrayal. It was true, but she was doing the thing that Ino was doing, dismissing. I just want the team to be together. She thought, remembering the days when her, Naruto, and Satsuki were genin, being instructed by Kakashi. When they were little, she remembered always fangirling over Satsuki that would make her almost puke when she thinks of it now. It hurts. She used to always be in the sidelines as Naruto and Satsuki took on the world. All she felt then was hopelessness and weakness. And she still feels like this now. Even though she wanted to get as strong as them, what she wanted more was something that seems even more impossible now. She just wanted to be together with them. It might be selfish of her to seek this, but she'll keep reaching for it, no matter how hard it is. Ah. Sakura-san. Are you all right? Shizune asked Sakura. She was shook out of her thoughts, alone, and glistening tear falling down her face. The two others were just in their own world, talking about who was right and who was wrong. Why yet? I am. She wiped the tear that was threatening to fall down her face. A sad smile appeared on Shizune's face as she looked at Sakura. He was your teammate, right? She asked Sakura. It may sound cliché, but him, Kakashi-sensei, and Satsuki were like another family to me. Sakura smiled warmly, it soon withering away. If only things could have been different from the beginning. Sakura, Ino said, making Sakura turn around towards Ino. The blonde gestured for her to come towards them. Sakura nodded. Sorry, Shizune-san. I have to attend those two from causing chaos. Shizune chuckled, her mood being uplifted by Sakura's words. Thank you, Sakura, Shizune said, gazing at Sakura's back as she walked towards Koji and Ino. How are you? Shikamaru asked his father. Shikako was sitting down, blood covering his clothes. The whole situation was getting out of hand. I'm fine. Shikako didn't know what to say, all he could do was just lie about his current well-being. He was just shocked. Not traumatized. Just shocked. Everything had moved and shifted so suddenly to the point where he couldn't keep up. You're not fine at all. A blank look was on Shikaku's face. I know, I'm not fine. I just... He stumbled with his words, unable to pick and choose the words that would fit. At one point he was interrogating Naruto with Ibiki at the Hokage office. Then another, they were interrogating him in an actual room fit for interrogation. Then he found Ibiki lying on the floor in critical condition. And now he was here, unable to do anything to help. How do you feel about this? Shikaku asked his son, a withered and blank look on his face as he looked down towards the floor. Confused, I guess. Naruto's motives are unclear and we have no real knowledge of the fuel that fans these motives. Shikamaru sighed, putting his back against the wall. But, in the end, I don't know if I'd be able to kill him even if we get a chance. The others feel the same way. Sure, some of them aren't the closest of friends with him, but that doesn't change the fact that we've once been comrades in the past. He, like everyone else, didn't know what to do. Killing someone you care about is difficult. Shikamaru nodded, agreeing with his father. One day, they were comrades. Then the next, they were enemies. Some in our group may not say it, but they want to save Naruto, someone that they call a comrade. Shikamaru thought, looking down on the floor. Well, it was better to just say that Naruto used to be a comrade of theirs. Then there were others that just wanted to know he was doing this. They wanted a vivid reason on why this was the path that he was choosing. You know. You should get out there and Assist your friends on tracking Naruto down. I'll be fine here. Shikamaru sighed at this. During the morning, he had expected this day to be one of his usual days. Just stare at the clouds and sleep during the night. To think today would be so disastrous. We're here, Naruto and Sai said in unison as they entered the entrance of the Root Anbu headquarters. Scaling down the concrete walls, they both saw the many rusty metal pipes that connected from wall to wall. No light could get in from here. Landing on the wooden floors that had metal railings on the edge, they had reached the bottom of the facility. Many roots from branches of the base could be seen. Naruto, Sai. You're betraying us. Dozens, no, hundreds of Root Anbu shinobi appeared in front of them, prepared to fight Naruto and Sai to the death. They knew that we were going to betray them. Naruto thought to himself, keeping the information tucked right behind his head. If there's captains, then there are commanders that lead and instruct the captains. Basilisk, Leviathan. Their names were unique amongst the rest. It only made sense, they were more powerful than the captains and had abilities to lead. You won't defeat all 400 of us, Leviathan said. She was going to protect Danzo with her life. The same went for Basilisk. They were two of the most loyal pawns of Danzo. Naruto looked over at Sai, getting a nod in response. They were ready to battle. Naruto took the lead by walking towards them, his black and yellow hair swaying through the air, and his cloak flowing as he walked. Sai walked behind. I don't care if there are 400 of you or if you are commanders. Naruto unsealed his mask, clipping it onto his face. Naruto activated his eternal Manjikyu, surprising everyone except the commanders. He no longer had his contacts, but it changed absolutely nothing. The climax of his journey in Konohagakure was about to start. Because you all will die by the hands of Uchiha Naruto. Naruto dashed towards the many Root Anbu that were guarding the tunnel that led to the room that Danzo was in. Sai followed from behind, unleashing a wild pack of tigers that were made of pure ink. Jumping in the air, Naruto saw all of them go towards him in a wild manner. You all won't be enough. Naruto thought, the ink tigers making a rampage as he landed on top of a root member. Moving away, Naruto got on the red metal railing, balancing himself perfectly. Bending his back backwards, a kunai that had an explosive tag attached right on it passed right by him. Seeing this with his eyes, Naruto caught the handle, jumping away as he redirected the kunai towards the many root members. 1. They are too clustered due to the lack of space. Naruto thought, seeing an explosion as the kunai had pierced through the clothing that one of the members had. Is this all you got? Naruto taunted, attaching his feet on the rusty metal pipes. The downpour of blood stained the area due to the abundance of people that got caught in the explosion. You haven't seen anything, Basilisk said, appearing behind him alongside many other members of Root. They were ready to thrust the blades in their hands through his heart. Naruto suddenly disappeared from their sights, making them wide their eyes in realization. Genjutsu. In a split second, the heads of many others had disappeared. Such a waste, Naruto appeared back into his original spot, but the only difference was that he was covered in blood. The blood from the people that he had killed. Basilisk jumped away, thinking about his own safety instead of the safety of the minions that served Danzo. Shinsekai. 3. Looking a few seconds into the future, Naruto saw over 20 of the Root members jumping from behind. Now ignoring Basilisk, Naruto turned around, seeing the Root members. A bolt of electricity appeared surrounding his cursed eyes. It was the same technique that he had used against Sasori when they both had fought. Juden. He had calmed down the output of this technique and took a break instead of overusing it. There were side effects of this technique that Naruto did not have any knowledge of. After all, he has been taking it easy so he wouldn't fry his brain. But he did suspect that if he did overuse this technique, he would appear quite delirious. Having the possibility of having the ability to harvest an infinite amount of information would without a doubt be quite intoxicating. Shifting his body to the side, Naruto dodged a glistening tanto that would have pierced his brain. As the tanto passed him, Naruto saw the image of root member. Bending his body backwards, he was now horizontal in the air. The root member's fist had passed Naruto as he did this, soon hitting his comrade's face. Taking down another 4 root Anbu members, even more came after him. Naruto looked to the side, seeing Sai take on Leviathan. Was Sai always this powerful? Naruto thought, seeing him being able to take on one of the strongest ninja in all of Root. She was a ruthless individual that had an efficient style. And she seemed to be struggling against Sai. Don't get him wrong, Sai was powerful, but he wasn't on the level of power like Leviathan. Suddenly, he had heard a voice call out towards him. Captain! Naruto snapped his head towards the voice, seeing his 3 other subordinate that he had the opportunity to teach during his years en route. Kana, Yuta, Ainu, Naruto said, skipping the formalities as he struck another root member's heart with his blade. He looked at the 3 with cold, red eyes that had sparkles of electricity. A/N, I forgot to mention, Kana is a girl, Yuta is a boy, Ainu is a girl name. We will kill you to protect Danzo-sama, Yuta stated, getting ready into position. But it seems as though Ainu had no intentions of letting Yuta be a team leader, and instead just rushed in towards Naruto. Danzo's methods of creating soldiers were good, but they were far from being perfect. Ainu has always had a hot temperament like right now. She was only slightly older than Naruto, and she had dark brown hair. Everyone that was raised through Danzo's methods were good and powerful shinobi, but they were weak to human nature. This is your end, stated Naruto, appearing in front of Ainu. Reeling his hand back, he violently grabbed her neck, squeezing it tightly, making her squirm in despair. The other 2 saw this, and tried rushing in. But they were too late. I'm sorry, whispered Naruto to the point where only Ainu could hear those words. Ruthlessly, Naruto used his blade and decapitated her head, launching the head in the air, and ending her life in seconds. 9. Walking forwards, Naruto caught the threads of her hair that was attached on her decapitated head. He saw the looks on their faces. Emotions of anger, sadness, rage filled Kana and Yuta. Naruto stayed silent, seeing how imperfect they were by Danzo's standards. Dropping the end on the ground, Naruto rushed forward. Their movement got sloppy. Naruto thought, ducking down slightly to dodge a kick. Summoning many clones, they moved towards the hordes of members that were splitting off between Naruto and Sai. Now right at the back, Naruto placed his hand on the platform, and kicking Kana with his foot. He then felt a sharp pain eluded him. Being knocked away, he managed to regain his balance. Looking up, he saw the person who had knocked him away a meter or 2. Yuta, Naruto whispered, seeing him rush in towards him. Blocking the strike by bringing up his forearms, Naruto used his other arm and reeled it back before his fist dug into Yuta's abdomen. Making Yuta fly away, Naruto picked up his glistening and shiny blade back from the ground. Naruto skidded back a few feet to dodge a swinging kick that just narrowly missed Naruto's face. I suggest you 2 to stand away, or you will share the same death as Ainu. A strong gust of wind enveloped the entire being of his blade. Running forwards, Naruto passed by the many bodies that were lying on the ground. With a quick and vital swing, Naruto sent a stream of wind towards anyone within his sight. Blowing everyone back, Naruto began his assault. I took it easy on them. Naruto thought to himself, seeing how soft he had become. Even though they weren't the friendliest with each other, Naruto was still their former captain. And to think I said I wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Naruto could almost laugh at himself as he sliced through members to member, the blood covering his mask and clothes. The original 400 plus members had dwindled down to a mere 250 in minutes. Their patterns in teamwork, it's getting better, mused Naruto. When it was at its largest, their teamwork was poor and garbage. Now it changed. They were being more thorough and actually started to communicate through code. Naruto knew that they were prepared for this. How long have they known? Naruto jumped away. There was absolutely no way that they could have transitioned to this type of behavior if they hadn't known of this beforehand. Ignoring these thoughts for now, Naruto started channeling his lightning chakra into the blade that he has used for years. Tendrils of blue lightning appeared, covering the blade. Naruto struck the platform, directing the lightning that was now surging through the ground to the designated members of Root. "Stand back," Leviathan said, appearing on the railings as Basilisk appeared right next to her. Naruto narrowed his eyes at them. "It seems to ran away from Sai. Are you scared?" Naruto tried digging under her skin. They were supposed to be the perfect soldiers of Root, emotionless, and strong. But they weren't emotionless, they put that up as a front, trying to lock up their hidden, struggling emotions in a cage. "There are bigger fish to catch," Basilisk said, answering the question for Leviathan. Once the platform was cleared with no electrical residue, they jumped down in front of him. "I'm surprised," said Naruto. "That you thought you could beat me." Naruto arched his arm, pulling the blade out from the wooden platform to block a strike from Basilisk, who rushed in towards him. "I'll be more careful now," Naruto thought, not wanting expend more chakra. He needed to save as much chakra as he needed so he could fight Danzo without any errors. Relentlessly creating clones would drain him. "How arrogant of you," Leviathan told him, her voice echoing through his brain. Naruto jumped up slightly in the air, delivering an air kick to Leviathan's abdomen, letting him create some space. "I need to disrupt their teamwork," Naruto thought to himself, stepping to the side so he would avoid a blow to his mask and his face underneath. He was without a doubt stronger than both of them. But the only problem was their impeccable teamwork that seemed to be quite an obstacle to him. They had been able to hone their teamwork together due to their status. "And the disruption that I need is here." Naruto turned around, seeing Yuta leap towards him. He widened his eyes as he saw Naruto knee him in the stomach. Basilisk and Leviathan saw this and rushed in. Naruto grabbed Yuta's arm, soon throwing him towards the two commanders at a violent speed. While Leviathan had managed to dodge the flying body of Yuta, Basilisk did not. "There!" Naruto leaped in the air, kicking Leviathan's arm that was outstretched to punch him. A sharp pain now entering Leviathan's arm. Naruto swung his blade, a large gash now running around her chest. "You did well," stated Naruto. "But you're done." Naruto fluidly aimed his blade down, piercing her forearm in a violent nature. He then twisted the blade, her flesh being forever destroyed. To ensure her incapacitation, Naruto ruthlessly, but cleanly sliced both her arms so she would be unable to mold the needed chakra to cast her jutsus. "Aghh!" Screams of terror echoed all throughout the headquarters. Dropping her on the ground, Basilisk threw Yuta out of his way and panickingly went to Leviathan. Ignoring them, Naruto summoned even more clones than before. "Clear a pathway for me." His clones nodded, rushing in to take down even more of the Root Anbu members that inhabited the space around them. Running forward, his clones were able to take down a vast majority of the Root members so he would have enough leeway to keep moving forward. There were a few members that attempted very trivial attacks, but they failed as soon as they decided to even face him head-on. Blood painting the battlefield in the familiar, crimson red, Naruto saw the entrance that Danzo resided in. With the members too busy to take him down, Naruto was free to enter without any problems. A whole corridor that led to many rooms. But the main room was at the very end of the corridor, awaiting for him to make his presence known. In a menacing walk, his footsteps echoed as cries and screams of war was left behind him. His azure eyes sparkling with lightning, Naruto kicked the door open, his entire being enveloped in pure darkness. 1. Immediately, he was bombarded with a surprise attack from Danzo. A series of kunai were thrown at him. Naruto used his brilliance in the art of kenjutsu to block all of the kunai. "Uchiha Naruto," Danzo said, making Naruto to turn his head towards his voice. He was at the side, his silhouette was the only thing visible to him. You've known all this time. Naruto could practically imagine a slight smirk on his face. Yes, I've known for a few years. And all this time, I've been finding the perfect way to defeat you if you were to defect from root. And here we are now. Naruto stepped to the side, dodging another kunai that went his way. Do you think you can kill me? Naruto asked, now on edge as he let himself in the darkness of the room cover him as well. The arrogance of youth never ceases to end. That's why I see unfit for you to live. You are too knowledgeable of this world for me to just let live. This is your end, Naruto. He yelled, suddenly weaving through multiple hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. 1. Unable to dodge to the area of effect being too large, Naruto decided to just withstand the attack, ripping parts of his uniform, blood forming due to it piercing his skin. They were fighting in pure darkness, guessing which direction your opponent was the only way around it. This is far too dark, don't you think? Danzo began running away, a secret passage that led upwards revealed itself. Listening to the direction the footsteps were heading, Naruto followed them. As he made it to the secret passage, Danzo was running up the stairway, sending a vast number of shuriken that would pierce him. The room that we were in was perfectly in his advantage. Simply spamming the same technique could potentially hinder me to the point of losing. What's his game? Naruto thought, jumping to the side so he would be sticking on the wall. Creating a clone, it launched the real him forward. His blade in hand, a strong sense of wind covered the blade as he neared Danzo. He looked behind, seeing Naruto suddenly appear right in front of him and sticking the blade through his heart. Do you think this is over? Danzo asked, disappearing and soon reappearing at the top of the stairway. Naruto widened his eyes at the technique that he had just used. Izanagi? Naruto questioned himself, following Danzo to the top of the stairway, revealing the surface of the earth. Now standing in front of Danzo a few meters away, he assessed the surroundings. We're very near the entrance of the base. We shouldn't be too far away from the village. He looked back to Danzo, who was carefully observing Naruto. Seeing Danzo weave hand seals, Naruto used his Sharingan to copy it at the same, constant rate of speed. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A large amount of wind chakra began to compress, forming as they expelled it from inside their mouths. Their jutsu clashing, the large dash of wind tore through the environment around them. Your ways of creating shinobi is revered as perfect by some, but it's nothing but a trash method that is full of flaws. Danzo remained calm at the mention of his methods. Yet, here I am, having an army of shinobi within reach. Is it truly trash when I've made it this far with the same type of method? Naruto smirked under his mask. He dashed towards Danzo, slightly leaning forward to dodge a punch from Danzo. But the opposing opponent had managed to block Naruto's own punch by lifting his leg up in the air. Who knows, but without a doubt, all one person needs to do is fan the already existing flame. A single word, tale, rumor can create a wildfire that devours all. Naruto leaned back, dodging a kick that narrowly missed his mask. And I'll be there to see it, when everything crumbles so I can set anew. Danzo narrowed his eyes, skidding backwards as Naruto managed to find an opening to punch him away. You think playing God will fix this world? Naruto's expression remained unstill behind his mask. His bloody blade right in his hand. Play God? Acting like one isn't enough. Being one is only way. Naruto stopped talking, now going through a number of hand seals in seconds. Fire release, blast fire. A very large fireball escaped from Naruto's mouth. It may have looked like a regular fireball jutsu, but it soon split into their own individual fireballs that were flaming hot. When Danzo tried dodging, he surprised that even though the fireballs were very miniature, they created a large blast of fire that knocked him away. The explosion soon clearing, Naruto saw Danzo getting up from being knocked down to a tree. Some parts of his clothing were charred. I see, so that's what you were hiding, commented Naruto, seeing the cloth that covered his right arm slowly unravel the many Sharingans that was implanted. Of course he knew that. The work from collecting the eyes of many dead Uchihas. A secret that most do not know about. Naruto appeared, dashing through the burnt grass. "I'll get revenge for them by killing you," he said in a calm tone, ruthlessly decapitating his head in a single motion that he couldn't follow in time. But, like before, Danzo once again disappeared and reappearing from behind. Over with the clones of Naruto, they were still fighting off the Root Anbu members. The last few hundred were getting quite difficult due to them using the dead bodies of their comrades as meat shields to avoid taking damage. Basilisk had managed to flee the scene with Leviathan in his hands. Another betrayal forming through Naruto's actions? Or were these actions of self-indulgence? His need to save Leviathan from dying? "Sai, I need you to create something that could carry the dead bodies away so they can't use them as defense mechanisms." There was no response from Sai. "Sai." The clone backed away, trying to scout for the presence of Sai. "He's not here." He questions himself, soon killing another Root Anbu member that attempted to use the bodies of the fallen to their advantage. "Where is he?" "What's that?" Asuma asked, gesturing Kakashi, Kurane, and Guy to look at the direction that he was pointing at. There was an explosion of flames that roared. Could that be Naruto? Kurane questioned as they started to make a move towards it. Was this dangerous? Yes. Was this needed? Absolutely. Most definitely. There is no way this is a mere coincidence, Kakashi answered, jumping from building to building. What will we do once we see him? Will we let those flames of youth die out? Guy made an emphasis on the last few words. We shouldn't kill him. We just need to knock him out and restrain him so he could be answered. They nodded at Asuma's words as they saw another explosion of flames from afar. I only need him to use Izanagi a few more times. Naruto thought, knowing that Danzo would try and use the Kota Amatsukami as a last resort. 2. Luckily, he already has a way to prevent being put under it. The difference between us is too large. Give up. Naruto had many wounds and cuts that was given by Danzo. But Danzo looked even worse than him. What nonsense! Giving up is not the nature of a leader. Naruto saw Danzo leap forward, aiming his fist that was reinforced with chakra at him. With little to no hesitation, Naruto formed an X with his arms, blocking the strike and receiving very little residual damage. Nature of a leader? What good of a leader for them to simply die? Naruto kneed him in the stomach, pain covering over his body as he was sent a few feet back. Regaining his balance, Danzo began weaving through hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Naruto then felt the same intense pressure of wind that he had previously felt when they were in that pitch-black room. But the difference was the output of the technique. With more chakra being poured, Naruto was forced to scrunch his face behind the mask due to the intensity of the wind that shredded another part of his uniform and cloak. 1. A few cracks soon appeared, running across his face as Danzo used this time as a way to get a free hit off of him. Standing his ground, Naruto rolled to the side, barely dodging another chakra-enforced punch that dented the ground. Moving quickly, Naruto placed both of his hands on the ground, using it like a pillar as he swept Danzo's feet, making him stumble down to the ground. Just before ending his life once again and making him use another eye for the Izanagi technique, he suddenly froze, paralyzed. A victorious smirk spread across Danzo's face. Self-cursing seal technique. Markings in pure black suddenly appeared and ran across his body, paralyzing him. At hindsight, it looked like Naruto was enveloped by a curse mark like one that Orochimaru had given to Satsuki, but this was completely different. A technique that paralyzes their opponent. You didn't notice, did you? I placed this seal when I got that hit off on you with that wind jutsu. Naruto couldn't do anything, frozen in place, struggling to move even a muscle. Now! Do it! Yelled Danzo. He in person from behind stabbed with a blade and kunao. He had been cornered. Mission accomplished, Danzo-sama. Naruto widened his eyes at that voice. One that was familiar to him. Good work, Sai. Naruto's eyes saw Sai from the corner of his eyes as blood escaped from his mouth. Stumbling on the ground, the seal still activated as the blade and kunai was pulled out from his body. 3. It was Naruto's blade, the one that he dropped when the sealing was placed on him. Your trust came a bit you in the back. A devilish smirk appeared on Danzo's face as Naruto realized what had happened. He used Kota Amatsukami on Sai. Naruto thought in realization. It all made sense to him. The reason why Danzo knew that he was an Uchiha. Why Leviathan was having trouble with him. Why the whole Root Anbu base was ready for his attack. 3. It all started with Sai. Danzo had used the Kota Amatsukami to pull him back to his side to become his pawn once more. Why he did it so randomly? He just needed someone to keep and monitor Naruto. His vision blurry, Naruto fell unconscious as his mask crumbled and broke in pieces. How did everything go so wrong? Sai, Danzo. They've been in cahoots longer than I had ever realized. Naruto was suddenly in a place in pitch darkness. Kurama? Naruto questioned, assuming that he was in the usual place once again. He saw no cage that contained Kurama. This wasn't the same place. You trusted Sai, that's why you failed. Naruto turned around, soon widened his eyes as he saw a figure from a distance. Plus, it was himself. The one when he was still being trained by Madara.